come to order. Committee will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Craddock.
Here.
Perez. Here. Canales. Here. Curry. Gomez. Harris Davila. Hefner. LaHood. Here. Little. Here. Christina Morales. Here. Eddie Morales. Patterson. Here. Paul. Here. Quorum's present.
Do we have a quorum?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, quorum is present, and Chair lays out House Bill 4207, recognizes Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for giving me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4207 today. Block railroad crossings have been a growing issue in Texas, especially in my rural district. Long freight trains sometimes stop for extended periods, and in some cases hours, blocking vital roads and forcing drivers to take detours up to 30 miles. In both urban and rural areas, a single block crossing can cut off access to hospitals, fire stations, schools, entire neighborhoods. In rural areas, this can be the difference of life and death. Previous state efforts to address this problem have been difficult to enforce and have run up against federal rail regulations. House Bill 4207 aims to provide a clearer, more enforceable path forward for local communities. The bill prohibits a railway company from blocking a crossing for more than 30 minutes. If a train is blocking a crossing too long, the company could face a civil penalty up to $10,000 an hour, excluding instances of mechanical failure, natural disaster. If emergency services are delayed and someone is harmed as a result, the individual can bring a civil suit to recover damages, court costs, and attorney fees. This is about public safety, emergency access, and giving local communities the tools to hold rail companies accountable. With that, I would ask for the opportunity to close and be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? We'll give you the right to close. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Kevin Baldwin. Glad to have you this evening. Please state your name and whether you're for or against, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Baldwin. I'm a senior attorney with BNSF Railway Company. Respectfully, I appear in opposition to HB 4207.
And who do you represent, did you say?
BNSF Railway.
Okay, we got it. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Texas is home to BNSF. And, excuse me. Texas is home to BNSF. And we appreciate the opportunity to appear before the committee this afternoon on this matter. The rail industry provides a critical service to the American economy. In Texas alone, the rail industry transports so much freight that it would take over 20 million trucks on Texas highways to replace the services that we provide in interstate commerce through this state. Providing transportation of this enormous amount of freight is a very complex operation. But BNSF and other carriers in this state work closely with the communities in which we live and operate in order to address many of the concerns that arise as identified under this bill. HB 4207 seeks to reinstate a version or similar version of a prior section of the Texas Transportation Code, section 471.007. When the federal government deregulated the rail industry in a series of acts culminating in 1995 with the creation of the United States Surface Transportation Board, it vested the STB with the exclusive authority to regulate rail operations, which includes how railroads operate over road crossings through various states. In 2001, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit had the opportunity to analyze the prior version of Section 471.007 and found it to be preempted under the newly created federal statutory regulatory framework for the rail industry. And then later in 2015, the Texas legislature actually voted to remove the prior version of the statute from the Transportation Code in response to that finding. Today, the federal regulatory framework remains the same. And unfortunately, as a result, the passage of this bill would not bring the intended relief, as it still infringes on the exclusive authority of the federal regulatory provisions. Nevertheless, BNSF is, and the rail industry is sensitive to these concerns. We encourage and applaud efforts, legislative efforts, including those here in Texas, to seek infrastructure funding, which provides a more meaningful and longer-term solution to these types of issues. Thank you.
Are there any questions? If not, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chairman.
All right, is there anyone else like to testify for or against the bill? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes the author to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the railroad's sensitivity to my concern. I want them to stop blocking the crossing. These crossing that's particular interest to me, although it happens all over the state and all over my district, is in Glacier, Texas, in northern end of Hemphill County. And Glacier's not even really a town, but there's still a lot of my constituents that live out there, and certainly some elderly people. One of my constituents recently not only missed a heart doctor appointment, he missed his best friend's funeral, which he was a pallbearer at. I get a lot of apologies, but they keep doing it. I think the solution is pretty simple. If you got to block that crossing, uncouple the train, because in this particular crossing, my constituents, their option is 30 miles of dirt road to go around it. I have complained, I've begged, I've congealed, I've done everything I know possible, and the result never changes. That's the purpose of this bill, and I would ask for your favorable consideration, because this problem isn't getting better, it's getting worse the longer they make the trains. Thank you, and I close.
All right, thank you very much. House Bill 4205 will be left pending at this time.
4207.
What?
4207.
Oh, 4207, sorry. Chair lays out House Bill 3539. Recognize Steva.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock and members, for the opportunity to present House Bill 3539 before you today. Currently, in order to use an HOV lane, there must be at least 2 individuals present in the car. And in the past couple of years, we've seen pregnant mothers being pulled over and ticketed because there's not an individual sitting in the passenger seat. In so many other ways in law, we treat a pregnant mother as 2 individuals in almost every section of our code in Texas. And so this is just giving them that right to drive in that HOV lane and recognizing that there are 2 people in that vehicle with that pregnant mother. And that's what HB 3539 does. I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully reserve my right to close.
Are there any questions for Representative Davila? Okay. Michelle Matula? Matila? Okay. What else? Aaron Walter? Okay. All right, Chair recognizes. Is there anyone else like to testify for or against? If not,
Okay.
Chair recognizes you to close.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock and members. I'd appreciate your favorable consideration, and with that, I close.
Leave it pending.
House Bill 3539 will be left pending at this time. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The Chair lays out House Bill 3726 by Vice Chairman Perez.
Thank you, Chairman Craddock and members of the committee. Currently, law enforcement, first responders, tow truck drivers, road maintenance crews are protected by the move over or slow down law, which states that drivers are required to move over a lane or slow down by 20 miles per hour when passing these vehicles in the shoulder. However, more needs to be done. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration Fatality Analysis Reporting System, Texas ranks #1 in the nation for the number of people killed in crashes while standing outside of a disabled vehicle. From 2013 to 2022, more than 531 motorists were killed on Texas roads as they stood in the breakdown lane or shoulder outside their disabled vehicles. TxDOT data shows that 13,150 crashes occurred on the shoulder of the road in the last 5 years. These were preventable crashes. Moreover, the AAA Foundation's annual Traffic Safety Culture Index found that nearly a quarter of U.S. adults surveyed, 23%, are unaware of the move-over law in their state. House Bill 3726 expands the move-over or slow-down law to all vehicles stopped in the breakdown lane or shoulder with their hazard lights flashing. This will create uniformity in the law, making it easier for drivers to remember to move over or slow down for all disabled vehicles. Mr. Chairman, I have a committee substitute.
Chair lays out the committee substitute. You may go ahead.
Thank you. The committee substitute further clarifies that a driver shall move over or slow down for vehicles that are demarcated by other warning devices, such as traffic cones, flares, or retroreflective devices. This was added for cases when the hazard lights are inoperable. With that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request the right to close.
All right, are there any questions? Okay, Chair calls Annie Oregon. I'm sorry, Anna Oregon. I probably slaughtered that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Anna Orion, but that was close.
Pretty close.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate your time. I'm Ann Orion with AAA Texas, here in support of House Bill 3726. AAA Texas represents more than 2.3 million members statewide. Across the nation, we have more than 65 million members, and more importantly, the organization has been a leading advocate for traffic safety for more than 120 years. House Bill 3726 addresses a deadly yet preventable problem in our state. Texas has the highest number of people killed in the breakdown lane than any other state, more than the most populous state of California, which has 8 million more people. In Texas, more than 530 motorists were killed while standing outside of their disabled vehicles in the breakdown lane. In the last 5 years, of course, TxDOT data shows that there were more than 13,000 crashes in the breakdown lane. And currently, of course, the move over or slow down lane does protect law enforcement, other first responders, tow truck drivers, and road construction and maintenance workers. And drivers are required to move over a lane if it is possible to do so safely or slow down by 20 miles per hour. However, crashes continue to occur. And why is this happening? And they continue to occur with those who are protected under this law as well. Well, the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety's annual Traffic Safety Culture Index report found that nearly a quarter of U.S. adults surveyed are unaware of this law, and we've had this law in place. The original law was, I believe, 2003, the first iteration of the Move Over Slow Down law. And among drivers who do not comply, who know that there's a Move Over Slow Down law and don't comply, 42% thought that this behavior of not complying was not dangerous. They didn't understand. Studies have revealed that, for instance, speeding and distraction are the leading contributing factors to these kinds of crashes. The foundation also found that 59% of drivers don't think that speeding is dangerous. 59%. That's a huge number. Interestingly, they also don't think that they would get a ticket unless they were driving more than 15 miles per hour over the speed. But what does this tell us? How can we address this issue? By passing a uniform law. Uniformity increases compliance because people don't get confused. They don't think, am I supposed to move over for this kind of vehicle or that kind of vehicle? No. Someone is in the breakdown lane, the shoulder, and has their flashers on or some other devices like that. They know with the uniform law, move over or slow down. It also helps them understand that driving too fast and too close to a disabled vehicle is dangerous. And of course, there's always an education effort that goes with the passage and with the rollout of a new law like this. So there would be compliance, and that would help with prevention of crashes. Passing this bill would strengthen the current law and expand it to include all vehicles, which includes, of course, passenger vehicles that we drive, but also commercial trucks and also municipal and other kinds of buses. It's just every kind of vehicle. And we want you to consider that the time is to act is now. Passing this bill this session will help to prevent an estimated more than 5,000 crashes that would occur over the next 2 years before there's another session. We can prevent these crashes by passing this bill. I respectfully ask for your support to pass this important life-saving legislation. Thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
She's registered for herself, and she said she was testifying on back from AAA Texas.
Okay. Could you restate who you're testifying for, because you're registered for yourself?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that should not be right. I'm testifying for AAA Texas.
Okay, great. May we
Please.
have the right to change that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other question? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Heather Haynes.
She's coming. She's
Oh,
got crutches. She has no legs.
Hello.
how are you? We're
Good.
glad to have you today.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Would you please state your name and who you represent with your for or against the bill?
My name is Heather Haynes. It is for House Bill 3726-4. And thank you for having me again today. I'm Heather. I was in a car accident
She
in
didn't
South Mopac.
State who she was.
You've got to state whether you're for or against or.
For.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
for the
That's
bill.
fine.
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
thank you. Go ahead.
That's okay. So I was in a car crash on South Mopac. It was a little bit of a fender bender that we had to pull over to the side of the road. I didn't know if my car was, how damaged it was. And I knew when I pulled over to the side of the road that that was a horrible place to be. In my gut, I knew it. I stepped out of the car to make sure the other driver was all right. He had rear-ended me on Mopac. And within 30 seconds, another car came and hit us. I was standing in between the two cars, so I lost both of my legs above the knee instantly. It's a miracle that I'm here today. So I would really wish that this would not happen to anyone else. My life changed completely that day. And it was unnecessary, and I would really hope that there's a little bit more care for everyone. I feel like when we get in our car, we expect to get to our destination. There's no if, and if we all have a lot of distractions in our car, this will know that we're all needing to do the same thing. It's a little confusing. You never know if you're needing to pull over, if that's an emergency vehicle, is there construction? If this law was across the board, as it is in quite a few states, everybody knows if there is a disabled vehicle to pull over if you can or slow down to reduce the risk of people trying to change a tire, trying to assist others. I'm part of amputee and disabled community and know far too many people that have had to change the trajectory of their life because of just changing a tire or assisting other people. And that is it. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for coming. Mr. Curry has a question.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Haynes, thank you for coming. I'm not going to take long. I really appreciate your story, and I appreciate what you're saying. And I think if everybody on the road would act like Aggies, then we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't need this law. So do you agree with that?
I don't know if I can agree or
Thank you so
disagree.
much for coming.
Yes,
We
yes,
appreciate
I
you.
appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, does anyone else want to testify for or against the bill? We don't see any. Chair recognizes Ms. Perez to close.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I close.
Chair puts House Bill 3726 and leaves it pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 4368. Recognize Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the Texas DMV maintains the authority regarding the integrity of the vehicle titling process for fraud prevention. However, our current statute shows gaps that limits the department's authority and thus the efficiency. House Bill 4368 addresses these gaps to better prevent fraud while protecting legal ownership. The bill expands DMV's authority to require 68A or VIN inspections in situations where ownership records are incomplete or lack of clarity. It improves the bonded title process by adding a 30-day notice and objection period for any recorded owners or lien holders before a new title is issued. It also streamlines salvage and insurance process by permitting the use of auction sales receipts when salvage dealers report vehicles of destruction, and by broadening acceptable evidence for insurance companies seeking title. The bill simplifies the rebuilt title process for vehicles with out-of-state salvage titles, easing the burdensome process of getting vehicles back on the road. Put simply, this bill makes Texas DMV more tools in their toolbox for fraud prevention, transparency, and efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. If you have any questions, I reserve the right to close.
Are there any questions? Chair hears none. There aren't any witnesses, so is there anyone else, anyone would like to testify for or against the bill? If not, we recognize Representative Paul to close.
I close.
House Bill 4368 will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 4706 by Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Currently, small vehicles like bicycles, electric bicycles, skateboards, roller skates, segways, and motor-assisted scooters are currently allowed to operate on sidewalks and crosswalks, and they follow pedestrian signals meant for people on foot. However, current state law does not give these small vehicles the same right-of-way protections or traffic rules as pedestrians when they are using these crosswalks. The goal of this bill is to fix that, requiring cars and other vehicles on the road to give these sidewalk users the same right-of-way and crosswalks as they were pedestrians. The bill also makes sure people using these small vehicles follow pedestrian signals and traffic control devices consistently, improving public safety while making sidewalks and crosswalks used for everywhere. Bicycles and other small vehicles that are not being operated on the sidewalk will not be affected by this legislation. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Chair hears none. There are no witnesses. Does anyone like to testify for or against in the audience? If not, we recognize you to close.
I'll close.
House Bill 4708 will be left pending at this time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. I'm sorry, 4706. I think I'm already asleep. Chair lays out House Bill 3563. Let me say this real quick. We're doing a lot, normally we do the people on the committee last, except the last two bills have 53 witnesses. And so I'm trying to get these out of the way so people that are waiting on small bills can leave if that's what they want to do. And by doing that, I think it'll make it easier for us this evening. So that's why. Chair recognizes Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. HB 3563 gives TxDOT and our regional mobility authorities an optional project delivery method. Construction manager general contractor, or CMGC, is not a mandate. Agencies use it only when it fits their project. Texas is currently an outliner. 40 other states already authorized CMGC projects. Their experience shows that early collaboration between the contractor and design teams can cut change orders by up to 40% and deliver projects up to 3 times faster. Here's what this process looks like. It's early selection. The agency brings the construction manager on board early, chosen on qualifications or best value. Collaboration, the manager works side by side with the designers to solve issues up front, utilities, right-of-way, schedule, and risk. Transparent price, an independent cost estimator validates the contractor's guaranteed maximum price. If agreement is not reached, the agency can revert to traditional design-build projects. Local sub specializes and local subcontractors are hired throughout the process. Because CMGE is optional, there is no additional cost to the state unless TxDOT or an RMA elects to use it, and those costs from those existing project funds will cover these costs. HB 3563 does not replace design bid build. It simply adds a proven tool, one that aligns with the cost-effective goals of Proposition 1 and Prop 7 and builds on the 14,600 projects TxDOT has delivered since 2007. Construction manager or general contractor is not necessarily right in every situation, but for a highly complex project, that tool need to deliver quickly with predictable outcomes is the tool TxDOT can use. Members, by adopting this bill, we give our transportation agencies the flexibility they need to keep pace with Texas' growth while safeguarding taxpayer dollars. I really ask for your consideration. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay.
All right, I'll observe the right to close.
All right, we'll reserve you the right to close. The chair lays out John Carlson. Mr. Carlson.
Good evening.
Mr.
Thank you
Carlson,
for
we're
your
glad to
time.
have you.
My name is John Carlson. I'm for this bill. I live in San Antonio and I work for Sun Construction, a 100% employee-owned company that's been doing business in Texas for over 50 years.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
For the last 20 years, I have been a member of the Transportation Research Board Project Delivery Committee. This is where all the education and research is done for the U.S. Department of Transportation and all their administration, including Federal Highway, on all the construction delivery methods. For the last 16 years, I've gone around the country helping Federal Highway inform and educate on best practice regarding this delivery method. Federal Highway put out a study that shows that this delivery method is on average 3.5 times faster than design bid build, 2.5 times faster than design bid build. Design build. Those are the two delivery methods that TxDOT is currently authorized to use. The same study also shows 40% less change orders than the design bid build delivery method, which is the predominant delivery method of TxDOT. So all public owners in the state of Texas, including TxDOT Aviation Division, are allowed to use this delivery method. The only ones that aren't are TxDOT, the RMAs, and tolling authorities. Federal Highway cites that the 4 top reasons you utilize this delivery method is when you need cost control, aggressive delivery, innovation on a project, and aggressive delivery. TxDOT Facilities Commission used this delivery method to build TxDOT campus. All of Texans will benefit from this project delivery method. It's proved to be an effective tool to deliver more complex projects. Thank you for your time. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I don't usually ask a lot of questions, but I'm going to start with you. So are you, Mr. Carlson, do you run a construction management firm?
I run a construction, I'm in the executive for a large construction company here in Texas.
So do you use construction
do.
managers? Do you use them above you? Or do you contract directly?
We contract directly.
Yeah,
General
so,
contractor.
so you contract directly, but you want a construction manager, or do you want to become one?
So that what the delivery method is, it's called construction manager, general contractor. So general contractors propose on these projects, and if they're selected, they go through the design phase with TxDOT and the engineer, and if they can agree upon a price, then they become the general contractor for the work.
Okay, so in that case, you're negotiating a contract with TxDOT, correct?
Correct.
So do you think TxDOT does it wrong now?
No. I think delivery methods they use now all have their purpose, but this is a delivery method that's been around for 25 years in this industry. It's a proven method for the right project to deliver faster.
But we don't use it in Texas.
Not TxDOT, no.
We don't use it for our roads in Texas.
That's correct.
But you think that we should, because obviously we shouldn't. So I kind of live by the if it ain't broke, don't fix it rule. And you think it, so you don't think it's broken, but you think we should fix it.
No, I believe you select the right delivery method for the right project. 40 other states already have this authority. The federal highway stats, so it's 3.5 times faster than design bid build and 2.5 times faster in design build. So it's good for the right project. It's not for every project. It's not for the predominant amount of projects, but for the right complex project, it's really useful.
Do you mind defining what kind of projects you think it's useful for?
I think this I-35 through Austin would have been a perfect project to use it on.
Why?
Very complicated, the phasing and scheduling of the work, and taking care of the stakeholder needs as well. Innovation, there's more innovation. You're bringing the contractor, the engineer, and the owner together early on in the design process to figure out a better mousetrap, faster mousetrap, less cost, less issues, risk mitigation. All that saves time and money.
So you don't think TxDOT did a good job on the project?
I didn't say that at all. They don't have the authority to use this.
They don't have the authority. So you think they want the authority to use this?
I think you have to ask them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Canales has a question.
Are you aware of the project of the Harbor Bridge in Corpus Christi?
Yeah, design build?
That was a design build?
Yeah.
And it turned out to be a catastrophe?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There was a Houston Ship Channel job, design bid build, same problems. So when you don't implement it correctly, there's problems.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the project that he mentioned was not the delivery system that we're talking about.
Correct.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Is that it? Joe Wingetter.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. My name is Joe Wingeter, Vice President for Kiewit Infrastructure. I'm here on behalf of Kiewit Infrastructure for 3563.
Thank you.
Kiewit is a 140-year-old domestic, employee-owned Texas contractor. We build roads and bridges and other facilities throughout the state of Texas and across North America. Kiewit works directly with many state transportation departments, and TxDOT consistently stands out as one of the most professional in the nation. We hope that this committee and the legislature will provide TxDOT and the RMAs with the authority to use this widely adopted delivery model referred as CMGC. Typically, complicated projects can benefit from early collaboration between the design and the construction teams, these are good candidate projects for CMGC. These projects can be projects with heightened safety concerns, those needing faster delivery for economic development and site selection, projects with robust third-party interfaces such as railroad crossings, utility relocations, and/or projects with unique technical challenges. The CMGC model allows the contractor to be selected early in the design process at a nominal fee to provide constructability, scheduling, phasing, and pricing, risk mitigation input as the engineering advances with full oversight by the agency. CMGC, it's not new, it's not experimental, it's a proven tool fully authorized by the Federal Highway Administration and, as has been mentioned, enabled in 40 other states. And to accelerate delivery on certain complex highway and bridge projects. Let me point out the controls that are in place to ensure that the final negotiated construction price is competitive and reflective of the market. It starts with open book pricing validation that implements a transparent cost structure. There's also a series of independent cost estimating checks that happen throughout the process at the 30, 60, and 90% of the design. There's also early subcontractor involvement for major trade practices. Design optimization and value engineering workshops are facilitated during the pre-construction period to improve the schedule and to lower cost. House Bill 3563 is an optional tool that TxDOT and the RMAs would have total discretion to use or not to use. With TxDOT's record-breaking UTP, a tool like CMGC is both timely and appropriate to help protect this massive investment in Texas's future. Thanks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yeah. Mr. Curry has a question.
So, sir, first and foremost, you said it was a 140-year-old company in Texas. It's based out of Omaha, Nebraska, is it not?
I said it's a 140-year-old company, a Texas contractor, which we are.
Okay.
And our corporate office is in Omaha, Nebraska. But, sir, we have 6,000 employees in the state of Texas.
I think it's a great company. I know a lot of people that work there, so I'm with you on that. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear.
Sure.
So, if you don't mind, walk us through the steps of what would be the way it's done now, right? So, without this process in place, how do you perceive? Because you're a contractor, obviously, in Texas. You do a lot of work in Texas, right?
Absolutely.
There's no doubt about that. So, I see your signs everywhere. I've seen you in Waco. I've seen you all on lots of projects. My question is okay, take a project that exists today, the way it's done today with TxDOT, and give us a high-level walkthrough of it starts here and it works its way through the process. And then I'd like to do a comparative analysis to how it would work under the construction manager model.
Sure. Thank you for that question. I'll use the standard TxDOT bid-build model, design, bid, build. So if you think about it as a continuum, and there's a time for the development of the project, permitting that TxDOT does internally. Usually they might use a consultant. They get some certain permits, some studies on this front end. Then they'll do what they call a PS&E, plan specs and engineering to develop a bid package. And then they'll have a bidding period. And then they'll have a contract award. And then the project will be built. That's the life cycle of the typical TxDOT contract. If you think about CMGC, which again is for a fraction of those typical contracts, it might be for 3 or 4 challenging projects in a year or two period. you take that continuum and you stack it instead of put it end to end. You'll still do that development side where TxDOT will do some preliminary work, get some permitting, understand the challenges, and then they'll put out for their engineering contract and award that. So you're about this far along the continuum. And soon after the engineering contract is awarded, they'll do a package to select based on qualifications for a contractor, a local contractor, maybe a large contractor, but a competitive process for the contractor that's best prepared with the people, the experience, the equipment, and the expertise for that particular project. And they'll hire that contractor at a fraction of the overall cost of the project to participate as that design is developed and provide input. And the designer reports directly to TxDOT throughout that period, but the contractor provides input on constructability, on innovations, on optimization, on phasing, on safety components, and prices those innovations in that process as the design's developed. And then at the end of that process, TxDOT makes a decision based on a negotiated price that's been developed throughout that process, fully transparent, open book, with everybody allowed to ask questions, to test, to challenge, and a third party that is also using benchmarking in their own database to challenge that price. So the project's awarded and the contract is executed and the project is built. You're saving and overlapping probably at least a third of that time, if not half of that total continuum of the normal process.
So do you think that obviously Kiewit and other big companies have internal engineering firm? I mean, you have your own engineers. You're highly involved in the design and redesign of projects and making sure that what you're doing is correct. Do you think you're precluding other companies, smaller companies, from being able to come in to jobs like what you're talking about that don't have the benefit of having an internal engineering arm, don't have the benefit of being able to do the design build function? I mean, and I'm thinking just in my own terms, and I'm asking a question here, but it seems to me like there's a handful of firms out there that have the ability to do this. And there's a whole lot of firms that are smaller, independent guys that don't necessarily have the bandwidth to be able to do what it is you do. And I know a lot about your company, so bear with me here just a second.
I appreciate it.
So I understand what your angle is, and I understand why you feel that way, and I don't know that I always disagree with that. But I'm also worried about taking competition out of a process when you have kind of I'm a little careful how I say this, but I don't want to, because I'm not calling you a fox and not calling this a hen house, but I need to be a little careful with that. But you understand what I'm saying?
We hear that from time to time and as this discussion takes place, and I appreciate that comment because I will tell you that the process is set up to provide a certain amount of expertise, but it's also set up to award the local knowledge, the local team, and I will tell you in the states that use it, there is tremendous amount of opportunity. Again, it's for a fraction of the portfolio of the DOT, but there is opportunity for the local contractors to participate. And I'll say this, we do have engineering expertise, and we're proud of that, and we built that up over the century that we've been in business. But the contractors that I know here in Texas are excellent contractors. They have tremendous amount of expertise. They don't have to be a design engineer with a PE license behind their name to engage on phasing, on constructability, on the proper materials, and on maybe a better, innovative way based on their experience. I truly do not believe that this would box out the majority of the industry in Texas from participating if they chose to.
So have you read this bill?
Yes.
So are you familiar with, and I'm looking through it at the moment, is there a restriction in there on what type of projects they can choose to go into this? You keep talking about a limited number of projects, sometimes
Yeah.
3 or 4 a year or whatever. Is there a limitation in here that I don't see?
There's no limitation that I see, but they go through a project selection process, and they look at certain metrics. And design build, as you know, there's 6 per biannum. I wouldn't see this necessarily as being any more or less than that, potentially, but that would be up to TxDOT.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the questions. Appreciate it.
Mr. Canales has a question.
Thank you. So with record funding, TxDOT, and $60 billion worth of projects under contract, what problem are we trying to solve?
We can make it, someone mentioned if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's what I'm wondering. We've got $60 billion worth of contracts right now.
Let me just say this, if we didn't continuously look for ways to improve various things in our society, we would never grow and get better. This is an opportunity for TxDOT to use a tool that's proven throughout the country to improve on certain projects.
Well, so it's your contention that this model is more efficient and that all contractors could participate in it. But right now, not all contractors agree with this. So why is it that we would make such a drastic change if the contractors themselves at this point don't even want to participate in it?
I wouldn't call it a drastic change. I would call it an option to improve certain projects. And all contractors don't agree on a lot of things.
So y'all mentioned the comparisons that this is going to be a small fraction of these complex projects, which you compared to design build, which is not design build, but design build has failed on multiple occasions. What makes us any different? Because
Well, I don't think design build has failed. It's failed in your area of the state on one particular project, but TxDOT has performed over 20 design build projects very successfully. My company has had the good fortune to be involved in 4 or 5 of them here in the state, very successfully executed on time, on budget, with safety, quality, and a asset that is being used by the public. So I think it's not accurate to say design build has been not performed correctly by
it hasn't been
TxDOT.
wildly successful either.
Pardon me?
It hasn't been wildly successful.
Actually, it has. I would
You and I-
disagree with you respectfully.
You and I can respectfully disagree.
And,
Thank you.
if you'd allow me to talk about our bid on the Harbor Bridge,
It's okay. We've got a lot
November
of
of 2021 is when
Thank you, sir.
our schedule
Thank
was
you.
to complete.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bill McCowen?
Thank you, Chairman Craddock. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Bill McGowan, and I'm here to support the bill, House Bill 3563 by Representative Paul. And maybe I'm going to take a little different approach because I'm more on the ground level on project delivery. I'm a project executive and project manager for Granite Construction Company, and I specialize in the delivery of large, complex projects, usually transportation projects, and I use a lot of CMGC in my experience. So I'm probably going to speak a little bit today with some passion about it, because it is a very handy delivery tool for TxDOT on complex projects. But first, Granite is a Texas and nationwide transportation contractor. We've been working in the state for over 40 years, and we have regional offices in Irving and the Woodlands. We have project offices all around the state. We've got a new office in Hidalgo County. We're building the first stretch of the border wall this go-around. And as far as CMGC goes, we've successfully delivered 100 CMGC projects for DOTs, RMAs, and private clients around the country. Based on my experience, CMGC is a great delivery method. There's no question about it. But it's not right for all projects. And I do believe, and like I've heard from my colleagues, that In fact, most projects are best suited for straightforward, low bid, design, bid, build, delivery. It makes sense. I started my career in Lubbock, building I-27 through town, and we did that low bid, and it went great. Worked with TxDOT and delivered a great job. But today, I think the project's maybe a little more complex, and if the state, wants predictable and successful results on tough, complex infrastructure projects with challenging stakeholder utilities and, construction issues, CMGC is a good candidate. Like we heard, there's been successful CMGC delivered in 40 states and for the federal government. So maybe a little bit about it from a project manager's perspective. CMGC is all about early contractor involvement during the design phase. Getting that advice from the contractor about how to make the design more efficient so the project goes a lot better. So if you have a tough job with a lot of stakeholders and third parties involved, get that advice from the builder about how it would be built, how it would mitigate some of those risks. In terms of schedule, CMGC can really fast track a project delivery, get it done fast. And how does it do it? It overlaps the design and the construction construction phases at the same time. You're designing, you're building, you're delivering that job a lot early. You're relieving congestion in your communities a lot sooner. CMGC is a good tool for that. In terms of cost control, CMGC allows for developing reliable cost estimates during the design phase. It helps TxDOT and the RMAs keep the project scope in line with the available budget. And we all know too much how projects can kind of spin out of control cost-wise. CMGC really controls that. You know what a project's going to cost as it's being designed. And lastly, CMGC just gives TxDOT the ultimate in flexibility to deal with unforeseen challenges and problems they experience on a project. It creates a very collaborative, TxDOT-led problem-solving environment where the entire team is focused on project success and not on individual benefits. And so, standing here as a practitioner and passionate believer in CMGC delivery, I urge you to pass a bill for CMGC and allow TxDOT to use it at their discretion. Thank you. I welcome any questions.
Members, any questions for Mr. McGowan? No, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The chair calls David Castillo. Mr. Castillo, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you. My name is David Castile. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, Williams Brothers Construction Company of Houston, Texas, and the AGC of Texas Heavy Highways, Utilities, and Industrial Chapter. I am here to testify in opposition to House Bill 3563. The AGC of Texas has had a task force composed of a cross-section of small and large contractors from across the state, both the metropolitan and rural areas, explore the concept of CMGC. That task force first met several years ago, and most recently in 2024. The task force has not been able to reach consensus on a supporting position regarding CMGC. The most cited areas of concern are also the reasons why the AGC remains opposed to this legislation. The potential to weaken the long-standing success and trust in the design bid build process that has been used in Texas for more than 100 years, the potential for less transparency if the CMGC process is implemented, questions about the appropriateness of CMGC for highway and bridge projects in Texas, where we have a robust consulting engineer community and a supremely capable state agency with more than 13,000 employees, and some potential confusion with the ongoing process with TxDOT to get design build correct before moving on to other procurement methods. In addition, TxDOT already has mechanisms in place to gather contractor early review and comment. They post preliminary plans online, on a reviews on a central site online, and contractors can review and make comments on those. Districts such as San Antonio have also invited potential contractors in for preliminary plan discussions to help optimize their design. These methods allow TxDOT to gather contractor comments without qualitative and subjective selection. Early contractor involvement is not magic. TxDOT has the ability to do design build now, where the contractor and the designer work continuously together. Some of those projects work out, and some of those projects don't. The voters of Texas overwhelmingly approved Proposition 1 and Proposition 7, Proposition 7 with 80% and 83% in favor in a few years back. We think they did that because they trust the process. We had those high votes. The AGC thanks the legislature and the voters for approving these propositions, which are currently providing value to the public in an expected, highly competitive, and fully transparent design, bid, build environment. The AGC is unable to endorse CMGC at this time for highway and bridge projects, which could result in less procurement transparency. I'll be glad to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. LaHood?
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, sir.
Bear with me because I'm not as experienced as all the people that testified, and so I'm trying to get my head wrapped around it. The traditional method that I guess we have used for roadways, bridges has been design, bid, build.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I understand that correctly, the designer is different than the builder, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the builder is making the bid off someone else's design, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And so, because you mentioned something that is my second, was a concern I had, and so I want to make sure I understand that. So basically, the parties are separate. There's not, I guess that transparency is there because you have separate organizations, separate groups, the documentation, their thoughts, and then, of course, the bid process on it, right?
To an extent, sir, the TxDOT is very open and transparent with their processes, and they post preliminary plans, not ready for bids yet, on their website, and sometimes they invite contractors in to review those plans, and we give them comments.
Like peer review to make them better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To make it as best.
Constructability peer review, yes, sir.
To make it as best as can. Okay. So what this bill is proposing is not design, bid, build. It's design, build, right?
It's not quite design build. In design build, there is a qualitative selection process for a contractor designer team where actually the designer reports to both the builder, the contractor, and TxDOT to an extent for compliance with the specifications. In this method, CMGC, they are selected differently. On design build, there is quite a bit of accountability for the contractor to meet specifications, and they're on the hook financially if they make some mistakes. With CMGC, I do not see that being the case.
Okay.
I see them looking at plans, helping develop them, and then jointly developing costs that they have to stick with.
And thank you for that clarification. And so I want to make sure I'm understanding this also, because my concern with transparency is I guess I'm old school. And I like having different groups that are accountable to themselves and can be questioned by the other. My concern, and again, I'm a neophyte in this topic, but my concern with, I guess, this proposal would be that not contention, but that accountability is kind of taken out because now they're in concert together. And I think my fear is that if we pass this, we're going to lose that ability that, I guess, to check or second guess or because they're kind of working in concert. Is that an accurate interpretation?
I believe so, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, and I believe the transparency aspect of the current design bid build process is why TxDOT is in such favor with the public.
Yeah.
And they're highly trusted. There's no opportunities for things that are not trustworthy in the existing system.
Well, I'm glad transparency came from you because I think we would all agree that this session, not just in this House, but I think the citizens statewide have been ever more and more demanding transparency to make sure that we have accountability, that we have the best, that we're making sure that we're always on the up and up. And so thank you for confirming that. I guess I was on the right track with that. So thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Morales?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a number of concerns over this, and I'd like for you to see if you can address them for me. I understand in the way that it's been explained that the CMGC process is negotiated work between the folks, the contractor, the architect, and what's the third person that would be involved?
Sir, that is my understanding as well. I worked in Texas my entire career. I don't know what happens in those 40 other
You don't have
states.
experience with the
No,
CMGC
sir. I have
process?
some design build experience, and I have a lot of design bid build experience. But as Mr. Joe from Keywood explained, that is the case.
Okay. Well, I'll try not to get you with any questions that you may not
okay.
address. I should have asked them from those with more experience on CMGC.
I'll answer for Joe.
But tell us, I guess, educate us on the issue of design build. Has it been, or is it your testimony that type of a format for us to follow usually results in more and bigger savings to the state than the other process?
Your question is, does design build save money as compared to design bid build and
Whereas
or
the sign is
CMGC?
CMGC, yeah.
Yes. My answer, from my opinion, I'm speaking for myself, not the AGC at this point, is no. It is the same engineers doing the design. It is the same concrete going in the pavement. It's the same asphalt going in the pavement, and it's the same bridges being built. So the majority of there's some marginal cost sometimes, savings in the sequencing of the work, in design build versus design bid build, and potentially versus CMGC. But in my opinion, that is not a huge cost saving. TxDOT has elected to go design build on some project because they feel that's the best model for them. And I've been a project manager for my company, Williams Brothers Construction, which is the largest contractor in Texas at this time, on design build projects, and just got shortlisted today for another one. So we do design build. We mainly do design bid build.
Okay. But as you've heard from other testimony, 40 other states have used the CMGC process. Why wouldn't you support just adding another tool to TxDOT's toolbox to have it? From what I read, it's not a shall, it's a may.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So TxDOT today announced at the commission that they have $60 billion under contract. No other of those 40 states are even close to that. And they did that in a transparent process, whereas CMGC, I think, clouds that process to some extent because things are negotiated with a single firm rather than putting the plans out there and letting us all bid on it.
Got it.
Getting our best prices for
So
you.
once you start, you're saying once you start under the CMGC process, you've selected the contractor and the parties that are going to be all in the team. Because it kind of makes sense in my head to have all of the ones that are going to be the players being all in the meeting to address, these are the issues, this is the plan, here's the layout, let's all be on the same page, let's all be on the same level. But now I understand the issue of what you're saying, the lack of transparency. And once you go down that process, is TxDOT not able to then say, hey, look, I don't think I'm getting the right numbers from the contractor or from the architect, or I think both of them may be in some sort of cahoots or whatever. They don't have the opportunity to then switch them out?
I would never question the ethics of my
And I wouldn't either. I'm just
competitors.
giving out an example.
It's a possibility, and I would think TxDOT can jump in there and fix that if they needed to.
They would have the possibility under the CMG?
I would think so,
Okay.
yes, sir. TxDOT can do anything they want.
Okay, so if they do, then what's the issue with your response with respect to transparency? Wouldn't
Okay.
TxDOT be able to control that?
Well, how do we know that the pricing is as good as we would have got under a hard bid, design bid build project where we had 5, I think the last number I saw, they had 5.7 bidders per project on average this month? How would we know that the price is that good or not?
Got it. We have nothing to compare it with. And
Yes.
TxDOT would not be able to then show us, well, I think I'm going to question these numbers, but I have nothing to compare it with, so it makes it harder for TxDOT?
As Mr. Wintinger said earlier, Joe from Kiewit, he said that they would have and I think the bill contemplates this, they would have a third party doing a cost comparison as well. So there is some checks and balances, but it's not as straightforward and transparent and trusted by the public, in my opinion, as the conventional design bid build project process that we've done for 100 years very successfully in Texas with very little controversy at all.
Okay. Let's shift focus a little bit.
Sure.
I want to talk about also another concern. I understand that under this CMGC process, 95% of Texas contractors right now would not be able to do this type of work. Is that also is that an accurate statement?
From the AGC perspective, that is probably correct. From my personal perspective, this would probably be a good thing for me and my company. I have 30 years at TxDOT, couple years at a city, 10 years as a contractor. I mean, I could walk in there and I think I'd have a good resume for one of these CMGC projects. But in my opinion, it's not the right thing for transparency. And in the opinion of the AGC task force that's been working on this for, I don't know, probably 5 years, they don't think the committee doesn't think it's the right approach.
Tell me what AGC stands for again.
Associated General Contractors of Texas. We represent, I believe, 700 firms.
700 out of how many that practice or work here in Texas? Approximately.
I would say, I'm gonna have to look back to Jennifer, my CEO, but I would say that
Whoa, you can't do that.
I can't do that, okay.
Sorry.
I'll answer off the best of my ability.
Yeah.
That 700 firms, and probably all but 1 or 2 of your large firms in the state, and the majority of your mid-sized firms, yes, sir. And then subcontractors are associate members, oftentimes, and we work hand in hand with TxDOT through the entity of the AGC to look at issues and help solve problems together.
So
Did I answer your question?
In a way, to me, we're basically having to make a decision whether to weigh the issue of faster process, I guess, from the CMGC, if we were to take the first witnesses, comments, versus lack of transparency, and then the issue of that we're reducing and narrowing who's actually eligible for these
Yes,
or
sir.
could submit bids.
Right.
Now, you're saying we would severely restrict then the ability of those contractors to be able to
Yes, sir.
submit their
I
bids?
will say yes to that question, yes, sir. And
Okay.
as far as reducing time, there is a timeline that goes with designing a project. I mean, you have to take borings of the soil, you have to design the foundations, then design the bridge up and down. So that's a process that takes time. So the design process takes time, the construction process takes time. There might be a little cost savings if you can overlap those, time savings if you can overlap those some.
Okay. Well, and you also mentioned in some, I think, LaHood's questions, Representative LaHood, sorry, that you already, TxDOT already participates in some of these early on opportunities to go in there. But so if they do that, that's similar to the CMG process somewhat from the way it was explained. Why wouldn't we want to have that opportunity? Setting aside transparency and setting aside the other issue of restricting who.
Okay. In my testimony, I said that TxDOT has a best practice where they post preliminary plans on a website, and then we can pull those down, look at them, and give TxDOT some feedback and comments on those. And then I said there's also some best practices where districts like San Antonio and Houston as well has invited contractors in to look at their preliminary plans, give them some comments. But that is not a subjective selection. That is not this firm is who we're going to talk to.
It's open to
process.
everyone.
It's anybody that can look at the FTP site or the computer site can make a comment on that.
Got it. I understand that now. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Curry asked a question.
So I'm sorry I missed the first part of your testimony. I had to run across the hall, but are you, so if you've already answered this, just please say I've answered that. What? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry
sir.
they're wasting your time.
My time is your time, sir.
So you can do these types of jobs, and you're against it. I know you said that.
Yes, sir, we
correct?
could. And I'm mainly against it for transparency's sake and for the sake that the task force across the state through the AGC of large, small, rural metropolitan contractors have not been able to endorse this.
So
I personally am against it, and the AGC.
Yeah, no, I understand. But under the current process, and I've seen this happen in many instances where I've got roadways coming through my area and so on, the public preview process, the comment process, and so on and so forth. In your history, the contractors have all had the availability to go to the same meetings, correct? And see the same set of plans and.
Absolutely, sir, and that's part of my job is to go to those meetings and look at plans. And
Yeah, and usually there's a bunch of contractors at those.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Good competition is out there. Yes, sir.
So if you're building a building and it's a large size project or a complicated project even, you pick at a minimum, if you put it out for public bid, which you may very well do, but then you'll ultimately make a decision based upon who the best one for the best price is to do that project, correct?
TxDOT pre-qualified.
I'm asking about you at the moment. You're spending your money and you're going out and when you're doing work on your own dime.
Okay, I'm in the process of doing that right now with my church.
Okay.
Working on a new roofing system, and I'm talking to multiple contractors to get their ideas on what's the best way to move forward. Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that you could be talking to out of county contractors, out of state contractors, and local contractors, correct?
Well, I don't live in Houston. I live in a rural area. I only have a few to choose from. Yes, sir.
Okay, but
we're talking personal here.
yeah, no, I understand.
But
That's
theoretically, yes, sir, I would.
Okay, so my point is that going back to the comments that were made earlier from the standpoint of competition and being able to have open and fair competition and transparency. And I understand that Mr. Weingarter testified to transparency in their process, in the CMGC process, and I understand that. I understand that there is a level of transparency, but I don't think it's as transparent as many bidders as possible being able to look at a project and say, I can handle that. I make my bid. I stake my claim. I make my case as to why I'm the best one to do it. And TxDOT chooses the best company wins.
You did a much better job of summing up the AGC position than I did probably right there.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You want to hire him? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. There's somebody here from TxDOT. Is anybody interested? All right. Yes, sir.
Is anybody interested?
Yes.
Okay.
What's his
His name is Brian Barth.
It's right here. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you. Brian Barth, Texas Department of Transportation, Deputy Executive Director, here as a resource witness on the bill.
Okay. All right. Mr. Curry, are you first?
I'll be happy to. So, Mr. Barth, if you wouldn't mind, you've been here the whole time. And by the way, we know you were here this morning. We appreciate you being here this evening. We're sorry to take away from your family time. But if you don't mind, would you, I asked Mr. Wingert this question earlier, and I'm going to ask you to kind of walk me through from your vantage point how TxDOT does it today and how you view the CMGC side to work from TxDOT's purview.
Okay, so right now, we basically have two project delivery models. One is design, bid, build, and one is design, build. And so design, bid, build, we hire an engineer or we do the engineering ourselves in-house, prepare a set of construction plans. We put those out for bid. Pre-qualified contractors bid on that project, and then we award that to the lowest pre-qualified bidder. On design build, we go through a process where we do a best value hire process to hire a team of constructors and engineers to do both the design and the building of the project. So that is a competitive, value-based procurement process that takes into account the qualifications and the price. And then we award that to a winning bidder based on the scoring. And then they go design and build the project and deliver the project. So those are the two types of ways.
How do you choose between, when you're choosing which one of those to use, how do you choose between them?
So I think you've heard it many times that today that our bread and butter is design, bid, build. And the vast majority of our projects are design, bid, build. We do go through a process on determining whether a project is a good design build. We go through working with our district offices, working with really the industry in that area. And we also then have a tool that we run criteria through to see if it grades well as a design build project.
So, Mr. Bart, do you have a preference of using local when at all possible on your jobs?
We don't.
Does that not come into play?
We don't require any preference. It's low on design, bid, build. It is low bid.
It's low bid, but they're pre-qualified,
Pre-qualified. Yep.
right? And so there's no preference necessarily given to local.
No.
But it is open to everybody that would like to try to qualify, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what percentage of your work, and this is, if you're guessing, you can just say, I'm guessing, what percentage of your work is design, bid, build versus design, build?
And I'm just guessing, but it's 97% is design, bid, build.
Okay. So do you see that there is any differences in what you're seeing in this construction manager CMGC type project than what you're doing today?
So this is a different delivery method. It would give us an additional tool to deliver certain types of projects. I think the big difference, this is really a hybrid between the two that we currently have, design, bid, build, and design, build. So this, we would hire the contractor through a qualifications-based and the engineer through our normal process, and then get them to work together. But they would both be under contract to us. As opposed to how we do a design build, we're under contract with a team of constructors and designers, and they go do the project. And so essentially the designer works for the contractor in the design build.
So do you think this would increase or decrease competition?
So it's got the potential to do both, but I think you heard earlier that, in this process, you basically get to a negotiated price with that selected contractor. If we're not happy with that price, and this also allows for a third-party independent estimate. So if we're not happy with that, then we can let it out as a design bid build, just like we would any other project.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Morales.
Mr. Barth, thank you. Okay. where do I start? There was two issues that were raised with respect to transparency and less contractors having access to that. Do you have the same concerns? If you're on TxDOT and you're protecting taxpayers' monies, do you believe that there would be less transparency?
So I believe we would have to work really hard to make sure we had that transparency in this model.
Okay. What about the less contractors having access or having the ability to bid on that type of CMGC type contract? Is that also?
I'm probably not the one to answer that, but I do think we see less participation on design build and potentially less participation on CMGC. Now, the types of projects, the projects that would make a good CMGC projects, that type of project is going to limit some competition also.
Got it. And that's where I want to also know. Educate us on what type of contracts we could envision that would benefit and we were actually realize the benefits of CMGC.
Yeah, so I've actually been thinking about this since this bill was filed. So I think one good example of a project that would be a good CMGC project is the big drainage tunnels that we're building under I-35 here in Austin. It's a unique type of construction. We don't do that every day. We gain some benefit by hiring a contractor that's familiar with tunneling. They could influence the design to get a better project.
Okay. If the CMG process is available to TxDOT, would you use it?
Again, I think there are, and it's very few, but I think there are a few projects where it would make sense to use CMGC. And the tunnels under 35 is a good example.
Okay. And I remember many years ago watching a documentary with respect to the San Francisco earthquake and how the state government, along with contractors, remember if you recall all those highways pancaked into one. I mean, and there was stretches of miles of them. And I was surprised as to how well the state and the contractors got in there, at least from the documentary that I saw, and hopefully you can shed some light to it. One, I understood that they were able to get together, sit down and figure out what was needed and the funding mechanism that needed to be in place. And one of the things that I found very unique, especially since I've been traveling up here since 1993 to go to University of Texas, and the I-35 is still not complete up to now. One of the things that I found unique was that they imposed certain guidelines and conditions to the contractors, one of them being that they had to be working 24 hours to rebuild this highways. Now, do you know if they followed the CMGC process for that?
I don't know what they used, but I will say that many times on some of our emergency contracts, it is a good idea to get contractors in before we put the project out for bid so that we can get input on a quick, fast emergency fix to something that's happened, like a bridge hit or a culvert washout, for example.
So God forbid something similar were to happen here, where stretches of miles of roads were to need to get rebuilt, highways need to get rebuilt overnight, basically, in 24 hours. Do you, on behalf of TxDOT, have the necessary tools in place right now, without CMGC, to be able to do something similar like that, where you're running your contractors 24 hours? I've always wondered.
Yes.
Okay, so that wouldn't restrict you, and if I were to not support this piece of legislation, you wouldn't be restricted any further in being able to do something similar in the event of a catastrophe?
No.
Okay. I think those are all the questions that I have. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Canales.
So just briefly, you mentioned the tunnels being a type of project where CMGC, isn't that also something that design build would be categorically or be more apt to fit as well? Doesn't it lend itself to the same thing?
Yeah, potentially, yes.
Okay, so you've already got a tool in the toolbox, for instance, that's very similar. It takes in portions of it, and you've already got a tool that you can use. design build instead of CMGC for a project like those tunnels.
And we could design bid build it.
Correct, thank you.
Members, any further questions for TxDOT? If not, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the bill? Seeing none, the chair lays out House Bill. I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Representative Paul to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be clear, this is not design build. This is a totally different thing. The joy of this type of system is that the TxDOT could hire an engineering company, so they're going to hire Texas engineering companies. They'll work with them. They can hire Texas contractors, and they'll be able to work hand in hand designing and evaluating this as it goes forward. I've done hundreds of these on the building side, not on the highway side, and it's a good system for that. So that's the reason we went in and filed the bill. But again, it's just a good way. I think they'll have plenty of transparency. I don't think any of our contractors couldn't do any of this. I have good faith in all of our contractors to be able to do this. I got good faith in our engineers. Most of this won't be one company that's designing and constructing it. There'll be different companies. So again, this is just a way to give TxDOT another tool to try to do this delivery system and hopefully make it work. So hopefully, yeah. Go ahead.
May I, Madam
Yes.
Chair? Representative Paul, can you shed any light as to why it's been so many years, you know, that we're talking about 100 years doing a certain way, why we didn't have this in place sooner? With your background.
Yeah, that I can't say. I have no idea. But like I said, on the building side, I've done hundreds of these, and it works great. A lot of them are the churches. The guy mentioned the church. You know, the churches, we've done a lot of them. It really worked good. So, I mean, it's just a way to get, when you're going through there, you got to, and the prices, a lot of work out good because the general, he gives you a set fee like, hey, I'm mentioning on the building side. It's different a little bit on the highway side, but we'll say, hey, his fee's going to be 5%. So you already know what his fee is. And you can see where his bids over his subs are. You can see all that. You can negotiate that also. But the owner, being TxDOT, will be able to see all these bids from the different subs. That's where all the money is, you know, so it's got a lot of transparency and a lot of cost savings in it. So that's the reason churches do it. But I think it's just giving us the ability to do it. It's not design build where you got one guy that's overseeing the whole thing, which could lead to issues as Chairman Canales talked about in that bridge in Corpus. So I think there'll be plenty of checks that TxDOT will be able. TxDOT's going to be in charge of the whole process.
Well, and if we have not needed it thus far, what type of projects are you aware of that have been either held back or have been restricted?
There's nothing. This is just a different way of doing it. There's not a specific thing, hey, this type of project works good for it. You know, these are all just different delivery systems to get to a project. So there's really not one advantage over the other for that.
Now, am I
Other than
correct?
hopefully time savings and some cost. Hopefully we could save some cost by doing this.
Now, am I correct in my reading of it? This is only a may, and so it only adds an additional tool. You're not forcing this upon TxDOT to use this now.
Absolutely, I would never do that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Close.
Yes, any other questions? If not, I close.
House Bill 3563 will be left in at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 4950 by Chairman Canales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, tall structures pose real risk to aircrafts, especially in low visibility and emergency situation. Structures over 200 feet are already subject to federal safety laws, but there's gaps in the enforcement that can jeopardize lives. What this bill does is ensures that aeronautic structures taller than 200 feet comply with all applicable federal regulations, and it codifies those requirements in the Texas statute. I respectfully ask for the privilege of closing if there are no questions.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Canales? If there are no further questions, we will proceed to testimony. Is there no, okay, there's no testimony. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify on, for, or against the measure? The chair recognizes Chairman Canales to close.
I close.
House Bill 4950 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 4967 by Chairman Canales. The chair recognizes Representative Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you. This is a straightforward bill with a simple goal to eliminate the renewal fee for dealer-issued temporary license plates. The bill maintains that the existing $10 fee for the initial issuance, but removes the cost burden for subsequent renewals. Under current law, dealers have to pay $10 a fee for both the original issuance and for each subsequent renewal. This is meaningful financial relief. I stand for questions and ask for the privilege of closing.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Canales? Seeing no further questions, there are no witnesses. So is there anyone else here who would like to testify for, on, or against the measures? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Canales to close.
I close.
House Bill 4967 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 4916 by Chairman Canales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, Texas Department of Motor Vehicles requires dealers to assign out-of-state titles that reflect the dealer as the owner to themselves, creating an unnecessary step in increasing operational costs. Dealers often acquire titles in their own names only to sell them immediately. The current law forces an unnecessary reassignment to themselves before they sell. What this does, it amends the Transportation Code to eliminate the requirement for a Texas licensed motor vehicle dealer to assign the vehicle to themselves before a subsequent retail sale. I stand for questions. If not, I respectfully reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Canales? No? Seeing none, we will proceed to testimony. The chair calls Tony Hall.
Tony Hall representing Carvana in support of the bill.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Additionally, I would like to thank you, Representative, for sponsoring the support legislation, your staff for supporting the bill. I'm Tony Hall. I have the privilege of serving as the head of policy for title and registration modernization at Carvana. Carvana is the nation's second largest used vehicle dealer. Our proven customer-first e-commerce model has positively impacted millions of lives through more convenient, accessible, and transparent car buying and selling experiences. Since our founding in 2012, we have purchased or retailed more than 4 million vehicles nationwide. In Texas, Carvana has sold more than 250,000 vehicles and employs 1,300 Texans across our 13 locations. In 2024 alone, sales totaled well over $1 billion, resulting in sales tax collections over $71 million. House Bill 4916 addresses a TXDMV interpretation that unnecessarily requires motor vehicle dealers to assign vehicle titles to themselves before transferring them to retail purchasers. Currently, Texas licensed dealers who are issued out-of-state certificates of title in their name are required to assign those titles to themselves prior to transfer to a retail purchaser. The requirement creates inefficiencies and increases operational costs. For Carvana, this translates to us handwriting our name and addresses approximately 100,000 times per year at an estimated 2,000 hours of processing time, leading to increased operational costs, over $100,000 in wage and benefit costs, and preventing us from automating critical steps in our customer experience, like quickly capturing electronic signatures from our customers at the time of sale. While licensed dealers obtaining certificates of title in the name of a dealer is not widespread, it is a quickly emerging trend around the country with the advancement of technology, services, and programs in other states that allow multi-state dealers to quickly obtain titles to facilitate subsequent retail activities. HB 4916 will eliminate the need for Texas licensed motor vehicle dealers to perform this redundant action, streamlining the title transfer process. This will reduce operational costs for dealers and allow for greater automation of the customer experience without compromising transparency or the security of the title transfer process. Thank you for your time and consideration. I ask the committee to support HB 4916, and I'm available for questions.
Members, are there any questions for Mr. Hall? See none? Thank you very much for being here.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the measure? The chair recognizes Representative Canales to close.
I close.
House Bill 4916 will be left pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 5177 by Representative Diala. Okay. Okay. So Terry just handed me the sheet.
Madam Chair, members. Yes. We can just chat, visit. Yes. I close. No. Ms. Chair, members, Representative Purry, thank you for this opportunity to bring to you House Bill 5177. This bill brings much-needed reform to the Harris County Toll Road Authority, or HCTRA. It ensures toll road revenues pay for operating expenses and debt service of the toll road, and that any excess revenues go to relieving congestion and providing public safety. Some history. HCTRA was established in 1983 by this legislature, resulting in the build of several toll roads throughout the greater Houston area. Unlike other toll road authorities that have unelected appointed boards, the state permitted Harris County Commissioners Court to administer HCTRA. Note, the toll roads were financed through revenue bonds paid for by the tolls. No county property tax or sales tax were used to build or operate these toll roads. This bill does four good and important things. One, requires HCTRA operating funds be spent on the toll road system and no longer allows those funds to be diverted away from the toll road system. Two, removes politics from the distribution of surplus revenues, requiring they be appropriately distributed to commissioner precincts based on county roads maintained. Three, the bill also acknowledges and ensures the City of Houston, where 64% of lane miles exist, continues to keep motorists safe by providing police and fire service on the toll system. And four, finally, this bill requires an audit of Harris County and the city's use of these funds, giving toll payers and taxpayers alike the transparency they deserve. In 2022, it was reported that the Harris County Commissioners Court redirected $53 million from HCTRA operating funds from building roads to instead fund the development and connection of hiking and biking trails. This bill will require HCTRA operating funds be spent on the toll road system as intended and no longer allowing operating funds to be used elsewhere. Also, the proper use of HCTRA surplus funds. And these are the operating funds that I was talking about earlier. This is also a bill addresses the surplus fund. This body has previously attempted to restrict the use of surplus HCTRA funds, but we need to revisit this as funds have been used for other purposes and to account for city services provided to HCTRA. Section 284 restricts the use of surplus revenue to pay for construction, maintenance, repair, or operation of roads, streets, highways, or other related facilities that are not part of a project under this chapter. Here it is important to note that we are talking about, what we're talking about is regarding surplus revenues. These surplus revenues are determined by the amount remaining after operating the toll road and debt service costs. Again, these funds are after all operating expenses and debt service. In 2020, Harris County's Commissioners Court altered how surplus toll revenues were distributed, opting to divide the funds equally irrespective of the number of roads each precinct is responsible for administering. For example, in fiscal year 2025 adopted budget for Harris County, one precinct which contained 47% of the county-owned roads received the same amount as a precinct which only contained 15% of the county roads. This bill aims to ensure excess revenues sent to the Commissioners Court are divided by roads that must be maintained by the county. 70% of excess toll revenues would be distributed to the county and can only be used on county-owned and maintained roads. As a result of this bill, Harris County Commissioners Court met earlier this week to address this and voted to distribute funds to precincts based on road allocation. We will be working with the county to incorporate their allocation in the bill. This bill also requires 30% of excess revenues be shared with the municipality that contains more than 40% of the number of lane miles. There are 308.64 road miles in HCTRA footprint. 64% of those miles are located within the City of Houston. This 30% of excess revenue allocated to the city ensures the City of Houston continues to provide police and fire service on the toll system to keep motorists safe a service the city has been providing for decades at no cost to HCTRA. You may hear from witnesses that the HCTRA County Constables patrol the toll roads and provide motor assistance services, and that those services are in large part provided by the county constables. This is true, and they do an excellent job. It is also true that the constables contract with HCTRA to provide these services, and that those expenses are included in HCTRA's operating budget. It is also true that the contract is a fee-based contract that accounts for availability and not a reimbursement for services provided. I have spoken with Harris County Constables about this bill and have heard firsthand how valuable and necessary the city's first responders are on a daily basis to the safety of HCTRA motorists. We have invited Houston Police and Fire Chiefs today who can testify on this. This bill also recognizes that approximately 750,000 daily toll road users who do not pay city property taxes commute from outside the city of Houston into the city for work, imposing considerable demands on municipal infrastructure and services without any compensation to the city. Lastly, the committee substitute will require the county and city to hire an independent auditor to ensure that these funds are being spent properly. In 2020, Commissioners Court voted to create a local government corporation to manage Harris County's toll road system, in a move expected to provide a windfall to county coffers and allow surplus toll collections to be spent on non-transportation purposes. Through state intervention, this effort was ultimately stopped. It has also been reported that beginning in 2021, the county transferred a portion of HCTRA surplus revenue to Harris County called 202 General Administration budget item, code that distributes funds to non-transportation departments and budget codes within Harris County, such as district attorney, jail outsourcing, pay equity studies, and general county obligations. This bill would prevent future HCTRA surplus funds from being commingled with the county's general administrative fund. Used appropriately, these funds should work to prevent property tax increases for all county residents, including those that reside in the city. In short, this bill brings much-needed transparency and directs both operating and surplus funds in a manner intended by the legislature. Thank you, members. I reserve my right to close, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Curry has a question, or two or three or something like that.
Representative Dale. Thank you.
There was someone else there before.
What is?
I'm sorry, and this is my normal seat. Anyway, let's move on with this. So, is the debt paid off?
No.
Do you know how much debt is left in HCTRA?
I don't know the exact number. I know it's a $2+ billion number, as I understand it.
$2+ billion number?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what the excess of the tolls versus what the debt would be? Because there's obviously excess revenue that's being spent here.
Correct.
Correct.
So there's some, to answer your question, and there's some folks here that have a finer pencil
Okay.
on this, but generally, about $1 billion in revenue, about $300 million in excess.
Okay.
In surplus funds. Between cash equivalents, and investments, I've heard the number to run in excess of $1 billion.
Okay, would you expect that the most of the usage of those roads would be local usage?
Depends how you define local. I
Well,
mean,
local residents that are in and out of the suburbs and so on and so forth, going in and out of town.
yeah, if you're talking about local within the city limits or local within the county,
Right.
I don't have the exact data on it, but we do know that, roughly 700,000 people a day come into the city that don't reside in the city.
All right, so then my only other question for you at the moment is, and I'm trying to get my arms around this, and I've been trying for a couple of days. So one of the points that I'm trying to ask about is the money the bonds were issued, the money that's coming in from the toll. Is it Harris County exclusively?
So again, HCTRA is separate and apart from the county. The Commissioners Court administers HCTRA, two separate books, two separate accounting systems. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, I'm kind of, what I'm really,
but-
just
but
to
I will
get
tell
to
you this,
drive to the
When we talk
question.
about surplus funds, we're talking about after debt service.
Right, I understand. And that's one of, there's a lot of money still that could be used to pay down the debt, move on, correct? I don't know if the debt's refundable or what have you, most of it is, but, or in most cases it is. My question is there any, can you explain to me how these funds, these excess funds or otherwise could or would be recognized as the state's business versus local business?
Well, by statute, the state has made it local business. So let's start with the authority. The authority is the state. The state created HCTRA.
Okay.
The state has, by statute, said, county, you can use those surplus funds a certain way. This bill addresses that.
Okay, so we're basically, we're changing, and I'm no lawyer here, and you are. So we're changing the way the law works because we gave them the authority to do it a certain way. Now we're clarifying or redefining the way that we want them to do it today, correct?
Yes, let me add to that just a little bit. We said you can use these surplus funds, not that you're authorized to use them, but you must use them this way. And this bill now updates that to include much of it, but makes it to where it really can't be used and tightens it up a way that was not intended by that statute.
And if we wanted to also add in there that they should use a portion of these funds to pay down the debt faster and lower or eliminate these tolls, would that be something to be considered or no?
That's not part of this bill.
Okay. Should it be?
You look at the stakeholders to see if that's something that should be done. It depends what's going to be in the future for the toll road.
Okay, so that's gonna take me back to, who are the stakeholders, right? Are we the stakeholders, or the people of the state of Texas the
Yes.
stakeholders? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
The state of Texas are the stakeholders. The city and county residents and the users of the toll roads are stakeholders. Yes, those are all true. But again, to the extent that more tolls, more roads are going to be built or developed, that's what these funds are supposed to be used for.
Okay, I'll stop there. I'm trying to figure out where how the state and county and city all fit in, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Am I ready? I can go? Okay. Thank you. Representative De Ayala, I wanted to know, this affects our county only, right? Because it says over 4 million?
Correct.
So this is targeted at Harris County. And I wanted to know, did you consult with any officials from the city of Houston and/or Harris County before you filed this bill? And if so, who did you consult with?
There were representatives from the city of Houston that we did talk to about the impact of their public safety expense, police, fire, EMS, that sort of thing, to see what kind of burden that was, as that was part of the analysis that went into this bill.
So the city was concerned about their expenses to handle those calls. Okay. And I'll ask more about that later when the
Okay.
witnesses come up. But you mentioned the hike and bike trails to be unrelated to transportation infrastructure. But, I mean, personally, I feel like they do reduce traffic, they improve mobility, and they enhance safety. Do you not agree?
Whether I agree or not, I don't necessarily agree, but I'm just looking at the language of the statute, and it's not in there. So the permitted use did not include that, whether they may have some role in traffic congestion or not, and I personally don't think they have any material benefit to traffic congestion, I don't. But, and I've been in the Houston-Harris County area since 1974. But what's more to the point is it's not a permitted use of those funds.
Okay. Those are my only questions for right now.
Mr. Little?
Thank you, Speaker Craddock. Representative Dayal, I'd like to commend to you. Have you heard of a guy named Bill King?
I have.
Okay, he writes this blog, and I read it quite a bit. I grew up in the city of Houston. Harris County was the county of my birth and my youth, and this is what I understand the current state of play to be as it relates to Harris County Toll Road Authority. So in the last 3 years, my understanding is the Harris County Toll Road Authority has transferred $1.2 billion to Harris County, right? Something like that?
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and the concern is that Harris County is not using those funds for the things that the legislature told it to by statute. Isn't that the concern?
In some respect, yes.
In some respects, yes. In some respects, no, right? Now, the city of Houston is at a $330 million annual operating deficit, right? Isn't that right? That's my understanding anyway.
It's a deficit. The exact dollar amount, I don't know, but I don't disagree with that.
And my understanding is that, well, this is just the truth, that the city of Houston benefits from and uses Harris County Toll Road, right? The people who come to work in the city of Houston are coming and going on the toll road, right?
You mean all of the Harris County residents that live in the city of Houston? Yes, they use the toll roads.
Yeah. But the city doesn't really get to benefit from it in any way, does it?
The way you're asking it, I think, yes, in this way. That is, none of that revenue. And again, I want to focus on the impact to the city that comes from all this migration, and they have expenses with their own roads, the roads that lead you to and from these toll roads, the services that are provided to these added folks that come into the city of Houston. And so I think what you're asking is that the city of Houston really doesn't get a financial benefit and yet provides a number of services for these folks. Yes.
Yeah, but the county does get a benefit. My understanding is that benefits $1.2 billion over the last 3 years.
Correct.
And the county determines which precincts that money is going to be spent in and how, right?
Correct.
And then one of the concerns is that that money that is supposed to be used to pay for roads, movement along county roads, is being used for other projects of the county in an unaccountable way. Did I fairly state that?
At least in some respects, and that's, again, one of the big keys to this bill is to tighten that up.
And my understanding from the research that I've done on my own is that the county has made significant transfers to its operating account that it then uses for other purposes that may not be transportation related. And that is why your bill contains an audit provision?
Correct.
Okay.
And to put a point on it, once funds get transferred from HCTRA to the city's 202 account, again, that account funds a number of things and money's fungible, right? And that's just a practice that, very well may be, it's suspicious at least, and it just shouldn't be a practice that should go forward.
So if I'm summarizing correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is a pretty complex bill and I'm not the author. Your bill proposes a new way to divide that net operating income of Harris County Toll Road Authority and an audit to determine that the money is being expended in the way that the legislature designed. Is that, do I have that correctly?
Agreed. An audit for the county and the city.
Okay. Are you aware of any types of expenditures on the part of the county of HCTRA's funds that may not have been the way the legislature intended when it wrote the statute?
A few, yes. The hike and bike trail, for example. That's something that wasn't permitted in its section 284.0031 of the Transportation Code.
Okay.
That's one example.
So my understanding was that the Senate companion of this bill was heard in committee a couple weeks ago?
Correct.
Okay. So my understanding is that HCTRA is sitting on $2 billion in cash.
That's the testimony that I heard. I haven't looked at those CAFRs. They're reviewing CAFRs. I haven't seen those. That's why I know it's at least $1 billion, and there was testimony of $2+ billion.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood the state of play. Thank you.
Now, if I may add, I can get you Bill King's autograph. He'll be testifying later today.
Testifying here?
Yes,
The man's here?
the man is here.
Oh, my goodness. You promise? All right. Oh, I've got mine. I brought mine. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Is there any, wait a minute, are there any other questions? He's disappearing, so once he leaves here, he's gone.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
We'll give you the right to close.
Thank you.
I have questions, but I think not.
Oh,
I
wait a
think
minute.
resource witnesses, or the other witnesses may help us. I'll push.
We call Corby Alexander.
Oh, you sure do.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. Again, my name is Corby Alexander, and I'm the city manager for one of the 40 or so cities in Harris County not named Houston. So it is, we are a municipality in and of ourselves, and consequently have some of the same issues as the city of Houston, but certainly not on the same scale. But I just wanted to,
Are you for or against?
I am against.
Okay.
I am against.
And so can you tell us what city for the record that you're?
City of LaPorte.
LaPorte, thank you.
I'm the
very
city
much.
manager for the city of LaPorte.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Please
you.
Proceed.
And the city of LaPorte strongly opposes House Bill 5177 because of consequences are too grave and urges this body to reject it. The bill threatens to dismantle the funding model that has delivered roughly $16 million in critical transportation-related infrastructure for the city of LaPorte in just the past few years. And these were not maintenance activities, routine upgrades, but these were infrastructure improvements that really impact the quality of life of our citizens. And it's done through a partnership with the cities in Harris County. I think we've talked some about the distribution of funding that comes from the toll authority to the precincts. And what we've managed to do in collaboration with the precinct 2 is leverage their funding in this toll money to fund much needed infrastructure, transportation-related infrastructure in our communities. And these are projects that, quite frankly, just could not happen without the input and support of Harris County. And so just wanted to be clear with this committee that communities like mine, smaller communities in Harris County, do stand to experience a loss if this bill is passed in its current form. And that's really, I'm going to cut my comments short, and that's all I wanted to share with this committee tonight.
All right.
Be
Are
happy
there
to
any
answer any
que-
questions.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just don't know, what, you have the bond
What?
covenant? He said thank you too. So that means you got.
Richard Cantu?
To cover the liability. The idea said was, this is only the profits that we want to cut.
We might call him one more time.
But it's still like,
We have
you
an
just want to
overflow,
come in,
so
you
call him
run a
one more
bad
time.
fucking
Richard
city
Cantu, yeah.
government, and now you just.
Richard Cantu?
Hey, you have a lot of money, let them take it from you. Okay, that's the concern. Where's the stuff?
Lori Christensen? We have an overflow room, so, you know, we got to give him a minute here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Craddock and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm Laurie Christensen, the Fire Marshal for Harris County. I'm here to oppose 5177 as written, House Bill 5177 as written, and to provide clarification regarding emergency response along the 132 miles of main lane miles of the Harris County Toll Road. The Harris County Fire Marshal's Office statutorily coordinates with 33 emergency service districts, 2 departments funded by municipal utility districts across unincorporated Harris County. We also maintain strong operational partnerships with 25 municipal departments throughout the region that make up the 53 fire and EMS departments services throughout Harris County. Of the 53 fire and EMS departments in Harris County, 23 outside the city of Houston actively provide direct fire and EMS response to the Harris County tollway main lanes. These departments cover multiple segments of the tollway, including the main lanes of the Sam Houston Tollway, north, east, south, and west, and the Hardy Toll Road, including the West Park Tollway. These areas lie entirely outside the city of Houston's response jurisdiction. Coupled with those frontline agencies is the HCFMO hazmat team, which is deployed in situations where hazardous materials release exceeds the capacity of local responders. Maintaining mobility on HCTRA-managed roadways is a shared responsibility. All of our responding agencies for fire and EMS must work in concert to ensure quick, safe, and coordinated responses, because mobility, safety, and public trust are on the line with every incident. A key point, response to HCTRA tollways incidents is regional. It's not centralized. Every day, fire and EMS agencies are fulfilling this essential role. I do want you to take a look, and if you have any questions later on the map, we have broken down for you. What you're looking at is in the yellow is the city of Houston, and the other areas are the unincorporated jurisdictions or the cities. And as you can see, we've listed those emergency service districts and those municipal water districts that include EMS and fire that respond outside the city of Houston jurisdiction. And so you can see here, the yellow is Houston's main lanes, and then the rest would be the unincorporated. So I will take any questions, and again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this, and I thank you for your consideration as you look at the facts.
Are there any questions?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Which one of y'all is going to start? Mr. Morales, you going to start first?
Yes, sir. I think people have heard it enough of Representative Curry.
His mic has been cut off.
Can you, before he hits me?
Yes, sir.
Can you flip the map and just show us, there's different shades of yellow, so I wasn't able to follow you?
Okay, sure. So if you'll look here on the map, at the very
Can you
top left.
flip it so that I can
Yeah,
see?
absolutely. So here you'll see the HCTRA, which is the fire. We've broken it down to EMS because I know there was some questions about the difference between fire and EMS. In addition, we wanted you to see the Harris County ESD fire departments, and then the Harris County ESDs, EMSs. And so what we're showing is, and remember, Harris County being the geographical monster that it is going to show that the ESDs are going to be covering a lot of the tollways that Houston's not. But remember, some of that, based on how it's set up, it could be that the ESDs may be covering the fire, and it could be another city or another jurisdiction that is covering the EMS. And so we broke it down for you that way. But I mean, I'll be happy to get you a more detailed map, or if you have questions, I'll be happy to put that together for you.
Now put that together for me.
Yes,
in
sir.
a ribbon as to why you're against the bill, if it seems that you're going even outside of the city.
So remember, these emergency service districts are their own fire departments. We have 23 other fire and EMS departments that are responding. And if you look at this map, you will see they're responding to more than what the city of Houston is responding to. So my point being, those fire departments are already responding. Houston is not responding to those main toll lanes in those areas. They're only responding to the main toll lanes within the city's jurisdictions. And I want to just, remind us, main toll lanes is not the frontage nor the exits and entrance ramps. So we're talking just the main lane. So the main lanes is as you can see, to the left here is a smaller portion, and then to the bottom right, Houston Tollway South. So I wanted to clarify that as you look up in the north side and the east side, you'll see all of that is either cities or ESD responses. Same thing here as we get into some of the bottom where we get close to Brazoria County.
Okay, now, Representative De Ayala was talking about how it's an influx of folks from outside of the city that'll come in for work. But I envision also that there's city folk that have to go out and use these toll roads to go work outside the city.
Absolutely.
Do you happen to know, and I'm sorry if I'm catching you, do you know the percentages of how many folks either come in on a daily basis?
I
and how many?
Yes, sir. I believe somebody's going to discuss that, but if not, I'm sure that we will have you that answer by the end of this. What I'll say is this, though. As a resident of the city of Houston and a resident of the Harris County, you're absolutely correct. We get on the toll and we don't know if we're in the city, if we're in the county. When we call 911, we just need somebody to show up. And what we do know is that when they show up, it could be an emergency service district, which is a paid fire department here in unincorporated Harris County. It could be the EMS. It could be the Harris County Hazmat Team. It could be the Houston Hazmat Team if it's in the home ruled city's jurisdiction main lanes.
And you feel comfortable that the way that the resources are being allocated now are addressing the needs of your department as well as those others?
Absolutely, yes, sir. And so, as you know, I'm the unincorporated fire marshal for Harris County. 788 square miles is the size of the unincorporated portion of Harris County. So even if you try to compare that to other counties, there's no other county that meets that criteria. And so, yes, sir, our concern, again, I'm not the expert. I know that there's 132 miles of tollway, and I'm sure somebody can tell you how much in the county, but the unincorporated county, I'm extremely confident with the response we have from our fire departments, our EMS, and our hazmat team that responds with them, and we coordinate. I also want to say, remember, there's other cities. So we have Jersey Village. We have City of Katy. There are some other cities that also respond. So it's not just the emergency service districts. Oftentimes, again, you call 911, and depending on how that tower triangulates, you could get one of those two as well. But again, I want to focus that this is main lane response.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And do you know, do you have a name of the person that would have possibly the percentages so that I would reach out to them? If you don't, that's fine. I can visit.
I'm being pointed to, but I will find that out for you, sir.
Thank you. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Representative Curry has a question, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm still, I think Representative Morales was on the right track here, and I'm trying to figure out how this bill and how what happens in this bill would negatively affect what you do. In other words, if and I'm just going back to the 30% as an example, how would that negatively affect in any way what it is that you do or the services that you would provide or anything? Why would you be against this? I don't get this.
Because I have additional fire departments that are responding. Houston is not responding to as many calls as we have heard because we have to focus on main tollway lanes. So when you look at the main tollway lanes, again, we're not talking frontage, we're not talking exit ramps, anything else. If you look at the main tollway lanes, we have fire departments, whether it's the city or the ESDs, that are providing the service. I don't need the city of Houston to provide services in the unincorporated county because we have a very robust fire and EMS.
Is this your primary source of funding for your fire department?
I'm the Harris County Fire Marshal. No, sir, I am not funded through anything with HCTRA. I am funded through the general and special funds related to Harris County Fire.
So the funding mechanism of HCTRA and how the funds are allocated do not affect you?
Or the
If
other,
you're not funded by HCTRA at all?
no, sir, or the other fire departments and EMS that respond. They're
Right.
not getting funding either.
Correct. I mean, the fire departments up and down I-35 are not funded by anything on I-35 that I know of. They're little towns and volunteers and what have you. But that's what I'm trying to figure out is where's the dog in this fight, right? I'm not quite sure that I understand because your funding's not coming from HCTRA. And this is a discussion about what the excess funding of HCTRA does and how it moves. And granted,
No,
whether Houston's 30% of it or not is a question that needs to get answered at some point here. But tell me, if you don't mind, walk
Sure.
me through how that affects you.
So you may be familiar with the FEMA reimbursement rate. Okay, so that is normally the calculation that would be used for response. I am not comfortable saying that the response numbers are meeting that 30%. If there is a reason to look at cost of response, we need to really look at what is the cost of response. If there needs to be some type of a payment plan, something like that, that's not for me to decide. What I'm really focused on is we have excellent service in Harris County. We are not losing any access to safety equipment or anything like that in the county on these toll lanes, because if for some reason a city or a jurisdiction cannot respond, and we've got backup in mutual aid units. But where I'm headed is, are we saying 30% is for the calls they make? And I want to be really careful if we're going to just come up with numbers. I'm the kind of person, when I report back to FEMA after an emergency declaration, we have to be very specific. What did you respond to? What equipment did you use? How many pieces of apparatus did you have? How much manpower?
Okay, so my point, I appreciate your commentary
sir.
on this, and I respect.
I'm not trying to be difficult either. I hope you know me. I get excited.
Nor am I. I'm just confused.
Yes, sir.
So, what I'm trying to get to is that the taxpayers fund what you do in all these communities around. They fund the fire departments. I'm a huge fan of the fire departments, and a part of what the fire
Sales
departments
tax.
do
Yes, sir.
is deal with accidents on the highways and emergency calls on the highways, but also buildings and homes and
Yes, sir.
car wrecks and all kinds of various things within the municipalities. Correct?
Yes, sir. That's
So
correct.
consequently, the taxpayers are funding that protection and what the fire department does, not necessarily the toll road users, and that was where my confusion lied. So thank you so much for coming. Thanks for what you do and what your team does, and we
Thank
appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, ma'am,
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see another question. Yes?
once you get up here, it's tough to get away.
Yes, sir. Hey, that's all right, sir. I'm here for you.
Mr. Patterson has a question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here this evening. You're the fire marshal, correct?
Yes, sir. The Harris County Fire Marshal, yes,
For
sir.
the county?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you respond to 911 calls?
My office does, yes, sir.
Your office does?
Yes, sir, we
Okay,
do.
who in your office responds to 911?
We have a Harris County Hazardous Materials team.
Okay,
In addition, if called upon to be a first responder, we have our investigations team
Okay.
that would respond. We are not a suppression unit per se with fire trucks, so we do not respond. That's why we have our emergency service districts and
Sure.
others. We respond with our hazmat and our investigations team most often.
okay.
So if there's a car fire, I wanted to make sure that makes
Yeah.
sense. If there's a car fire, then our investigators would be called out to the car fire on the main tollway.
Sure. And then, in terms of your testimony tonight, is it that the City of Houston Fire and Police, especially fire, only responds to events that occur within the City of Houston?
That's correct. And again, from my position, it's going to be because I have to document everything we do, every response, even for us to get our funding from the Harris County Commissioners Court. It is about the response, and if you're on the main toll lanes, we have to be very clear as to what we're responding to and what that reimbursement should be, if there should be one. But again, I just want to clarify that Houston is not responding, HFD is not responding to the entire 132 miles of main tollway. And again, we talk about the vast size of Harris County. I just wanted to make sure we were clear. You understood we have so many different areas, and we're very unique, as you well know.
Is it your understanding that Houston Fire Department has mutual aid agreements with the cities adjacent to the City of Houston and the ESDs?
Yes, sir. There is some rules through Texas state rules that there is MOUs and emergency response backups. That is correct.
Okay, so then it's not necessarily accurate that the Houston Fire Department does not respond to calls outside of their municipality?
If they're called for a mutual aid incident, that's correct.
Okay.
And vice versa. Yes,
right.
sir.
So the City of Houston Fire Department can and likely does respond to events that occur outside of the City of Houston lanes.
I'm sure they have
Because of mutual aid
documentation to
agreements.
show you that, yes, sir.
Okay, all right,
And
thank you.
that's the key, is, every run we document what we do.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay? Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions? All right, well, I'm not going to let them call you back. Thank you.
No, sir, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Who's the next? Bill King.
Good evening, members. Good to see some friends and apparently at least one fan here.
After you've asked you a question, it may change.
Exactly. I'm a research fellow at the Baker Institute at Rice University in the public finance section. I spend my day reading the local government financials and writing about them. And I'm here as a resource witness, not testifying for or against the bill, but to provide some background, summarization of the current financial condition of the toll road and a little history about what's going on. We're passing out a few slides here. One is going to be the net income of HCTRA going back to 2011. For many years, HCTRA was making $200 or $300 million a year, and the county commissioners were taking out about $100 million a year to spend on road projects that they need to do in their precincts. Starting about 2016, traffic went up dramatically. There were some rate increases, and HCTRA started making a whole lot more money starting about that time. Since about 2016, with the exception of the COVID year, it's been averaging about $400 million a year in net income. This is after all expenses are paid. And so I've got a chart here that shows you, goes back and shows you that. For most of the history of the toll road, there's been a transfer of excess proceeds of about $100 million out. That got ramped up dramatically beginning in 2021. Actually, in 2021, $500 million was taken out in a single year. And since then, it's kept up at those kinds of rates. And so I've got a chart here for you that shows you what those transfers have been every year, going all the way back to 2011. There's been some confusion about how much liquidity the organization currently has. I brought you, this is an excerpt from their certified financial statement, and what it shows is there's $2 billion in current assets. That's cash on hand, investments, accounts receivable, what you would refer to as quick assets if you were an accountant. There was some confusion about whether or not that included any restricted cash, and I've highlighted here in yellow that below that line is the restricted cash amount. I will also tell you, I didn't bring this with me, but I looked at it on the way today. That number has grown during the first 5 months of this fiscal year to about $2.2, $2.3 billion. And the last thing that I have for you is the last budget that was just adopted by Harris County not very long ago for what's called Mobility Fund 1070. This is the money that's moved out of HCTRA to the county's bank account, and how they want to spend that. They're budgeting to take out $305 billion in the current fiscal year, and you can see how they've got that allocated between the various precincts and a couple of other departments. So that's really all I have to share, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to take questions.
Mr. Lilly has a question.
Thank you, Mr. King. Lest anyone think that that was some dramatic trial lawyer move that I pulled there, I did not know that you were coming. I do. My father actually commended your blog to me. I have copies of your articles printed out.
Oh, great.
There are a couple things that, to me, are disturbing. And the first is the opacity of the county's budget as it relates to the expenditure of this capital. And can you just address that concern or what your reactions are to it?
Yeah, it's changed a lot over time. The statute says, and I've got a copy of the statute here if you want to see it, but I think everybody knows this. The statute says that the county will administer these excess proceeds without any oversight or interference from the state. And so there's very little oversight to what's done here. The last audit that was done was by the county auditor, which is really a political appointee, and at the end of '22, and they noted a few minor problems with it. We pulled all of the expenditures for the year 2023 and looked at them. They're all general ledger transfers from this 1070 to various places. So there'll be like salaries, precinct 1, $79,000. But you have no way of knowing what those salaries were, what they were doing. And so I'm not here to tell you the money's being misspent. I'm just telling you that there's really no way to know how it's being spent with the current accounting and disclosure that we have right now.
It's almost it's impossible for people like you and me to tell without an audit, right?
I've tried very difficult to try. I've been trying very hard to figure out exactly how the money's spent, and I can't figure it out.
One of the other things that you've written about is the application of an equity philosophy to the distribution of the funds across the county. My understanding is that Precinct 3 it contains most of the county's road miles that should be benefiting from these excess funds, and yet they receive a disproportionately low share of the excess proceeds. Did I misread that?
So the allocation has changed over time. I think right now, up until this recent agreement, it's basically been spent 25% each commissioner. Each one of these precincts has its own distinct characteristics. There's no question that Precinct 3 has the most lane miles. Precinct 2 has a whole bunch of truck traffic, which requires a lot of road work to be done. So I'm not here to testify how I think that money ought to be spent up, but just arbitrarily dividing it a quarter probably didn't make any sense.
And if I read correctly, I think one of the things that you've proposed is that HCTRA actually have an independent board appointed by different stakeholders that stand to either use or benefit from HCTRA, whereas now currently HCTRA's business is essentially presided over by the Commissioner's Court of Harris County. Did I have that right?
Let me take off my Baker hat and set it over here for a second. So you were talking about some reforms I proposed in my blog. And the way all county toll road authorities are governed by the commissioners. So this is a county toll road authority. But this is unlike any other county toll road authority that there is out there because of the size of it. The only other one that we have that's comparable is the North Texas Toll Road.
I'm familiar with that.
Which is a multi-county. And as you may know, the legislation for that specifically prohibits elected officials sitting on that board. They're all appointees of the county commissioners, of the commissioner courts, and there's a gubernatorial appointment, but it's specifically. And so, again, speaking personally, what troubles me about this, and again, I'm not saying anybody's misspent any money because I don't know, but what troubles me about this is you have a lot of money, really hundreds of millions of dollars, how that money's going to be spent decided by one person. Because once that money gets is allocated to a particular commissioner's account, then they spend that money pretty much however they want to, and there's no oversight to it. There's no state oversight of it per the statute. And, frankly, the commissioners are not going to start looking at how each other is spending their money.
Yeah, and the struggle that I see, and I don't live in Harris County anymore. I grew up, I remember when the Sam Houston Tollway was being built. It was built right by my house. Mm-hmm. At least part of it was. And the Harris County Toll Road Authority has thrown off something like $1.2 billion in excess proceeds over the last 3 years. But there seems to be almost no consideration given to charging less to the people who use it over some period of time, while property taxes are being increased by the county at the same time, and these excess proceeds are being poured over for purposes that may not include the statutory ones. And I'll just say that seems to me to be something that requires additional observation.
You asked me to respond to that?
Yeah, would you?
Well, they did lower the tolls a little bit here not too long ago, a couple of years ago. Look, my view of the toll road money is nobody wants to raise the gas tax. and we haven't raised it since 1997, I think, or something. And so over time, the inflation has eroded that. Cars are more efficient. We got more EVs. It's just not going nearly as far. So you guys are having to spend sales tax money and other things to build our roads. To me, this is a source of funds to, build roads, deal with mobility issues. And it's a user fee, which I like. I like the fact that the expense and the cost are lined up to the same person.
They're correlated.
So correlated, right. So I personally don't have a problem with the idea of having tolls, but they need to be spent on mobility. And I don't know whether they are or not right now, and I don't think the people of Harris County can know that or not, and I think it ought to be abundantly clear. And I think it is the legislative's duty, frankly, to make sure they are, because you all authorized them to do this in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, I'm not sure if Mr. King announced his name, who he represented, and I didn't hear him say self at the beginning. He said, okay. But he did say himself as resource, okay. Mr. King, I want to drill down a little bit into, you mentioned or on your paper here, you mentioned that there's $230 million allocated to the county's road and bridge subdivision drainage program. So were those funds, did I hear you say that those are allocated basically 25% per
Which document are you
commissioner?
looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the one with the
This is
two.
this is the budget. This is a page out of the budget that was just released, So I'm sorry, what was your question?
So were those funds allocated 25% for each of the four commissioners? Is that the way that you understand it?
So if you look at the new revenue in 2025, you'll see the four commissioners' precincts are exactly the same amount of money.
Correct.
$60,500,000. So this budget allocation was done on that. My understanding is they just recently have reached an agreement, I don't know if it's been documented or formalized, to change that up a little bit.
Well, that was going to be my next question. So how often do the road and bridge districts, the actual physical roads that are located within each commissioner's district, how often does that change? Do you know?
It's changed every year when they do the budget. They decide how they're going to spend up the money. As I recall, a couple of years ago, Precinct 3 was actually getting less money than some of the others. So there's a political component to all that. But
so hold on, let me drill down in that. So you're saying that Precinct 3 was getting less money. What number of roads and bridges did they have Precinct 3 compared to the other districts? Are you aware?
It's like 40%. They certainly have more than their pro rata share of 25%.
Okay, so each commissioner gets 25% of the funding, but one commissioner had roughly 40% of the roads and bridges in their district.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are other considerations. Like I said,
Okay.
Precinct 2 they've got all these bridges over the Harris County Ship Channel. They've got all this truck traffic. So it's not, I'm not suggesting that you ought to just allocate it out by formulaic like that. I think it needs to be looked at. But I don't see any basis for just saying we're going to divide it up 25% each.
Sure. And then I'm not as familiar with Harris County. My understanding, though, is that in terms of not including the county judge, that there are 3 Democrats and 1 Republican on the commissioner's court.
That's
is that
correct.
correct? Okay. Precinct 3, is that a Republican or a Democrat held?
It's currently held by Republican.
So Precinct 3 is a Republican-held seat, the only Republican-held seat, had 40% of the roads and bridges in that district, and then, but they were still getting 25% of the share of the funding, the same as the other 3 commissioners. Is that correct? Okay. And when did that change? Are you aware? I mean, is that 40% still in Precinct 3?
So that's the number of lane miles. This is county road miles.
Sure.
My understanding is this was in the newspaper just a couple of days ago, so I really don't know much about it. But they announced they had reached an agreement to reshuffle those funds so that Precinct 3 was going to get more money.
Okay. And so only days before this hearing, there was an agreement reached to basically better divvy that up a little bit.
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's my understanding.
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank
Harris.
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I just wanted to clarify. So you were saying that once this money is allocated to each commissioner, there's not really, you can't really see where the money goes. That's what you were
Correct.
saying?
Correct.
Okay, so.
Well, let me say,
Yeah.
I don't have this with me, but
Yeah.
we did an open urge request, and we got a big, long list of the journal entries. And so
Okay.
you would have a journal entry that would say something like salaries, precinct number one, $79,000. Supplies, precinct 3, $56,000.
Okay.
But there's no backup documentation of what the supplies were, or who was being paid the salaries, or whether any of that had anything to do with
What the fund money
with
is.
with mobility.
Right.
Now, I would point out that one thing that I've always had a problem with is on this budget that was approved last year, you have general administration. They've allocated $91 million. They added another $15 million to that. Now that is county administration. I mean, HCTRA has its own 700 employees that they pay out of theirs. I have a hard time understanding why we would be moving money out of HCTRA over to the general fund to pay for county administration.
Right.
That doesn't,
And
that
that
doesn't
was
seem like a mobility expense to me.
right, and that was kind of something that I was trying to get clarity on too. Is not only is it possible that this precinct is not getting the money it needs for all the maintenance and operation and new builds that it needs for all the roads and bridges there, but we also don't even know if the other counties are spending the money on infrastructure and these other things. So it's more than just.
Look, I'm sure there's a lot of great projects that are done with this money.
Yeah, right.
But I'm just saying, we don't have any transparency into that at all.
And so, as far as you're aware, there's no laws or statutes or anything that would require them to give more than just salary, supplies, any other detail. There's nothing
No,
that you're
there's
aware
actually, I'll, if you want, I don't know if I brought it up here with me. I can read you. This is Transportation Code 284.0031. It says the Commissioners Court, without state approval, supervision, or regulation, may authorize the use of pledged or surplus revenues to pay, and then it goes on. And it talks about mobility, but at the end it says, or other related uses. And so that obviously is like a Mack truck. Loophole, you can drive a Mack truck through.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to take a picture of that when you're done. Thank you.
Better yet, why don't I just hand this out? We can do that.
Are there any other questions for Mr. King?
I thought for sure I'd get one from one or two of y'all, for sure.
There you go.
You're causing your own problem.
These are good friends of mine, Mr. Chair, so I'm happy to answer their questions.
Thank you so much for coming here
You
all
bet.
the way from Houston. It's great to see you.
Great to see you.
You were talking about the transparency, and we got a little political by saying one Republican and 3 Democrats, but we agree that the transparency needs to be among all of them, and that the Republican didn't spend everything perfectly and the Democrats didn't, or anything like that.
I really don't know how they spent the money. That's the point.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody else can tell you either.
And so, under your what the money's supposed to be spent on, do you disagree with the hike and bike trails?
I don't think that's a mobility, frankly, Representative. I've written about this topic quite a bit in the past, and it's such a tiny number of people that use bikes. It just doesn't make any. It doesn't make any kind of real difference on the congestion on the freeways, and I think that's what the people expect it to be spent on. But frankly, that's a policy decision for you all to make.
Correct,
Yeah.
and it hasn't been made yet because, I see it differently than you do, and in my community, I do see a lot of people on bikes.
And I think, look, I think the problem is that you have that big exception, which is other related uses. I mean, that could cover a whole lot of different things. So if you want to have hiking bikes in there, maybe you should put that in the statute. I don't know. Also, by the way, this is my former representative here.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Speaker Craddock. Yeah, Bill, it's good to see you,
Good
and
to see
glad
you.
to see you come up here and always come with exact numbers and a good analysis of what's there, and so good to see it. And hopefully you get a chance to sign an autograph from Mitch Little. He just ran off right there, but I've always been kind of worried too about where this money goes. To us, it seems like it goes to a dark hole somewhere that who knows what it's being used. I don't think hike and bike trails are mobility that should have been used HCTRA funds for. And I know the county now is trying to work up something to make sure they're putting that money into roads as it's supposed to be. But it wouldn't have done that without us filing a bill. So, I mean, do you have any idea where any of these funds are being used?
The only thing we know is what is on this ledger sheet that shows the general categories of it. And that's really all we know, how it's actually being spent. It would require a lot of work to figure it out, frankly, but if you had the actual, what the check was for, who was the check written to, what was the payroll amount, that sort of thing, you could figure it out. But the county auditor hadn't looked at this in 2.5 years now.
All right. Well, anyway, good to see you, Bill. Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, when I was the mayor of Kemah, he was my state representative, so I'd call up whenever I had a problem.
Anybody else? Thank you very
May I
much.
be excused, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, here comes your fan, Mr. King.
I already got my questions.
Oh.
You got to give him your autograph.
Linden. Mark Linden. Marty Linden. If he sells that or anything, we'll let you know.
I feel like, Mr. Speaker, I need to wait for his autograph session to be finished.
They may be going to take a picture or something next. You might want to wait. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Chair Perez, thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to speak in the committee here today. Especially want to thank Vice Chair Perez for unwavering support of Houston firefighters and for the service of your son, who proudly wears the same uniform that I do. Again, my name is Marty Langton. I'm the proud president of the Houston Professional Firefighters Association. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5177 because Houston taxpayers and the firefighters who serve them deserve fairness. Let me start by addressing some of the documents and the facts that have been presented from the county, released, I believe, just yesterday. Less than 24 hours before this hearing, it's hard to see the timing as anything but intentional. Their attachment is designed to create confusion with facts and figures that are false. It seems that sometimes we put these figures together, and my hope is that we're not trying to mislead or minimize the role of Houston firefighters and paramedics who play an important role in keeping the public safe on these toll roads. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, the facts don't lie. Over the past 3 years, Houston firefighters have responded to more than 8,200 emergencies on the toll road property. Each of those accidents, car fires, medical emergencies, pedestrians, rescues, fatalities required trained personnel, fire trucks, ambulances, and coordination, oftentimes averaging about 13 responders or more per call. And we don't pause to ask who owns the road. We don't pause to say who is footing the bill. We just go every time. That's what we do. That's who we are. We also see what happens when we don't properly fund critical fire, EMS, and rescue services. I think we can probably look to LA and see what happens when we realize that if we don't have a strong emergency response division and department, it puts critical life safety at risk. And I think that's why this bill matters. It's about the equal treatment for the people of Houston. We respond to more than 60% of HCTRA's toll road and yet get $0 for the surplus funding to support the work of those who respond when called on a daily basis. To put it quite frankly, it's not sustainable and it's not right. This should not be a competition. In fact, it's disappointing that some are treating it that way. Instead of working with Houston to achieve fairness, They're trying to protect a slush fund rather than simply look at the facts and the realities of emergency response that is being responded to on paid managed toll roads. Houston first responders have done and continue to do their jobs. Houston taxpayers have paid and continue to pay currently right now for critical emergency services for HCTRA. That needs to be fixed. This bill simply asks the state to make sure the funding finally follows the service. I respectfully ask for your support in voting for this critical bill for our firefighters and our fire department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Madam Vice Chair.
Are there any questions? Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. No ideas?
Good evening.
Good evening. We're glad to have you here. If you state your name and who you
Noe
represent.
Diaz, Chief of Police, City of Houston Police Department.
Are you for, against, or?
I am for this House bill, sir.
That's great. Thank you.
First, Chairman Craddock, thank you for your time. Vice Chairwoman, Ms. Pettis, thank you so much for your kindness and your grace that you show the Houston Police Department always. I'm the Chief of Police of the City of Houston, and I am here representing the 5,200 amazing men and women of the Houston Police Department. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 5177. First, thank you to Representative De Ayala for authoring the bill. There are over 300 miles in toll road footprint. 64% of those miles are within the City of Houston's jurisdiction. The Constable's Office enter into an agreement with the toll road system for incident management. These contract services do not cover all of the toll roads. More importantly, many cover the service roads that feed onto the Harris County Toll Road Authority. We're grateful for the service those agencies provide because they truly are a force multiplier for the city and keep everyone in the county safe as well. Between 2022 and 2024, there were over 6,500 HPD and HFD responses on toll road property. Let me discuss a few recent real-life examples that occurred involving our resources used to respond to incidents. Several weeks ago, the Metro Police Department got on our radio channel and requested HPD assistance to help with the vehicle pursuit on the Beltway. HPD officers responded as well as our police helicopter. The chase was on the Beltway and the service road, then proceeded onto the Hardy Toll Road, which is Harris County Precinct 4 Constable's Office. Another example occurred last Friday. An assist officer call was dropped. The call occurred where a DPS trooper had two suspects, both possibly armed, at gunpoint on the feeder of the Beltway and called for immediate assistance. This occurred at Clay Road in the West Sam Houston Tollway. The suspect ran towards some warehouses on the service road. HPD units, air support, and K-9 assisted in the search. There were constables also at the scene, but HPD resources were diverted to help with this call. This is a fantastic example of how we respond in and around the tollways every single day to keep this community safe and to assist other agencies. In that instance, 14 HPD units responded, DPS, HPD, and the constables all switched over to an HPD radio channel. Things like this happen all the time. Every single day, the Houston Police Department responds. We do not say no to our partner agencies. We have amazing relationships with every single constable that patrols the toll road, and we are there. We are the umbrella for the greater Houston area. Who uses the toll roads? Many of the drivers travel to Houston using the toll road. People have said the city, the size of Atlanta, comes into Houston every single day. And the Houston Police Department, with its manpower, has to focus on providing services in every aspect, along with the Houston Fire Department and Public Works. You cannot get onto the Harris County Toll Road system without entering or exiting the service roads which belong to the City of Houston. This small portion of user-generated fees in Houston makes sense for the public safety response provided by the City of Houston resources. I ask you to support this bill, and thank you for your time. I can take any question.
Are there Harris?
Yeah, thank you for being here
Yes,
this
Ms.
evening.
Davina.
And I just had a quick question. Can you, well, I guess two questions. One, what is the your force like right now? Are you guys down officers? Are you looking to hire more? Can you just give us kind of, you know, where the police force is at? Because as I read the bill, you'd be able to use some of these resources towards that. And then what other resources would you be able to acquire, or how would these funds help your department? I guess is just an easier way to put it.
Well, at the moment, we're at near 5,300 police
Okay.
officers. We have about 175 cadets in the academy.
Okay.
So for us, the resources are obviously needed because we should be at about 6,500 police officers,
Okay, gotcha.
right? So those are our strengths, so we're at 5,300 about today, minus one or two. But the resources will help. Just big picture, getting us into the next decade. The mayor is currently working on a balanced budget. Hopefully that'll happen in May. So the resources, the excess funds, if you would, don't have anything to do with the city of Houston's budget.
Yeah.
The city of Houston is working to manage its budget alone. This is just the surplus funds
Right.
that potentially help us as a law enforcement agency and including our partners at the Houston Fire Department to provide exceptional services. We have a lot of guests that come into
Right.
Houston. It's a fantastic, world-class city. So we're here to provide services in every aspect of to our partners with the county,
Right.
to the partners with the constable's office that we work with every single day.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I
Thank you,
was
Ms.
just
Tyler.
curious about that.
Any other questions? Mr. Paul?
Yeah, Chief, I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to say thanks for your service
Thank
as a resident of the city of Houston. Thanks for what you do for our
Thank you.
community. And good
Thank
to
you.
see here
I take
today.
that thank you to the men and women working night shift tonight, making
Yeah.
the city safe.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Perez?
I also want to say, I think the best thing that Mayor Whitmire did was hire you and the fire chief. You guys have made an incredible comeback for both departments, and I really appreciate all the hard work you do.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We're here to please, we're here to work hard. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Yes, Ms.
Okay,
Morales.
Ms. Morales?
So you talked about where the funds would be used, but the 30% that's mentioned in this measure, not all of it would go to HPD.
Well, those decisions are made at City Hall.
Okay.
Right, we budget for our year, for our fiscal year, and the 30% would go to the City of Houston General Fund. And then through meetings and discussions, then those funds would be allocated. I can tell you now that the fire department is just as in need as the Houston Police Department is of those funds. So that's just, again, the excess would just help the police department, the public safety apparatus, if you would, for the greater city of Houston, just work better towards providing the exceptional services.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Adrian Dilhay.
He is with the Westfield Fire Department. Westfield Fire Department, Adrian Dillahay.
Adrian Dillahay. Adrian Garcia.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair Pettis, Chairman Craddock, and distinguished members of this committee. I'm Adrian Garcia, County Commissioner of Precinct 2 in Harris County, Texas. And first, let me start with the fact that it's been stated by others, but including our colleague on Commissioner's Court, Commissioner Tom Ramsey, that HCTRA is among the, or is the best-run toll road in the country. With that, Precinct 2 provides the fuel for the Texas Economic Engine. We have the Port of Houston, the Houston Ship Channel, the largest concentration of petroleum refineries, companies, and storage structures on Earth, all located at Precinct 2. I'm here to vehemently oppose House Bill 5177. Now, I'll lay out why it's bad policy. I will debunk the arguments in favor of it and show how this legislation will hurt both Harris County, and the City of Houston. House Bill 5177 will cause transportation infrastructure to suffer. If passed, it would take mobility money away from mobility projects. Instead, those funds will only serve as a big city bailout. I have 18 cities in my precinct. You heard from the city manager from one of those. Cities such as Deer Park, LaPorte, Pearland, Friendswood are all opposing this bill. Joining them in opposition are economic development groups like the Economic Alliance Houston Port Region and Baytran. The opposition is widespread from cities large and small across sectors and across the region. A package of their letters, just like this one, has been provided for you. The only city supporting the bill is the City of Houston. Currently, Houston gets investment from Harris County to the tune of tens of millions of dollars in mobility-focused infrastructure investments. Since I've been in office, we have spent over $40 million for projects inside the City of Houston. In underserved areas, this bill, if passed, would be sure to make them unserved. We partner with everyone who wants to work together. These funds have made possible the new Black Hawk Boulevard in Friendswood and the Beamer Road project in South Belt. This year, we received a total of over $185 million in new requests for partnership funding, including over $80 million in proposed partnerships with the City of Houston. If this bill passes, we likely won't be able to honor most of these requests, if any, including those inside the City of Houston. The important work of the Transportation Committee should be reserved for improving transportation. House Bill 5177 is a project killer. We should be filling potholes, not filling budget holes. House Bill 5177 also ignores several key factors. Industrial traffic in Precinct 2 inflicts significant damage to our roads and bridges. TxDOT estimates 40,000 heavy trucks pass through the port corridor daily. The cost to maintain these roads are much higher than for roadways in other parts of the county. And House Bill 5177 also threatens the on-time delivery of future projects that are vital to our economy, such as the Ship Channel Toll Bridge. The arguments in favor for House Bill 5177 are weak at best. We have adjusted the allocation of mobility dollars in a way that satisfies everyone. Commissioner Ramsey and I have both acknowledged, as well as Commissioner Briones, that the historical allocation formula that we have inherited was bad. We have corrected that at Commissioners Court, and we have again that this has been settled locally with a unanimous vote by Commissioners Court. Now, let's discuss the types of projects mobility money funds. Regardless of whether you're thinking or believing that building a sidewalk on a path kids take to school where one of their classmates was struck by a car in my precinct is proper use of mobility funds, the debate is irrelevant. Consider the fact that the City of Houston won't use a single penny of the money they'd receive under House Bill 5177 to make it easier to get around in a car, bus, wheelchair, or tractor trailer. As I said previously, House Bill 5177 will be the biggest big city bailout in Texas history. For the more than half of Harris County residents who live outside the City of Houston, this bill would be like throwing fertilizer on a weeded lot. The solution is not to reward them at the detriment of more than 50% of Harris County residents who live in places that aren't Houston. To conclude, House Bill 5177 won't fix toll roads, won't ease congestion, won't enhance pedestrian safety, and won't save taxpayers money. It will weaken our infrastructure, harm partnerships across the region, and put the brakes on growth in one of the most critical industrial corridors in the world. Thank you for the opportunity to share these comments with you.
Mr. Little has a question.
Speaker
Yes,
Craddock, thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for showing up to testify. Do you agree that the people of Texas should know dollar for dollar how those excess funds are being spent from HCTRA?
Yes.
Okay. How do we go about that?
We recently went through a stringent audit with TxDOT because of some of the work that we're doing, and so none of us are concerned or worried about audits.
Okay, so when Mr. King testified earlier that he was having a difficult time tracing the expenditure of those funds, you'd cooperate with whatever the state wanted as far as trying to obtain total transparency as the expenditure of those funds, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you think that HCTRA should have an independent board that isn't simply comprised of the commissioners of Harris County?
I don't. I think that my colleagues and I are closest to the ground. We hear from our mayors, we work with our mayors, we work with all the respective entities. We hear from the community what the needs are. So I think that we're the ones best suited to address the projects, prioritize the projects as requested, budget them as resources are available, and deliver those projects. An additional board would just bring additional bureaucracy that I am no fan of. I have recently proposed that we do away with our county administrator's office, so I wouldn't welcome another board just to create more bureaucracy, more overthinking, and more studies. I'm about a get stuff done kind of person.
One of the concerns that I have is that the commissioners are essentially on both sides of the transaction. They are the fiduciaries of both the Harris County Toll Road Authority and the fiduciaries of the county. And there's money that is moving from one fiduciary relationship to another. And it's solely at the discretion of the same people managing both entities. Do you see a problem with that at all?
No, look, I know I speak for my colleagues in that we work incredibly tirelessly to comply with the law. The projects and the process goes through several steps, including the county attorney's office, including the budget office, including the engineering office. They go through an inordinate number of steps to make sure that we are compliant with the law as it's currently stated.
Thank you for indulging my questions,
You're
Commissioner.
quite welcome. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Oh, Mr. Patterson?
Hey, how are you doing?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for being here.
Thank you.
You mentioned the tens of millions of dollars since you've been on the Commissioner's Court that you guys have invested within the city of Houston.
That's just in my precinct.
Just in your precinct. That's great. And so the city of Houston is wholly within Harris County, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, so city of Houston taxpayers then are also Harris County.
Actually, a correction, a part of Houston is in Fort Bend.
Okay, so what percentage of Houston is in Fort Bend, would you say?
That's a very small portion.
Less than 1%?
I have no idea,
Okay.
maybe 3%.
Okay, so maybe 3%, let's say.
Yeah.
So then almost all 97%, according to what we're going to go with here, taxpayers in the city of Houston are also taxpayers for Harris County. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, so the dollars that you're investing are in your county and your precinct. Is your precinct also the city of Houston and
Yes.
other cities?
I do have a significant portion of Houston in my precinct.
Okay.
And in the projects I referenced, the money that I invested is inside the city of Houston.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else? Paul?
Thank you, Speaker Craddock. Commissioner, good seeing you.
Good to
Thanks for
see
your
you.
coming up and testifying on this.
Thank you.
I had a question. I get why you might not want to divert some dollars to the city of Houston, but does the Metro, does the county get money from Metro? Because it's come to our light that there's $107 million has gone to Metro since 2000. $107 million from Metro to the county since 2023.
The county
is that
does
true?
get an allocation from Metro,
And how is that money allocated?
the same way, to mobility projects.
So you're okay with, even though Metro's mainly controlled by the city of Houston, with that money coming to y'all, but y'all don't think some of this should go back to Houston for similar things?
I have issues with Harris County not having enough seats on Metro, so I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, well, we got issues with that too, so
Yeah.
you're not the only one there, but, all right, well, thanks a lot for what you're doing, and thanks for coming up here today, sir, too.
Good deal. Thank you. One thing that I wanted to point out, because it was mentioned, first of all, I am a retired Houston police officer. I am the former county sheriff, so I have an incredible amount of respect for my brethren whether police officers or firefighters. And so I just, my heart is always with them. The question of the out-of-city users versus the in-city users going out of the city of Houston, it is 169,000 city users going outside the city of Houston. It is 476,000 coming into the city of Houston. Thank you.
Oh, wait just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Harris.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for being here today. And I just had a quick question. I'm just learning more about the situation in general. I don't live and I have never lived in that area. But you mentioned the unanimous settlement. I'm just curious, how long had that been in the works? Why wasn't it done sooner? Can you just give a little more background to that?
We just settled, voted on that at the last Commissioners Court meeting. And it had been a conversation that Commissioner Ramsey, to all his credit, had raised prior. The question is that we just never really sat down and thought through how could we come up with a different formula that would be fair. We just functionally stayed with a historical formula that commissioners prior to me for decades had used in the distribution of these funds. What we did do is that we adopted a formula that consists of a percentage of funds that were given to precincts, which precinct 2 had gotten less, I think the least out of the 4. Then we factored in the road mile, the county road miles per precinct. And then we also factored in, as it was mentioned, the pavement conditions, because I had made an issue about, how can I create a formula because my roads aren't pothole type of fixes. My roads are total reconstructions, which cost a great deal more money. So this is the new formula that we have adopted.
Okay, so since the toll road has been in existence, there's been one formula up until now?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, and when
Pretty
did...
much.
Okay, and is that true, or has it changed at all during that time? Do you know?
I think someone could probably tell you better,
Okay.
but I think the formula has been 25% throughout for quite some time.
Okay, so you're not sure if it's been the whole time, but maybe the majority of the time?
The majority of the time is a good way to phrase that.
Okay, and then I'm just curious, again, just learning more about this topic, but when was the first concern brought up about how these funds were allocated and whether or not they should be allocated differently? Like what date, what year, month, if you can...
I can't tell you, but I can tell you that it correlated with redistricting.
Okay.
Because that's when more road miles went to Commissioner Ramsey's precinct.
Gotcha.
So it had been something that had been acknowledged.
Okay, and how... I'm sorry, forgive me. Again, I'm not from the area. How long ago would that have been, with the redistricting? all that?
Redistricting, we're talking about 21.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Patterson has another question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You mentioned that the TxDOT audit, so was HCTRA audited by TxDOT because of a project?
That's correct.
Okay.
Not as a project, but as an entity because of the work we're doing together.
Okay.
And our director can speak
Between
to that.
TxDOT and HCTRA,
That's
we're
correct.
gonna, and so TxDOT audited it before y'all started working on a project together?
Correct.
Okay, so that was all funds within HCTRA that was audited?
I can't speak to what the audit focused on, other
Okay.
than we went through an audit with TxDOT.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that included funds that have been transferred to Harris County from HCTRA?
Again, I can't tell you what the audit consisted of,
Okay.
other than we went through an audit with
Okay.
TxDOT.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Curry has a question.
Yeah, so thank you for coming, by the way.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Do you know how much debt is outstanding with HCTRA?
I do not, but we have someone here that can tell you.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me who that might be? Without looking back? Don't look back. I don't want to.
Our executive director.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're quite
Thanks
welcome.
again for coming.
You're welcome.
Ms. Harris has another question.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I had forgotten one
No
other
worries.
question I had. We had heard a little bit about the journal entries and how there wasn't a whole lot of detail that went into that as far as how these funds were spent. But you have a lot of knowledge about the projects. You've kind of explained the importance of using these funds for some of those projects. Did you have the opportunity to give more detail other than those journal entries when you received that request for that information?
Our projects by my office are categorized according to the state law. So we make sure that it's, related to the way the statute is laid out. So we have had those conversations internally in my office, and so we've worked hard to make sure that our projects are categorized according to the statute. The other thing too is that I did want to point out that the code, the transportation code on what was mentioned earlier on the or related or other related matters, I think was something to that extent. The code actually reads, or related infrastructure. And this is when it's connected to roadways. So it's not as wide open for a Mack truck to get through.
Okay, and just to clarify, state law, you're not prohibited by state law to providing more details than what we heard about in that journal entry where there was, an amount of money going to his salary. You could have provided more details?
Yeah, my staff does a real good job of making sure that there's no ambiguity to what my projects speak to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thomas Munoz.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Speaker Craddock, Vice Chair Pettis, thank you for all the support you continue to give us. Members of the House Transportation Committee on the legislative session, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Thomas Munoz, and I'm in support of House Bill 5177. I'm here to discuss the public safety responsibilities the City of Houston carries on by the Harris County Toll Roads Authority, and how House Bill 5177 would support local government by providing much-needed funding that can be used much more efficiently at the local level. When I testified 2 weeks ago before colleagues in the State Senate, I mentioned how 8,271 calls for service, that's 15,651 apparatuses deployed from 2022 through 2024 on the 198 lanes of HCTRA roads in the City of Houston. That comes down to approximately 54,778 firefighters on the toll roads responding to incidents in 3 years. That does not include the calls made in the lanes in Harris County, and it does not include the HCTRA managed lanes on I-10 Katy Freeway. And while HCTRA contracts with constables for police response, there's no such contract in place for the life-saving services we provide every day. This means every MVA, motor vehicle accident, requiring medical treatment, every extrication, every hazmat response, every technical rescue that needs special training and equipment is not reimbursed by HCTRA. To underscore each day, the City of Houston taxpayers are subsidizing public safety for a toll road system that generates significant revenue and which is heavily used by non-city residents. The tollway infrastructure may be regional, but the burden on public safety is local, and that is to the City of Houston Fire Department. There's no regional equivalent to our world-class department that HCTRA could contract to relieve this burden. These are real emergencies. People sometimes experiencing the worst days of their lives: car accidents, medical calls, rescues, and fires. Every one of these responses include highly trained Houston Fire Department personnel and specialized equipment. To give you an idea, responding to an incident is not a one-unit operation. A typical wreck may include a 911 call taker and dispatcher, a fire engine with 4 members, an EMS unit with 2 members, an ambulance supervisor, or a district chief, a ladder truck to serve as a blocking vehicle, and in some cases, specialized equipment for extrications such as our rescue squads. A typical wreck requires an average of 13 first responders, which does not include the cascading effects of vehicle maintenance and responding to HCTRA calls that deplete our resources when the next call comes in. Across the city of Houston, we have 42 stations with 129 units and over 375 personnel are positioned in proximity to the toll roads. These units are not dedicated solely to the toll roads, but when an average incident or an incident occurs, we're the only ones who get to go. HCTRA is getting the benefit of the scale of our world-class fire department without supporting it financially. And why it's so important to know, I mentioned the 42 stations. This creates a domino effect for us. That means when that station goes to respond to a HCTRA incident, MVA, it depletes the other resources. And why is that important? To give you last night, one of our fire stations rescued someone. They arrived within 4.5 minutes. Why is this important? They were at the station covering their territory. When our resources are depleted, it increases that time frame. So to give you an idea, within 5 to 6 minutes, oxygen deprivation starts creating problems. Between 6 to 10, we have a fatality. That's the domino effect that we think about. District 83's, 2 out of the 4 stations respond primarily to HCTRA. Opponents of this bill will tell you HCTRA's public safety program funds its incident response and safety programs. What it does not fund is fire and EMS support. Our financial records will show between 2022 and 2024, the Houston Fire Department spent approximately $25.4 million on capital vehicle acquisition, $3.3 million on capital equipment acquisition, and $28 million on personnel responding to these incidents on the toll roads. That's approximately $56.7 million over 3 years where we support the toll roads operations. This does not include the cost of maintenance. Does not include replacing damaged vehicles and the opportunity cost of dwelling until we can transfer patients and move on to the next call. My colleague passed out a photo of a motor vehicle accident that resulted in fatalities. What this number amount doesn't cover is the emotional trauma impact on our firefighters. The PTSD that my members have to endure past that call. We deploy critical incident stress management teams. It is not normal to see a family involved in fatalities. And that's what our firefighters deal with every day. Every day. Ironically, this afternoon at 3:39, they responded on one of the toll roads where a vehicle had overturned. The emotional impact it has on our members, a value amount cannot be placed. I cannot tell you the number of times Mayor Whitmire, myself, Chief Diaz have gone to these scenes, and you can see the members' eyes when they have been impacted. We're fortunate we have a mayor that is compassionate, myself and Chief Diaz, President Langton, and that is no dollar amount that could erase that from a member, the impact it takes over the years of what they just saw. Second picture, on October 27, 2024, the engine that you have was responding to a vehicle crash on Hardy Toll Road when it was hit from behind by a drunk driver. The engine was a total loss. That's approximately $1 million from our bottom line. Fortunately for us, There was no fatalities of our members. But again, that dollar amount cannot replace a firefighter to be standing in the middle of a toll road with vehicles going 90 to 80 miles an hour and using all that equipment to ensure the safety. I'm here to tell you that it's gotten so bad for us that we now have a lookout person to ensure that not only the safety of our firefighters, the law enforcement personnel, the people that we're responding to. There's no dollar amount for that. When injuries do occur, we have to include the costs like workers' comp and the overtime for backfilling that position. We're proud to serve. We have a moral and legal obligation to serve, and we're committed to protecting everyone on Houston's roads. That's who we are and that's what we do, regardless of the jurisdiction. Chief Diaz mentioned that the jurisdictions were still brothers and sisters in that uniform. But the current structure puts unnecessary burden on the city of Houston. We're simply asking for a more equitable arrangement so we can continue that world-class protection and response to all the residents. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chief Munoz, and I'm going to ask this of the other side as well. I have received conflicting numbers regarding the amount of calls from both you and the county, or the city and the county, I shouldn't say you. Can you tell me where the information on the number of calls comes from on the city side?
Thank you so much for that question. I'm very happy to answer that. Obviously, we have to maintain the information. We use image trend to capture those numbers. We use our dispatch system as well to make sure that those numbers are correct. We have analysts within our system that gets those numbers daily. The Houston Fire Department makes an average of 3,000 calls a day. That has to be documented. We are the third largest department in the country, and I can assure you that those numbers that we have are validated and verified through the data process that we have, the personnel, and again, the checks and balances. Thank you for that question.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for coming this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, anybody? Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Thanks, Chief, and thanks for your service.
No, thanks. Thank you for what y'all do. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Same to you, thanks. Adam Haynes.
Best part of the night is Mr. Speaker, members. I get to say that. Adam Haynes, the Conference of Urban Counties, and here to testify against the bill. Mr. Speaker and members, heard a lot tonight. A lot of back and forth between the City of Houston, County, Harris County, and the point to make here is that these are local decisions. And Harris County Court, maybe Mr. De Ayala's bill is the catalyst, but the Harris County Court acted and addressed and distributed amongst themselves, as they should, the proceeds of the tolls and the profits that are generated from the tolls. A couple of things here, though, that my point, and again, it's a local decision. Let the locals manage this and let the locals decide this. Two things. One, Harris County is the entity that 25 years ago floated the bonds, took on the risk, built the system, and did all that, and did all of that without the input from the City of Houston. Now, the toll road is managed by Harris County. It benefits the entire region. But Harris County took that risk, did the building, did the operations, and is the managing entity for the toll road. That's one. Two is the precedent-setting nature of this bill. If this bill goes forward, This will be the largest misappropriation of user fees in the history of the state of Texas. Thank God Talmadge Heflin and Warren Chisholm are still with us. But Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, you know that both of those men, when they were your appropriations chair, were the ones that started the process of making sure the appropriations at the state level go and the user fees at the state level go toward the projects they fund. The drivers of the toll system in Harris County have paid user fees for 25 years. And those user fees are going toward transportation funds and transportation projects. If there's an argument about whether hike and bike trails are transportation projects, let's address that at the state level. If there is a disagreement about whether or not there's sufficient audit, let's do that. But to take an entity's appropriated monies and then send that categorically to another governmental entity where those users have not taken on the risk or paid for those is just not the way we do budgets in the state of Texas, and we should not start it tonight. That I can answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Anybody got any questions? Mr. Patterson.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Do you represent any cities?
No, sir, just the 35 largest counties.
Okay, so just the county, so in this case, Harris County, basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, who created HCTRA?
Harris County. Well, the voters, but Harris County operates, the state did it through legislation, and then Harris County operates.
Okay, so the state created HCTRA?
Yes, sir.
And then it's the state's prerogative on changing HCTRA?
Absolutely it is.
Okay. And then you mentioned that we don't want to spend money on funds that come from the tollway on things like maybe first responders or things that aren't transportation through the city.
If I said that, I misspoke. I hope I did.
Well, that's what I felt like you were implying, is that, it needs to stay in HCTRA and not the firefighters that are cleaning up, wrecks on the toll road. Is that what you implied?
If you took that from my statement, that is not what I meant to imply.
So should there be any funds from HCTRA that go to the Houston Fire Department?
I think that's a local decision that needs to be made locally and to go.
There's a lot of local decisions about Houston I wish were made locally, but I've been in this legislature for 4 sessions, and it seems like we deal with a lot of Houston stuff in this legislature.
I agree.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, so you think that all the HCTRA funding should be going specifically to transportation-related projects?
That's what the enabling statute says, and I think HCTRA does a great job at making sure that is the case. Yes, sir.
Okay, so is it your understanding in your testimony that all of the funds that HCTRA receives through toll collections goes to transportation-related projects?
That is my understanding. Yes, sir.
And none is transferred to Harris County and put into other expenses?
Well, the money that's transferred to Harris County also goes to fund transportation-related projects.
100% of it?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Harris?
Hey, thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, but I just wanted to re-ask the question. So the toll road, I guess, has been around for about 25 years. So has the allocation changed at all during that time between the different precincts? I know we've talked a lot about 25% per precinct, but has it been that way for the past 25 years? Has that ever changed up until this unanimous decision?
No, I'm not the right person,
Okay.
and no, ma'am, but I think the HCTRA executive director is here and ready, or signed up to testify.
Okay, and then one other question. I don't know, I know we've talked a lot about this journal entry where, we've seen the amount of the salary, but no other details on how this money was spent. And this was a concern to me as a taxpayer and wanting transparency, right? But I'm just curious, in any of the other counties that you work with, do they operate the same way when they're asked for information like this? It's just a journal entry with the amount of money and no further details. Do you see more details given? Just want to get your perspective from the other counties that you work with.
Sure, happy to do that. The one thing that this legislature not only this session, but in the past, as I've been here 6 sessions with the counties. This legislature is not shy about making sure transparency comes from local governments. We have a whole, and you know, we are your partners, and you change our partnership agreement every 2 years. And we comply with that transparency, and whatever transparency you put on the Commissioners Court of Harris County and vis-a-vis HCTRA, I am positive, 100% positive, that Harris County will comply with that transparency data. And since I'm going to take one liberty to say, there was a statement made that the county auditor is an appointee or a political appointee. Let me make sure everybody understands, and it's very clear. The county auditor is appointed to that position in all not all 254 counties, because some of the smaller counties don't have county auditors. But in the largest counties, the county auditor is appointed. But the county auditor is not appointed by the Commissioners Court. The county auditor is appointed by the administrative judges of that jurisdiction. And the county auditor's budget, yes, is approved by the Commissioners Court through the budgetary process, but is recommended by, and the salary is set by the administrative judges. So to say that the county auditor is this, not their word, but somehow in cahoots with the Commissioners Court is not the case.
Thank you. And just one other clarifying question, I guess. Going back to, again, just the transparency you mentioned, yes, I am very well aware that we like to see that on behalf of our constituents and our taxpayers, and we take that very seriously around here. And I think that's why I'm concerned that there hasn't been more transparency in this particular case, especially since it seems to be so contentious. And so I guess in your role, do you advise counties, you know, yes, this is what state law is requiring you to do, but given that this might be a little contentious, maybe give them more details and more information, even more than what the state might require, especially if you're, you know, have this opportunity to prove the great projects you're working on, the where the money's going, why you need to keep it.
I mean, I would always, I don't, in my role, advise the Harris County Court on the individual aspects of their budget, but I would always advise the Harris County Court to say, A, comply with the law, and B, tell this, especially when you're doing great transportation things in and across the Harris County region, to make sure this body and the Transportation Commission on the other side of the dome know the great work that you're doing with taxpayer funds.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to recognize LaHood, but that's okay.
You can recognize Representative LaHood.
I was going to, I just missed the,
Which one you want, Joe?
it doesn't really matter. Y'all flip a coin, let us know.
Okay. So first off,
We
Mr.
want
Haynes,
the
thank you for
shortest.
coming. Oh, that'd be LaHood. Thank you for coming. First and foremost, just to clarify one thing, you made a comment earlier that I think that I heard that Harris County has the debt. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't think that is correct, is it? Doesn't HCTRA have the debt?
Fair, yes, sir. Fair point.
I just wanted to make sure and correct that point. I mean, I think it's important, but, so, you've heard the testimony tonight. You've been here.
Yes, sir.
I've seen you here, I think, the whole time.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate that. Isn't it, I mean, you've noticed that whether it's a map or the number of people, I mean, you were talking about the Harris County voters and what the voters have approved and so on and so forth, and isn't it true that most of the voters in Harris County are in the city of Houston?
No, sir, I don't believe that. I think recently the number of individuals in the unincorporated Harris County has actually surpassed the number of people in the city of Houston. There are 5.2 million people in Harris County, and I think Houston is just over 2.5. I mean, it's very close, but I think unincorporated Harris County has more people than the city of Houston.
Okay, still a significant percentage. I mean, you'd
Yes,
have to-
sir. It's 51-49. It's very close.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I don't know the actual numbers, that's why I was asking the question. I figured you would know. And so I appreciate that. I guess my point to this is that you have the services being performed by the city of Houston for people in and out of the city, right? I mean, Houston's an unusual, Harris County's an unusual county, and seriously.
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Simply because you have a huge number of people in Houston. A lot of the people that live in the unincorporated areas or in the outlying cities and so on and so forth travel in and out on these roads. And the city of Houston is providing quite a bit of services for those people, correct?
I think the city of Houston is providing services. I think what you'll hear when some of the experts that come up, and it's a big number. I'm not trying to discount the fire chief or the police chief and the great work that they do, but the 8,000 number that was testified to, I think is a small percentage of the overall number of responses from constables and sheriffs, and you heard. Yes, sir.
Why do you think that? What's your basis for that?
I think you will. I have seen some of the numbers, and I think you'll hear some of those numbers when the HCTRA folks get up here to testify.
Okay.
I do think that's a small. I think that's a small percentage of the overall number of emergency responders that respond to.
Well, that will be of high interest to me. I mean, only because obviously the traffic, the congestion, most of when you see I mean, I used to live in Houston.
Yes, sir.
And believe me, I see the numbers of people that are on those roads and the backups and the problems getting on and off the toll roads in those areas. And there certainly seems to be a lot fewer problems within this, or outside of the city limits than there are within the city limits, at least from my perspective. So that's just a personal viewpoint. Back to my point. Doesn't it make sense that the city of Houston should be reimbursed for the expense that they're dealing with when it comes to their response to the toll roads? I mean, I believe they have their vouchers they're representing. I think that doesn't it make sense for that to happen to where, at a minimum, the money's going back to the city, the county's getting it, and the city's not getting any of that? Don't you think that there should be some mechanism for allowing that to happen?
I think if there is that, if that mechanism comes forward, it is a negotiation, and as Mr. Patterson said, if this entity decides to change that state law, then the local entities will look at that. But the overall complex again of the toll road, bonded, backed, and initiated and operated by Harris County originally into the entity that is HCTRA. Houston didn't do those bonds, didn't take on that responsibility. The Harris County Commissioners Court did.
Okay, so you're telling me that the voters of the city of Houston, the tax-paying entity of Houston, didn't have any part of the guarantee on those bonds? There's no taxing authority over those people in the event that there was failure to pay by the revenue generated on the roads? Are you testifying
no,
to that?
sir, I'm not testifying to that, because the full faith and credit of not only the Harris County but also the state of Texas.
Which again, when it comes to Harris County, half of which is Houston people-wise, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we kind of established it's close, plus or minus, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so their full faith and credit did, in fact, have something to do with the creation of these toll roads,
Correct. Yes, sir.
which included the city of Houston.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Certainly the taxpayers of the city of Houston. So I guess I'm going back to, I am cornering you a little bit on this because
I appreciate that.
I think we have a difference in opinion. You're testifying against this bill when in reality, you've heard a lot of testimony regarding the expense and the trouble and so on and so forth relating to what the city of Houston is expending when it comes to this bill, or when it comes to these toll roads, and this bill is about the fairness and equality and transparency as it relates to those expenditures, right? I'm 100% for the transparency. I'm going to ask you a quick question about the auditor side of this, because you've heard the saying, "He who has the gold makes the rules."
I have heard that saying, yes,
Who
sir.
has the gold that pays the county auditor? The commissioners, correct?
Again,
You testified to that, did you not?
I did. I testified to the fact that the county auditors hired, and his or her salary is set by the judges that hire the person.
Are you a taxpayer in Houston?
No, sir. I'm a taxpayer in Travis County.
Okay, so if you're a taxpayer in Travis County and you had the ability to, for a tremendous amount of money, this is not a small amount of money we're talking about here.
Oh, no, sir.
There's a reason we're here this late.
Yes, sir.
And the fact is that if you had the ability to, you would certainly have quite a bit of trust in a third-party independent auditor auditing the flow of these monies, correct?
And that was my testimony on the auditor. The county auditor, whether it's Travis County or McClendon County or any large county, is not, while the budget goes for the county auditor through the normal budgetary process that is passed and approved by the Commissioners Court, the county auditor theirself, his or herself, is hired, and their salary is set by the administrative judges of that jurisdiction,
Okay,
not the Commissioners Court.
So I understand.
Okay.
So are you testifying then that you would be you're against the bill, I see that. Are you testifying that you are against the hiring of a third-party auditor to audit these?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir, not at all. If as Commissioner Garcia said, as others have said, if y'all want to increase the transparency provisions and to make sure that the taxpayers' dollars are being appropriated wisely and efficiently, then let's focus on that. Let's not. The overreach of this bill is to take the user fees that are being paid by individuals for transportation-related services and categorically take those and give those to another entity, granted, a large entity as we've established, but then put that into the general fund of that entity without any link back to the transportation services of HCTRA or the citizens of Harris County and the city of Houston.
Okay, then possibly the final question. If this bill allowed for the reimbursement of expenses by the city of Houston for the services that they're providing and audited by a third-party auditor, would you be for this bill?
Somewhere in my training as a person in the legislature said I'm not supposed to answer hypotheticals, but I think you get closer.
Well, you came out against this bill, so you can, if those two things were in here, would you be for it?
I think you get closer to the, my support is going to be based on, again, the basic premise of you have a governmental entity in Harris County that has taken, expended, and done the work and the management for that debt. And now you're taking those funds away from that governmental entity and giving them to another governmental entity. And that is just outside the norms of
Which,
proper.
let me interrupt you for that. Half of that governmental entity is the city of Houston. So let's just be clear about that. I mean,
yes.
well, you've been clear about that. So
Yes, sir.
are we really taking it away from one governmental entity to another? Are they not? I mean, in this case, are they?
They are two separate and very distinct government. It would be like saying that HHSC and TDCJ are two separate. They're two functions of the state government, but they're two separate entities, and you specifically appropriate monies for one and the other, and would never let those
Yeah,
funds.
but the county's not appropriating any money to this city out of the money that's coming from the toll roads, correct?
Well, as Commissioner Garcia testified, yes, sir, they are. They provide not only the city of Houston, but other cities within the jurisdiction of the larger HCTRA jurisdiction, funds to provide, to fund and pay for transportation projects across the board.
Okay, all right, I appreciate your answers. I think I got to the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Haynes. I've got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
That I would like some clarification. So, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I walked in, unfortunately, and I thought you said something, if we pass this bill, and correct me because I didn't write it down for the first time, but if we pass it, the greatest egregious misallocation of funds or something like that in Texas history.
Misappropriation, yes, sir.
Misappropriation, okay. So, and I see you don't have the bill in front of you, so I'm not going to beat up on you, but I'm looking at the bill, and so from what I can see on page 1, I know you don't have the page, but just for clarification, subsection B talks about the first debt is we pay the necessary costs of the loan itself or the debt. And then whatever's left over, the surplus or profits, however you want to classify it. So of that remaining amount, under D, number 1, it says 30% of that, and you just answered to Mr. Curry that roughly Houston and the county are about 50-50 in burden, right? So in number 1, it says 30% of that remaining amount shall be distributed to the municipality that contains 40% of the number of lane miles. So I'm a simple man. Let's say we have $100. 30% is $30 goes to Houston, right?
Yes, yes, sir, and yes, sir.
Just for simple number, Rob.
Yes, sure,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So 100 minus 30 is 70. So 30 goes to Houston. We've already established they carry 50% of the burden, roughly. Then number 2 says 70% of what's remaining, so 70% of that 70 goes to the county. So 70% of that is $49. So we've already established that the county and the city have about half and half burden. But the county is getting $49 compared to that $30. Would you agree with that? Hold on, I'm just doing numbers on burden and
I
numbers.
agree with your math, but I'll ask one.
Yeah, no, I promise you.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Because if I'm wrong, I'm open to being corrected. I'm a numbers guy. So then it says 95% of what the county keeps. That goes for roads. Now, you had mentioned something that I picked up on, which is of that first 30%, it's going to law enforcement and emergency services that are responding to situations that happen on the toll, right? So that money is going to that. And then of that remaining 70% that is going to the county, that's going for roads as well. And so I guess my confusion would be this, and I'm not attacking you, I'm just really trying to figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Because like I would actually recommend changing the numbers to make it more 50-50, but and I'll let you respond because you were saying that those numbers aren't accurate or aren't reflective of it.
No, I agree with the math you just said. The one note I would make is you keep using the term burden. The burden, the city of Houston, and Mr. Curry and I were just having this conversation. Again, the burden of operating the system and operating the tolls, collecting the tolls, managing the lanes, and all of that is Harris County. Now, the population of the users of that system, yes, sir, roughly 50-50. Actually, it's probably not because you have people from Montgomery County and Fort Bend County and Brazoria County.
Yeah, everyone drives through it.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir. But inside of Harris County, the population split is roughly 50-50. And I'm pretty sure I'm accurate that the unincorporated area is now larger than the city of Houston. But yes, sir, it's roughly 50-50. But the burden I think you were just using that as an example. The burden is not 50% for the city of Houston and 50% for Harris County. The burden, the operation of, and the financing of is significantly more.
How much more?
I don't know that's why I would suggest, I'm not going to
Okay.
tell the speaker, but the HCTRA executive director, I believe, is here.
Thank you very much.
How many minutes we got on that? 4 minutes. Yeah. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Chairman.
What do you mean?
Been trying to not talk too much since it's so late here, but these questions, you got conflicting stuff here. Is the entity that the board that controls Harris County is the Commissioner's Court? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
HCTRA has its own board. There's a board of directors for HCTRA. Happens to be the same individuals. Is there a board of directors for HCTRA?
As you said, it's the same. It's the
Same,
county.
but separate
Yes,
board.
Yes, sir.
So, in fact, the Commissioners Court logs out. They have to log in as a new meeting for HCTRA because it's a separate board created by the state, as Patterson said, right? So how are you over here saying that it would be one of the grossest injustices ever to have two governmental entities giving it money? HCTRA is a total separate entity, and it's giving hundreds of millions of dollars to the county. Isn't that two separate entities, two governing entities?
It
Yes
is.
or no?
It is two separate entities, but again, it is because the Harris County took on the authority and took on the bonds and took on the development and the establishment of the toll system, got the approval of the state and did it. City of Houston did not.
Okay. Metro is a smaller part of Harris County, but yet, as we said earlier, Metro gives to the Harris County $107 million in the last year and a half. That's two separate entities giving them money. What part did the county say creating Metro? I don't buy your county, your agreement creation part anyway, but here's another entity giving to the county $107 million. That's a different entity giving them money. They have nothing to do with creation of Metro.
I'm not familiar with the operation of
I don't know
Metro.
why you wouldn't be convinced. You're up here talking about this bill. You're up here saying the entity going from one money to the other is the grossest misjustice ever given to mankind, or whatever it was.
I hope I did not say. If I said that, I misspoke.
Okay, well, I was repeating over there, but so I don't know where this different entity comes. There's entities giving money to the county all over the place, and I'm not sure how they're using it. You also said that the county was very transparent in what it was doing. To her question, saying that it was very transparent and due to the fact that the state law sets transparency and they don't meet all those transparencies. But here tonight in this very room, people have testified that the money that came, that the money shown how this money was spent was on a diagram here, and it just said $79 million precinct 2. There is no transparency in that. So why are you telling us that they're completely transparent and everything with the state when all we get is this?
I didn't see the presentation. I heard the testimony, but didn't see the handout from the individual. I would suggest that HCTRA, as well as the Commissioner's Court, has a full set of books that are
Yeah, so
auditable.
the Harris County should tell us how they're using this money. We have no idea of how this money is being spent, or if it's actually being spent on transportation, or if there's being spent on something they call transportation that is not. Do you know what those numbers are?
No, sir.
Do you know what they were spent on?
I have heard the testimony of Commissioner Garcia, and
So if that's not true, maybe you should support this bill. Are you going to switch?
no, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that has a question? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, let me just tell you what's going on here. We're adding people rather than going down. And so we're back where we were an hour and a half ago. I don't know where you're getting them from, but we've got another bill to do after that, and there are 11, oh, we've got another bill from the Dallas area, and there are 33 more people to testify from that. So, I mean, I don't know who all you're adding, but they're just saying the same thing, okay? And so I'll be here all night. You can do what you want. Because we've got another, we go in the morning at what, 9? So,
And
yeah, I understand that.
some of us take longer to get dressed than others.
But anyway, that's,
Pat Curry?
Oh,
I can't even read that.
James Hernandez.
Hernandez? All right, Chair calls for James Hernandez. For everyone leaving, we're gaining 3. I just thought I'd tell you. Okay? What is this, Harvey? Calvin Harvey? Try and keep your comments to something that hasn't been said, okay? And I'll try to keep my committee members from not asking the questions again.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock, Vice Chair, and committee members. I am Calvin Harvey, the Deputy Director of HCTRA's Public Safety and Operations Division. HCTRA greatly appreciates and supports all first responders, but we are opposed to this House bill. My role involves coordinating patrol services with the 8 constable precincts, managing the incident response team and roadside assistance program, and HCTRA's Emergency Communications Center to ensure Harris County maintains and operates a safe and reliable tollway for its community. In my 32 years with Harris County, HCTRA-funded deputy constables have served as the primary law enforcement responders on the tollway, and the responsibilities extend beyond that. Their daily proactive presence and average response time of less than 6 minutes to major incidents contributes to a significantly public safety and mobility of the region. The average clearance time on the tollway with injuries is 25 minutes and 23 seconds. The overall clearance time for all incidents is 15 minutes and 21 seconds. The average approximate clearance time for fatal incidents is 2.5 hours. Last year, there were 19 fatalities on the entire system, 14 of which were in the city. The Houston Fire Department has reported to respond to 8,271 calls on the tollway. Our dispatch records indicate they have responded to 2,193. So we looked toward what they submitted to the National Fire Incident Response System in 2024. They only reported responding to 480 incidents on a HCTRA toll road. The other 4,073 reported incidents were on TxDOT roadways, Brazoria County Toll Road, and on a non-highway location. We work in partnership with some great agencies system-wide, including a range of fire departments. And it's important to mention that HFD covers just 44% of the tollway within the city, even though 60-odd% of it is in the city. Other fire departments providing the emergency responses in those other areas. A query of the TxDOT crash record submitted to the state by the Houston Police Department shows that they filed 1,030 crash reports on roads classified as tollways. The report submitted by HPD to the state classified the crashes as related to tollways with 4 or more lanes, divided lanes. Most of those crashes occurred on non-tolled roadways and some on non-divided roads. The handouts you received earlier include a heat map of the TxDOT crash information system data for a clear visual reference. The query shows the reported crashes are mostly on the non-tolled segments of Beltway 8 between Interstate 45 and Mesa Drive near George Bush Intercontinental Airport, as well as State Highway 249 between FM 1960 and Mills Road near Willowbrook Mall, both of which are TxDOT-owned roads. Thank you for your time.
Okay, are there any questions? short.
How much debt does HCTRA have?
Sir, I deal with just my budget. Those are,
Thank you.
you'd have to ask someone else.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Nathan Kelly.
Speaker Craddock, thank you for your time this evening, members of the committee. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to testify before you this evening. My name is Nathan Kelly, and I'm a trustee with the Houston Region Business Coalition. We're the premier business organization in the city of Houston, and I and HRBC support House Bill 5177. Coincidentally, I am also a City of Houston resident and a small business owner, and our office sits right on the frontage road of the same Houston Tollway. So I'm a daily user of the Harris County Toll Road. There's a lot that's been said tonight, and I'll keep this brief. But we're not talking about stripping away all of the funding from Harris County in terms of the excess proceeds. What we're talking about is 30% going to the city of Houston to compensate it for the first responders and emergency services that are being handled in those managed lanes. I think it's very important to keep that in mind. It was talked earlier about where all of this funding is coming from and where it's going, and wanting it to be fair and equitable. And when we're talking about the sheer number of folks that are traveling in through the city of Houston on these roads, from a business perspective, I like to think of it in those terms. A 30% share for that share that we heard earlier shared seems like a fair and reasonable approach. HRBC, really is focused. We have three pillars, one of which is good public policy, and we believe this bill fulfills that. We look forward to seeing the funds raised by the toll system continue to be used on its operation and maintenance and debt service first and foremost, but those excess funds should be put to good work, improving mobility both at the city's discretion and at the county's discretion in the ratios that the bill provides. We also are huge fans of transparency and are grateful for that provision to be included in this bill. So I'll cut it short there and just say that we strongly support House Bill 5177 and hope that you will urge a favorable recommendation shortly.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Sir.
Robert Trevino.
Chair Craddock.
We're good to have you here. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Craddock, and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Roberto Trevino. I'm the Executive Director of the Harris County Toll Road Authority. And first and foremost, Representative Curry, $2.855 billion currently. But we have ongoing projects of significant magnitude that will increase that by orders of magnitude over the next couple of years, sir. So I'm here on behalf of the Harris County Commissioners Court to oppose House Bill 5177 and provide a little bit of background and facts and context about law enforcement services on HCTRA. I think there's some confusion as to jurisdictions and quantities. You're hearing two sets of databases, two sets of data, and I'm here to provide clarity as to why. And the why is that you heard in testimony from Houston Police Department 2 instances where they said they were reported to a HCTRA facility, and both instances finished on the frontage roads. The frontage roads are TxDOT facilities. They're TxDOT facilities. We have tried to negotiate with TxDOT and have them as part of our system. They have said no. They operate, maintain them, and manage them, even when it comes to incidents. So I think that's the discrepancy in the data set that you're getting from HCTRA and what you're getting from the city is those two differences. Harris County constables report to 98% of incidents on our system. So, and that is at a cost of $43 million. So $43 million annually. And what they've responded to is 7,500 warrants on an annual basis, 2,000 misdemeanors, 8,000 arrests, and 4,000 DWI incidents. So they handle the most of the law enforcement services on our system. And the discrepancy is the jurisdictional bounds of what is the toll road and what is not. All the major interchanges that are associated with our system are tech stop facilities. We did a GIS mapping of their data, and many of their instances are off our system but are included in their totals. And that is the discrepancy in the data that you see. So, and we also partner with Harris County Medical Corporation, Client Volunteer Fire Department, and Cypress Creek EMS. You will hear later from Hector's financial advisor and bond counsel, and what you're going to hear later is Hector is not a cash cow. Hector does not have $2 billion sitting around for anyone to use. The legislation clearly dictates where that money needs to go. All those provisions in legislation have a dollar value associated with them, and that builds up to very little money to transfer to anyone. And if it is transferred, it's transferred to the county to address the mobility needs. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Representative Patterson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of your testimony, I think you said that you're here to represent the Harris County Commissioners Court.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your role with the Commissioners Court?
Oh, on behalf of Harris County Commissioners Court, I apologize.
Okay.
And I'm the executive director of the toll road, sir.
Okay, so you're the executive director for HCTRA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're here on behalf, which is a separate organization, but you're here on behalf of the Commissioners Court?
The Commissioners Court is a governing body of HCTRA, yes, sir.
Yeah, but it's separate than Harris County, right? I mean, who are you employed by?
I'm employed by Harris County.
You're employed by Harris County, so your paycheck says Harris County, not
Yes, sir.
HCTRA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are there employees of HCTRA?
All employees are paid by Harris County. All HCTRA employees are paid by Harris County.
So there are no HCTRA employees?
No, sir.
Okay, so this bill that we have before us today says that HCTRA operating funds can only be spent on the toll system. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it says that a portion of the excess revenues will be given to the city of Houston for providing emergency services. Do you agree with that portion of the bill?
I agree with the portion of the bill. The challenge, Representative, is the order of magnitude. Like the data that we have and the data that City of Houston has is the value that's in the legislation. Is it representative of the effort, level of effort that we're getting on our toll road system?
Okay, so you're saying that they're not putting forward the level of effort that would require the percentage that they're asking for?
Correct. Yes, sir. And additionally, we're a public infrastructure. There's no other public infrastructure. There's other toll roads in Harris County that are not getting charged for these services. Fire emergency services get on all TxDOT infrastructure, which is a significant amount in Harris County. They're not getting a reimbursement of any kind. So our preference would be to be treated like the public agency that we are.
Okay.
But the value of 30% surplus revenue is far beyond the resources that are put into the project.
Okay. Says 100% of the remaining excess revenues will be distributed by Commissioner Precinct based on formula endorsed by the Commissioners Court. Do you agree with that part of the bill?
100%. I'm not familiar with that portion, but can you read it, sir?
100% of the remaining excess revenues, so other than the portion going to the city, would be distributed by Commissioner Precinct based on the funding formula endorsed by the Commissioners Court.
So it's 30 for the city, 70 for the roads.
Yes.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and then and it says that the Commissioners Court would determine the percentage based on a funding formula that the Commissioners Court sets up.
I'm not familiar with that specific substitute.
Okay.
The legislation, the language I saw was the 70% was 95% went to road lane miles and 5% could be allocated to administration costs.
Okay. It says the county and the city will be audited on how these funds were spent. Do you agree with that portion?
Oh, absolutely, sir. We have bond counsel, we have county attorney to take a look at these expenditures. We're not afraid of an audit, and we will comply with the law.
Earlier, it was mentioned that TxDOT audited HCTRA.
Yeah, and just clarification, biannually, HCTRA has to submit to TxDOT notification of what project it's working on. It's not necessarily an audit.
So there
just
was no
clarification.
financial audit of HCTRA?
No, sir. Not by TxDOT, no, sir.
Okay. Have you had a financial audit?
Yes, sir, annually, yes, sir.
Annually, and who conducts that?
Deloitte.
Deloitte. And do they look at only funds that remain in HCTRA, or do they look at all funds that are sent to Harris County as well?
The Deloitte audit just looks at HCTRA funds.
Okay, so we still have this burning question of the dollars that are not remaining in HCTRA and that are going elsewhere. And those dollars are not audited by anyone.
Not that I'm aware, but I'm not the one to answer that question.
Well, you're the
Once those-
executive director of HCTRA.
But
I mean, this
once
is
the
your money
funds-
that you're in charge of, correct?
Correct, but once those funds are transferred over to the county, that gets overseen by the Office of Management Budget and county attorney and bond counsel to make sure we comply with the expenditures of those funds.
So who determines the amount of funds sent from HCTRA to Harris County?
It's a joint process with Office of Managed Budget and HCTRA, and what we look at is exactly what's in the legislation. We meet our bond indentures. We have our cash on hand to maintain a high credit rating. We pay for operation and maintenance. We pay for capital projects. And then whatever's left over, that is considered to be transferred once all obligations by the toll road have been met.
Okay. And how much was that in the last fiscal year that was transferred?
The
to
last fiscal year was $193 million, sir.
So $193 million in excess funds that HCTRA didn't need was sent to Harris County.
Correct. And it was sent for mobility needs of the county, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and
The chair is announcing at 9:30, which is 5 minutes. I'm cutting off the registration. If you want to register to speak, you ought to do it by then. Okay? Sure recognize this. I thought you wanted to talk. Oh. And from this side up here, you have 5 minutes per at maximum per deal to ask a question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask really quick.
yes, sir.
I hate to do this to you. What's your salary?
$485,000, sir.
What do you think the county judge's salary is?
I do not know.
In 2023, it's stated at $190,000.
Okay, yes, sir.
Who's paying your salary?
Who's paying my salary?
Yes, sir.
Harris County.
The county's paying you?
Yes.
And they pay you more than the county judge?
Yes, sir.
Where are they getting that money?
If for the toll road, it's for the toll road users.
It's from the toll road users?
Yes, sir.
So you do work for the toll road?
I do work for the toll road, but it is viewed as a department of the county, and so we're all employees of the county.
That's all I need to know. Thank you. I don't need any more from you.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other question? Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Adrian Patterson.
Wait. We have to recall that witness. He needs to come back.
What?
Mr. Trevino needs to come back
Why?
because he said that he registered for differently than he did.
Oh, come back. We need you to come back. Where is it? What's his name?
I'll just tell you, Mr. Trevino.
Mr. Trevino.
Yes, sir.
You registered for Harris County Toll Road and Harris County Commissioners Court. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He told Mr. Patterson he was only representing the Commissioners Court.
And you told Mr. Patterson you were only representing the Commissioners Court. So which one is it?
It'll be on behalf of Commissioners Court.
Okay.
Not the Harris County Toll Road Authority?
Not the Toll Road Authority?
sir.
We have to modify his
We're going to have to modify your
Is that okay?
Okay.
your registration.
Is that
Okay.
okay?
Yes, that is okay.
Okay. We need to get this straight because
Yes,
we'd
sir.
had to redo this hearing and nobody is interested in that.
Yes, sir. That's the last thing I want.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
He's registered as Robert Trevino on behalf of the Harris County Commissioners Court in support of the bill and testifying.
All right. It's Robert Trevino,
Yes.
Harris County Commissioners
Harris County Commissioners Court,
Yes, sir.
support of the bill.
supported the bill,
Opposition of the bill.
Right. That's correct. And testifying. Against the bill.
against the bill, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right, thank you very
Yes, sir.
much. All right, Mr. Patterson.
Hello, committee. My name is Adrian Patterson. I am a shareholder at Greenberg Traurig. We are bond counsel to the to HCTRA Harris County Toll Road Authority, and I am here testifying related to the HCTRA bond indenture, testifying on the bill. The public finance lawyers in GT's Greenberg Trark's Houston office have been longtime bond counsel to the Harris County Toll Road Authority, and I would like to provide the committee with an overview of the HCTRA bond indenture, including its covenants and flow of funds. I'm going to try and skip past things that others have already talked about.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Quick overview of the bond indenture and the transfer of surplus revenue. One of my colleagues, Drew Masterson, who's also here, who's the financial advisor to the Harris County Toll Road Authority, is going to spend more time talking about the amounts related to what the indenture controls. But I wanted to mention the flow of funds is spelled out in the bond indenture, and it has to follow an order of priority. So we have senior and first lien debt service reserves, project expenses, operating reserves, renewal and replacement, and again, Mr. Masterson will talk about those amounts, subordinate lien debt service, and then we get to the indenture mobility fund, which has been discussed, and the surplus fund. So in summary, the bond indenture establishes a flow of funds that allows for an annual discretionary transfer of surplus revenue to the county from deposits into the indenture mobility fund. That annual transfer can be used only for purposes permitted by Section 284 Transportation Code, and that allocation of surplus revenue happens outside the bond indenture after the transfer is made and is determined by Commissioner's Court. I wanted to mention a couple of technical issues that were in the Senate bill that we understand that the committee substitute version of that bill was modified to address. One was the term toll project was used in that bill, and it's fairly narrow. Chapter 284 actually uses, it's a defined term project, which includes a defined term under the statute. So again, just a technical fix. There's a phrase there also that talks about HCTRA having the ability to retire debt, and there we think that is also too narrow. It suggests that HCTRA can only pay existing bonds and not issue new bonds for capital improvements or refunding bonds for savings. And then finally, it's unclear from that bill whether HCTRA would have the authority to pledge revenue to bonds or other obligations. The bill should allow HCTRA to pledge toll revenue, pay or finance costs of a project, and pay bonds or other obligations. As I mentioned, we understand that that committee substitute in the Senate has been modified to fix these technical terms, so we would just ask that that be done here if possible.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Nichols Raddick. Okay. How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you guys for having me and for staying late. I know that this is tedious. I'm Nick Raddick, and I work for Commissioner Tom Ramsey, Precinct 3, Harris County Commissioner. He's asked me to prepare or to read a statement for him, which I'm going to go ahead and start now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I want to begin by thanking Senator Betancourt and Representative Diala for their continued work on House Bill 5177 and Senate Bill 2722. While I appreciate their efforts, I am opposed to this bill as it is currently written. On Monday of this week, a formula was related to the use of surplus funds was unanimously approved by the Harris County's Commissioner's Court. I want to commend the Commissioner's Court for creating this fair and balanced formula, which we have provided, and it should be included in this bill. Second, we strongly agree that these dollars should only be spent within the precincts and only on mobility-related projects. No administration fees should be taken from these funds. We also support audits of the HCTRA and have no issues with them. HCTRA is a well-run toll road authority and should remain accountable. The financial matter in this bill between the city and the county are best left to Harris County and the City of Houston to negotiate and not be brought to the legislature to be resolved. Speaking for myself, and I believe the fellow commissioners, if the City of Houston incurs costs for first responders' expenses for incidents on the toll roads, we would be more than happy to recover those costs. The proper way for this matter to be handled is through direct collaboration, not in the Texas legislature. Thank you, and thank you as Nick Raddick as well.
All right, just a moment. Are there any questions? Thank you for coming.
Thank you,
We
guys.
appreciate it. What's the next one? Drew Masterson. Glad to have you, Mr. Masterson.
Good evening.
State your name and who you represent, whether you're for or against.
Good evening. My name is Drew Masterson, representing Masterson Advisors, LLC, and I'm testifying on the bill.
Okay.
Masterson Advisors, as the county's municipal advisor, has been asked to provide testimony on HCTRA's master trust indenture flow of funds, reserve requirements, and other bond covenants. Adrian just covered those in detail, so I won't go into any. I'll skip over that portion.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to put numbers on the terms. What I'm really after is the $2 billion that everybody keeps talking about that HCTRA has in their cash and investments. And the toll revenues flow through this master trust indenture, and in that, approximately $1 billion of the $2 billion are captured for the various purposes that Adrian outlined. A big portion of it, if you focus on page 6, then you'll see at the top there that $726,000 is project construction funds, debt service reserve funds of $118,000, $181 million for renewal and replacement and debt service. All of that is within the master trust indenture of the bond. So basically half of the $2 billion is within the bond indenture. Then the balance of my testimony, I'd like to focus real quickly on that very bottom section of page 6, which is the rating criteria for rating agencies. As has been mentioned numerous times, HCTRA is one of the highest rated toll road agencies in the country, amongst the top 4 or 5 in the entire United States. A big reason for that is their strong liquidity. They have in excess of the 730 days that you see in the bottom right-hand side of that page. That gives them, by itself, a 1-notch rating upgrade. So it's extremely important that they maintain that 730 days cash on hand. They have over 730 days cash on hand, and they have, well, the 730 days represents $677 million as of FY24. Additionally, the authority has a capital improvements plan that is outside the bond indenture, but is obligations that they have going forward over the next few years of $256 million of pay-go projects, cash-funded projects, no debt. And so when you take out the days cash on hand requirement for the rating and the pay-go projects, they have roughly $75 million that are not either restricted or obligated for future projects.
Mr. Curry?
Yes, sir, thank you for this. So is it still correct that I see a AA1 rating on here from Moody's.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still correct that the bonds for HCTRA are guaranteed by the state of Texas?
No.
The state of Texas, there's no full faith and credit any longer?
Of the state of Texas, never has been. Of Harris County taxpayers, the original bonds for Harris County were voted by the voters and backed by an unlimited tax. And as you can see on page 2, I think, there's still some of those outstanding. It doesn't give us the amount. Somewhere in here it does.
I think it was page 3.
Page 3? Yeah, some of those bonds are still outstanding that have the tax backing of the county, but not the state.
Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to ask a question?
We need to ask this witness. This witness is registered twice. Is he okay if we delete one of his registrations?
Okay. You're registered twice.
Yeah, they were afraid because you were calling people that registered after me that I had not been registered, so they popped in another
Well, we need to
registration.
take one down.
You can take one down.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
John Martinez.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is John Martinez. I'm with the Regional Hispanic Contractors. Just because it's time, I'll just get to the brunt of my points. I think that the police officers and the fire and all that is great. I think the doctors who treat the patients are awesome too, and we need to do that. But I want to go back to the origin that this was for infrastructure that we really need. And if you listen to some of the other bills, there are people being killed because we don't have the proper infrastructure. Houston is our best city in Texas, and we are going to crumble if our economy crumbles without the infrastructure. So my ask is that we concentrate on the infrastructure that this money was intended for, and that we go back to what is the origin is let the local people handle those. If they make mistakes, go back and tell them how to fix those mistakes, but make sure that they know how to do that and that local money is controlled and spent locally. Thank you.
Hold on, whoa. Is there any questions?
I thought you.
Any questions? Okay, sorry,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Officer Slotboom?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Earlier, a handout was distributed, has a plot in the lower corner. I'll be brief due to the late time. If the committee decides you want to give the city of Houston money, it makes no sense to give them an arbitrary 30% of the surplus. It needs to be tied to the actual cost. And we heard it, the city of Houston say it was $19 million. HCTRA spends $43 million to service 98% of incidents. Now, I'm against sending the city of Houston money, but if we do, it's something that should be negotiated between the county and city based on the actual cost, not an arbitrary 30%, which could be over $100 million a year. And as others stated, it will go to the general fund. So I want to point out that $1.49 billion or 40.6% of total revenue was diverted out in the last 5 years. If you look at their financial statement, which there's an excerpt here, they issued $1 billion in bonds last year. So while they're diverting money, they're also issuing bonds. And the last thing I want to say is that there's talk of this surplus money like it's some free money coming from Washington, but it's not. It's us, the toll payers, who are paying for it, and it's very expensive. Someone who goes through one toll plaza per year is paying $650 per year. If you go through 2 plazas, $1,300 a year. The hapless folks who go through 3 toll plazas are paying around $2,000 a year. So this is real money paid by real people. It's not some surplus money that's coming from Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute, wait. You're not counted for time they're asking questions. They are. Okay, go ahead. Who won? I thought you wanted to ask questions. Sorry, I thought you wanted to ask a question.
He didn't allow anybody the opportunity.
Daniel Ramos. Where are these people coming back? That's why I cut it off. How are you, Stevie?
Hello, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Ramos, and I'm the Harris County Budget Director. I'm going to try not to go to an accounting rabbit hole, given the late hour, but I just want to quickly explain. So for 202, the General Administration, that's a very unfortunate name. What that really is we adopt a budget prior to when the books close. And so in order to get the precincts their due money, what we end up doing is we allocate 75% of what we think is going to be left, and then we put the rest in that 202 bucket so that we're able to make them whole once the books close. So I can say confidently that that general administration, one, does not include a single dollar for our county administration. Two, that mobility funds, that 1070, has never been commingled with our general funds. One point of clarification, our county auditor's budget is 100% approved by the district courts. That budget does not come to me, does not go to Commissioner's Court, unless that budget exceeds the 5% growth. I want to hit on the fact that the county takes 100% of the risk when it relates to the toll road. And we are being asked to share some portion of the benefit without sharing any of that risk. So if the toll road were to go under, the county property owners would be responsible for servicing some portion of the remaining debt. Hike and bike trails, I've heard that be brought up. I want to assure you that those were reviewed by our county attorney, our outside counsel. It was almost entirely pedestrian improvements on roads. And so while they're called something fancy, hike and bike, it was road related and was reviewed by our attorneys. Each project that we do is reviewed by the county attorney, by my office, by our county attorney, as well as outside counsel, if there is any question whatsoever on eligibility. We go so far as to actually review job descriptions of the people that are budgeted in that fund to ensure that 100% of their time is being spent on road or support of road functions. One last thing I want to leave you with is, if this money were to be diverted any amount, our infrastructure needs are not going to change. And it would require us to either burn through our existing bond money currently and go for a bond sooner. The equivalent for the $287 billion that we had budgeted is over 4%, a 4-cent tax that would be borne by all property owners, not just users of the tollway. With that, I will take any questions.
Anybody got any questions? I got a couple. One, are you for or against, since you didn't say?
Oh, sorry, I'm against.
Okay.
5177.
Your bond, where you're talking about going through your bond money, are you using your bond money for operations and to exist?
No, we're not. We're doing it on all capital projects. What I was saying is that our infrastructure needs, given the sheer size of Harris County, will not go away if we're diverting any amount of funding to another entity. And so that means we would be using more road bonds as opposed to the mobility, which of course in turn would raise taxes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, just to put it into perspective, because we've talked about hike and bike trails or whatever, what are some of the projects that are funded with these dollars so that my colleagues can have a visual of what the money's being used for?
So, and I think the toll road director might be a better person, but from what I know, these are areas where there had been pedestrian incidents, accidents, or fatalities. There was a data review to look at where these things were happening that were adjacent and on county roads and county toll roads. And so their pedestrian improvements, I would defer to him on the exact nature.
I have one more question. The hike and bike trail, there's a question whether is it a legal or non-legal expenditure? Did your office look at that?
We did review, and then we did refer it to our outside counsel that gave it a green light because it is for pedestrian safety upgrades on roads
Okay, thank you.
or at intersections.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just really quickly, I don't know if you were in here towards the beginning when we heard a little bit about the information that was presented about where the funding goes and what the commissioners had provided about the funding. Do you have anything you can add to that? Again, we've just heard that there's a number with something like salary next to it, not a lot of details. Would love to get your perspective on that. Thank you.
So I can tell you that each of those expenses is reviewed in some way. A lot of it are the road and bridge crews, the folks that are filling potholes, and then the vast majority of it is used on capital projects related. And so each of those projects, so each of the operating budgets for the precincts and the other departments that access that funding for roads is adopted in the budget, and then as well as each one of those projects, when we get to the contract, comes to Commissioner's Court twice. One as a preliminary investment memo saying, hey, let's start spending some time and effort to design the project or scope a project. And then it comes again as a final investment memo when that contract's being awarded.
So that information, we had heard it was, an amount and then something like salary or admin or whatever next to it. But are you saying that the additional details that go along with that money are available to the public in some way or another?
Yes, the budgets are adopted as part of our annual budget process, and then each one of those projects comes to Commissioner's Court in the public for award.
Okay, so for whatever reason, those details were not included in that public records request, is what you're saying?
That public records request didn't come to my office, so I
Okay.
would need to review it, but I can.
No worries. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much toll revenue from collections, how much has that risen per year? Do you have those numbers?
So it does fluctuate. I would say it hovers right around 900 million, but I will say it dipped down to under 600 million during
COVID. Sure, but the last 3 years, has it generally been an increase?
It's just short of 900 million, I believe.
Okay, and is it generally increased over the last 3 years, let's say?
There was an increase, but it's leveled off over the last 2 years. I think.
Okay.
There's a $20 million difference. I think there was a small dip from 23 to 24 based on our financial statements.
Okay, we heard testimony earlier that the excess funds was like 183 million.
190, close to 194.
So $194 million in excess funds, and that was the last fiscal year.
That was what was transferred. That's
Has
correct.
that been growing every year? Or?
It has grown. We do an annual process. I think what you're referring to is kind of the big spike that happened in the 2021. That was where we had a significant amount of cash on hand and just huge capital needs.
Yeah.
Where a transfer was made to be able to fill those needs. It has evened out. I believe the last 2 years we've budgeted 287 million. But what I can tell you is, before we send it, we make sure we have the cash in the bank, and we make sure that we maintain that 730 days of cash on hand to keep that high credit rating.
Yeah, that's good. So so your budget has grown over the last 3 years?
Are you
For
referring
Hectra?
to Hectra? It has grown.
Okay, and the surplus has grown over the last 3 years?
It grew from 23 to 24, and then from 24 and what's budgeted in 25 has stayed the same.
Okay, so what is the projected surplus for fiscal year 2025?
We budgeted $287 million in transfers.
Okay, so it was 194 million, and now it's 287 million?
So
Did I hear that right?
we had budgeted the 287 for last year. We ended
Okay.
up, we had some risk there, so we decided to not transfer it until the financial statements came back.
Right. So it went, in 1 year, the overages went from 194 million in transfers from Hectra to Harris County to 287 million is what you're projecting for
Yeah,
this?
that's a projection, but
Okay.
we do true it up
But I mean,
against actual cash.
50% higher, basically, is what you're saying.
So what I want to clarify is that the number in 23 was a little bit higher than that.
Okay.
And there was a couple of things that went into that. One was, prior iterations of the Commissioner's Court had been making a transfer that ended up going to the precinct. So it was really just a redirection
Okay.
of the transfer to the precincts.
Would it make sense that your budget documents say 305 million?
Yes, and then some of that just, and we're going to work on this, and this is 100% my fault. Some of that is investment income, not necessarily transfers from the toll road.
Okay, so it's really the excess is 287, but the documents say 305 because it includes 20 million in other funds. Okay, and then when's the last time Harris County raised taxes?
In terms of rate or in terms of dollars?
In terms of the check that residents have to write to the county?
This past year.
Okay, and did they use a disaster loophole to raise taxes?
That's correct.
Okay, so they use the disaster loophole to raise taxes, and they're projecting in excess of $100 million more in transfer as well from HCTRA.
So to address the disaster rate, while it's been referred to as a loophole, that was a provision adopted. And if there was any year to use it, last year we had 3 federally declared disasters.
Oh,
So-
absolutely, I understand.
And
But
so-
they did raise taxes on Harris County taxpayers.
That's correct.
And they're projecting $100 million in increased transfers from HCTRA.
And again, that to one of my earlier points, that money is not comminglable. That we don't use.
But we don't know where it's going, do we?
So, like I said, we adopt a budget that has the number of positions that are budgeted in the mobility fund, and also all of our projects go to Commissioner's Court for approval.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Mr. LaHood?
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification, Mr. Ramos, does this sound about right that the Harris County Toll Road Authority operates roughly about 103 miles of the toll road under the HCTRA system? Does that sound right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The total toll road, affecting this, is about 100 miles, give or take?
That's what the number has been thrown around.
Okay. And the reason I want to ask that is this, because, and again, I don't think we were here for it, but the hiking, biking trails that y'all approved in 2022, y'all approved, I think, 236 miles of recreational trails. I think y'all estimated it was going to cost y'all about $600 million for that, right? Roughly?
For the
For the hiking trails and all the stuff that we were asking about earlier that you said that.
That number seems very, very high to me. I don't believe it's anywhere near there. And also, I just want to clarify, while it says hike and bike trails, these are pedestrian improvements on roads.
Well, and I'm not going to quibble with you. I'm going off a news article, so I'm not saying it's true. I'm just going off a news article. I'm just asking these questions, which is, why didn't y'all use the Parks and Recreation Fund? Because one of y'all's members, I think, raised the concern that he disagreed with it because that money being spent was not what was proposed to the voters when they approved the toll, right? And that was his concern. I think that may be some of our, that's at least my concern. I won't speak for the members, but that makes sense?
It does, and I unfortunately I can't speak to the exact nature, but.
All right, thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. How did you call it? Leslie is Brinonis. Brinonis. State your name and who you
Good
represent.
evening. Good evening, Chairman Craddock, Vice Chair Perez, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Leslie Briones, and I'm your Harris County Commissioner for Precinct 4. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and to testify against House Bill 5177. Let's be clear. This is a bailout bill, not a transportation bill. It sets bad precedent, it's based on bad policy, and it jeopardizes regional partnership. As Harris County Commissioners, we are road and bridge superintendents, responsible for managing 6,000 miles of unincorporated roads. On Monday, Commissioners Court unanimously passed a data-driven precinct distribution formula. Thus, the portion of the bill addressing precincts allocations is now moot and should be removed from the bill. Failing to do so would set a negative precedent that would undermine the local solution we collectively arrived at to address a local issue. The other facet of the bill, the 30% bailout for Houston, embodies bad public policy. If the Houston police or Houston firefighters, who I have profound respect for, want to discuss a potential reimbursement for documented services directly rendered on Hector Tollway, let's have that conversation at home. I know I'm very open to it. Again, local issues should be resolved locally. I represent Precinct 4, which is much of western Harris County, one of the fastest growing areas in the nation. Growth which has necessitated our 63 active, critical, mobility-funded projects, which I would love to give you examples of. This is totaling an investment of $230 million in critical transportation infrastructure in compliance with the Texas Transportation Code. For example, in Katy, where there's 9 new schools that have been built since 2017, and as a former teacher and mom of 3 little girls, this is particularly meaningful to me, we're investing over $20 million on road projects to keep our families safe. Mayor Whitmire is my friend. We actually have a very strong partnership. In fact, Precinct 4, my team and I, we're investing nearly 30% of my precinct's $113 million of mobility fund CIPs within the city of Houston. And I empathize with Mayor Whitmire's budgetary challenges. Yet, pilfering from one governmental entity, taking its much-needed infrastructure funding to plug another entity's budget shortfall and to put it in a general fund, as we heard, without the transportation nexus when these are transportation dollars, is not the solution. In sum, I ask you to please oppose this bailout bill, HB 5177, because it's bad policy, it would create bad precedent, and it would jeopardize regional partnership that benefits Texans. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you to our Dallas neighbors for their patience listening to Houston for hours. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Harris has some
Thank you for being here.
thank you.
I really appreciate it. And I just, at some point would love to get clarity. I know you had mentioned that this bill is moot due to the formula that y'all have kind of figured out. And I'd love to get some clarity on if the formula has changed in the past 25 years that the toll road has been around. And, I know that
That's gotta be
it's great that you came to an agreement, but we heard earlier that it took at least 4 years to get to that point if this whole conversation started in redistricting. And then, so just any clarity you can provide on any of that would be great, especially if you know if this formula has changed at all since the toll road was put in place.
Yes, so the toll road was begun in 1983. I was 3 years old, so I can't testify to the entire history. I took office January 2023. My understanding, based on my studying of the issue, is yes, the formula has changed multiple times throughout the year.
Okay.
I'm actually very proud of the formula we adopted Monday. Commissioner Tom Ramsey, my colleague, who's Precinct 3, he's an engineer of multiple decades. He's the one that came up with the formula. And it's a 3-pronged formula, weighted equally a third, based on lane miles, based on road condition, as well as historical transfers of mobility funds.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you.
that. And then can you just give us a little bit more clarity? We've heard this phrase a few times tonight, bailout bill, just many times, over and over and over again. The language doesn't really play that out, so I'd just love more clarity on why that phrase is being used when the language of the bill doesn't really read that.
Sure. The 30% that is being taken from HCTRA and given to the city of Houston is arbitrary and not supported by the data, number one. Even the multiple sets of data they've presented throughout the iterations of the conversation these last weeks. Two, if you look at the data for the last 10 years, and again, I have profound respect for HPD and HFD, and I live in the city of Houston. If you look at the data for the last 10 years, Houston has responded to less than 2% of the calls on HCTRA toll. So 30% is arbitrary, again, bad policy. And then, Representative Harris Davila, Harris County is larger than 26 states population-wise. We have 34 cities. So it is also a bailout bill. The city of Houston, and speaking of news articles, the mayor, who's, again, a dear friend and a mentor, often says, the city of Houston's broke. We need help. I'm going to go get money. Again, I empathize tremendously. But this is a bailout bill for the city of Houston. And I've had multiple conversations which reinforce that. And again, the data doesn't support it. I'm open to a conversation. Again, I believe local issues should be handled at home, and I respect your service to our great state of Texas. And we're willing to sit down with HFD and HPD and with Mayor Whitmire to say, let's see what are the documented responses, and we can come up with an ILA, an interlocal agreement, and this makes me happy because I'm a fellow lawyer, as many of you are, and I used to be a civil court judge. Let's work collectively on a solution, but this had never been raised, at least since I took office in 2023. This is, we have a budget problem, we're gonna go get money, we have good relationships in Austin. Sorry, Harris County. And if you look in your packets, you'll see that my mayor of Katy, Katie's one of my cities in Precinct 4, Pearland, Seabrook, LaPorte, Baytown. I mean, you can go through Deer Park. You'll go through, and these other mayors who, we all have budgetary challenges. And again, I empathize as someone who grew up in a home check to check. We all have budgetary problems, but the money grab with an arbitrary 30% is bad policy, and it's bad precedent. So we're just gonna start grabbing from other jurisdictions to solve problems? No, we all were elected by the people to make hard decisions. So that's what I mean by a bailout. They're broke, they need money, and they're coming for the 30%.
Okay. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The formula for the money that you all get from Metro, how is that designed?
So Metro is distinct. Let me pull up my, again, the lawyer in me, I like precision when it comes to facts. So Metro is distinct, and I appreciate Representative Paul, who he and I talk a lot, especially about flood control, which I won't get into that today. So the concern about Metro, so Harris County residents, which again, there's 34 cities, right, in Harris County. Harris County residents pay sales tax into Metro. Metro is a regional organization, not a subsidiary of the city of Houston. So this is an entirely different framework than HCTRA. And moreover, in addition to Harris County residents paying this sales tax into Metro, there's actually various areas, swaths of Harris County that don't have Metro service. So that Metro transfer is completely distinct from this HCTRA conversation, and I appreciate the question very much.
Okay. So tell me about how y'all treat the constables. How do you pay the constables? Is that through Harris County? Is that through HCTRA? How does that work?
And so let me clarify it as well, just to take a step back, because people are like, well, what's HCTRA versus the county? So HCTRA, sorry, this is the lawyer in me. Just to clarify, HCTRA is an enterprise fund of Harris County, right? And all of our employees are Harris County employees, and HCTRA is a department. And technically, legally, it's an enterprise fund. So with regard to our constables, and we have 8 elected constables throughout Harris County, and my 3 constables, they couldn't be here today, but if you look in your packet, by the way, the Constables Association is adamantly opposed to this bill as well.
I'm sure everybody represents counties are, yeah.
Well, they're independently elected.
Well, they're
These
county
are
elected
law
officials, but if you could
enforcement
answer the
officers.
question, please.
So the question is, these constables, again, respond along with the HCTRA incident response team to 98% of the calls. So there are contracts with the constables to be the primary law enforcement agency to respond to calls on our HCTRA toll road. And this is throughout the county, throughout the 8 independently elected constables' offices.
So the constables are directly paid through HCTRA?
So they have contracts totaling, well, the entire amount spent on safety and security is approximately $43 million each year. The constables' contracts are approximately $25 million per year.
Okay, so HCTRA pays a portion of the constables for them to be able to answer calls or
Exactly.
whatever they do on
Exactly.
the
So
toll road.
HCTRA covers the full cost of safety and security on the toll roads. And again, these constables, as well as the HCTRA incident team that we pay approximately $43 million, they do 98% of the work. So that's why I say where we're open. If we would, for example, HPD, HFD, there's, as our wonderful Chief Christensen said, we also have another 23 ESDs that help with fire and EMS. I mean, if we want to look holistically and fairly and comprehensively, we can drill down on the data in each particular service, and we can have that conversation. Similarly, if it's a TxDOT right-of-way, TxDOT should have that conversation, or if it's, for example, this city in
Okay, let's
Katy,
stick
right?
to
It's
the-
different entities that we should keep separate. But in sum, our 8 constables have approximately $25 million in annual contracts, and they handle, along with the incident team, approximately 98% of the work
Okay, so HCTRA pays a portion of the constables?
for those contracts, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And then going back to Metro real quick, I know you mentioned taxpayers help fund it, but what does Harris County contribute to Metro?
So it's the Harris County taxpayers that pay
No, I
the
mean the
sales
entity
tax.
Harris County.
Harris County is not contributing into Metro.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Morales?
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Briones, and thank you for your very eloquent and beautiful testimony today, because it really explained everything very well. I think one thing that was clarified with the testimonials today is that all of the commissioners are in agreement against this legislation. Okay. And somebody said earlier that Houston was the greatest city, and I live there, so I believe that, and Harris County is the best county. But we have people who don't live in Houston making these decisions. Am I correct? And that's really problematic.
So we have 34 cities within Harris County, so it's unfair to address one city's bailout problem versus the other 33 cities. So yes, and there's actually more people who live in the unincorporated part of Harris County than the city of Houston.
Right. It's more like 37% versus the rest of the cities, 37% being Houston. And the dollars that we're talking about, the 30%, these are Harris County dollars.
Correct. So these are HCTRA dollars from our toll dollars from people like you and I who drive the toll roads, and so that is the revenue. And I can explain what people keep calling surplus, what we do with that.
But I mean, I know everybody's getting really frustrated and tired now, but just really quickly, can you explain some of the mobility projects that that have been provided through these funds?
Yes. So after the debt is paid, the operations and maintenance, safety, security, these surplus funds are the mobility funds that are divided to the 4 precincts for us to take care of 6,000 miles of road. So what do we use those monies for? I'll give you a bunch. I have a ton of examples. I'm an open book to your point of transparency. It's everything from lane widening, from 2-lane roads to 4-lane roads, which in the fastest growing area of the county is huge. Signalization, curve easements, asphalt overlays, intersection reconfigurations. We have road improvements that are tied into the drainage improvements as well. I can give you some illustrative examples if you want to drill down further. So there's Clay Road, there's numerous projects on Clay Road, lane widening, traffic signal implementation. We have intersection improvements, lane additions, road improvements. I can go through all the intersections, but I know in the interest of time, you probably don't want to hear. But the bottom line is it's lane additions, intersection improvements. They're all very much focused on safety and congestion. So within the 6,000 miles that the four of us are in charge of, and that's based on a 1913 law, we in Precinct 4 have 1,600 miles. And with the fastest growing area, we're not keeping up. So these mobility funds, which people, when they think surplus, they think we're sitting fat and happy. No, those are the dollars that the four precincts use to improve your roads, to clean your ditches, to fill
Okay,
your potholes.
we really need you to stick to the direct answer.
So those are
Okay.
some examples of mobility funds, and they all go through a process for compliance. And there is actually an annual audit
All right,
that
thank you
Deloitte has
for
done.
coming this evening. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you so
I
much.
have one question for her.
Chairman Craddock, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you going to allow me
Chair
ask that question?
Vice Chair
It's a quick question.
Persevere.
Thank you for being here, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I advised Chief Munoz that I was receiving conflicting numbers regarding the number of calls that they and the police, state that they have. And I've gotten conflicting numbers from you as well. And they said that they used image trend. Where does the county get their numbers from?
So I think it depends whether it's fire versus police, and he's a chief, so I respect his answer. But my understanding is that all of the fire departments, including HFD, including the county ones and the ESDs, they report to the state fire marshal, which is under the Texas Department of Insurance. So we can have third-party data to reconcile these conflicting numbers. And frankly, as Mr. Trevino, our executive director, pointed out, what they're counting as HCTRA toll versus TxDOT right-of-way, that is driving some of the inconsistencies in the data. And so
you
HCTRA is
basically-
focused on HCTRA.
So you basically get your information from the state?
That is, to me, with all due respect, the ultimate arbiter, because it should be consistently maintained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well,
Monroe,
please,
you're
if
up
we
to
can provide
close.
any other information, please let us know.
Chair recognizes Monroe to close.
Brevity. I want to take you to the bill, less than 1 minute. 4 things. Make sure that HCTRA operating funds are spent on the toll system as promised and as done. I don't think we had much dispute about that. I think that's good and fine. 2, the distribution of funds within the precincts for mobility. You heard earlier that on Monday, the county commissioners got together and worked out that piece of the puzzle, thanks to this bill. Okay, we've already done some good, but that's only one of 4 pieces. 3, we have this benefit use service from the city of Houston and fire and EMS police that should have some compensation to it, much like the constables do. They don't send a reimbursement slip. They're paid for being available, and it's a contract. That's the same thing that's being asked in this bill, is funds for those services. And finally, that we have audit and accountability, not just in the county and the city of Houston, but in the operating funds as well. This bill addresses all those things. I will say this. Harris County is the 3rd largest county in the country. City of Houston is 3rd or 4th largest city in the country. City of Houston is going through some financial hardships, but you see everything in the boots on the ground that they're turning the tide and getting things and getting their act together in a lot of ways I won't go into. But I will say this. The city has provided this service without compensation for many, many years. This is a time where the city, and this bill only talks about the lagniappe, the profit. If there's no profit, the city will do it for free some more. That's what this bill says. This is a bill to try to do this. The way they got together and did that division within the precincts, we've been asking the city and the county to sit down and help with these other pieces of the bill also. With that, I'm happy to take any questions and I close. Thank you all.
All right.
I have a question.
Okay. Ms. Perez?
You just stated that you've been wanting the city and the county to sit down and talk.
Almost as much as you do.
Right, okay. And why has that not happened?
I can't speak for all of them. It takes 2 to tango. The more we say it publicly, hopefully the more it'll become a reality. It'd be nice to have their understanding be substituted in some of these things in the bill.
But none of the conversations have happened regarding paying fire and paying police because they have not met. Is that correct?
I don't know that they have They have spoken. I don't know that they have made any progress or any real, what I call real negotiations. I don't think there have been. I think there's been an effort. The bill is a starting place. And like I said, it takes two to tango, and it'd be nice if they would dance a little bit.
And I do believe that this bill has sparked something to get them moving, which I think is great. But at the same time, I don't think that the city and the county, that the legislature should be their first stop. Their first stop should be to try to figure out the answers on their own. I also serve as the chair of the Harris County delegation, which you serve as vice chair. And I have polled every one of those Harris County members, and I shared that information with you. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And more than 2/3 also believed that we should not have to be deciding between our commissioners and our mayor. We should not have to deal with that. They should try to figure this out at home before they bring it to us to try to decide between the two.
I share that. I would like for that to happen as much as possible as well. But back in statute, it is us that set out this is what you do with these surplus. This does fall on us. If they don't do their jobs, we must do it for them. And if they're doing it wrong, we must fix it. It's our responsibility.
And I don't disagree, Representative Ayala. I just think that they should try at home before they bring their problems to us.
You're hoping everyone's listening, right?
I sure am.
Thank you all for all
I'll
your
make
time.
one comment. When they came to see me, I said the same thing.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Everything I have, got to wad it up and send it to you.
No,
Over
maybe,
to the
we-
chairman's office.
maybe we ought to send this to all our members.
I think we should.
Hey,
I think we should send it down.
the committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, and the bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 3187. Recognize Representative Sheehan.
Hello, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, I saw you earlier today, a few hours. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we're hanging
All right,
out
are we
together.
going to limit the time? What, how much? Two what?
2 minutes, and Haley has the time.
Not two.
Mhm.
Hold on. No, I think.
Are you limiting my time or whose time?
Nope,
are you
not
limiting?
your time.
Only your time.
Go ahead, start. You're ready. Your
Did you
time.
lay out a committee sub or?
No, we do not.
Okay, that's fine.
If we were supposed to have, we didn't get it.
Hold on, wait.
Ma-
You're right. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker Craddock, Vice Chair Perez, and members of the committee.
The committee does offer a substitute. I'm sorry, we did have it.
So you do have a committee
Yeah,
substitute?
we're going to lay out, we laid out the substitute. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, sir, for laying
Yeah.
that out.
Yeah.
DART is a Dallas Area Rapid Transit Authority that provides public transit to Dallas and the surrounding area. The Transit Authority has a financial structure that has changed little in over 40 years and is in desperate need of an overhaul. But DART refuses to do so. As a result, DART is now bringing financial harm to many of its member cities. 6 of the member cities are forced to overpay DART for their services. And the imbalance is so extreme, one city is receiving less than 50 cents on the dollar. This is a city that's putting in $100 million every year to DART and receiving less than $45 million in services. They're putting in $100 million, they're getting less than $45 million in services. Because of DART's unwillingness to address these overpayments, I have filed House Bill 3187 that provides a legislative fix to these imbalances DART refuses to fix. Worse yet, DART hid these overpayments for years from their member cities. Requests as far back as 2020 for greater transparency were stonewalled by DART. During the 87th legislative session, I filed House Bill 3867 requiring DART to provide the expenditures by city. As simple as, just give me the expenditures for each of your 13 cities. DART, during session, agreed to provide the information, so I pulled the bill. Well, DART never provided the information. They never provided the report. Instead, they provided some document that highlighted the benefits of transit. So as a result, during the 88th legislative session, another bill was filed, again requiring the disclosure of DART's expenditures by city. This bill stalled once again based on DART's promises to provide transparency. They broke their promise again. They didn't provide the information. Mayors even went to the regional transportation entity and requested an evaluation of regional transit. Finally, in late 2023, DART finally agreed. But they didn't even have the ability to go to their own financial systems to get the information. They had to pay an outside entity over $1 million to provide this information. So I want you to think about that just for a second. If you're in the private sector and you have a CFO that can't produce simple financial information on expenditures per city, and that CFO has to go to an outside entity and pay them $1 million to pull information from your own financial systems, in the private sector, that CFO gets fired. The study showed what the cities knew all along. DART has been overcharging their cities by massive amounts. So here we are again today. And we're here because DART's unwillingness to do what's right. And they haven't been willing over the past 6 years, and they're not going to be willing in the next 2. So House Bill 3187 seeks to address payment imbalances by creating an alternative payment plan. The committee substitute that was laid out makes 2 changes. Section 4 of the original bill is removed, which leaves the ability for DART to collect sales and use tax at 1%. Secondly, the original bill is also amended to ensure there is no impact for current bondholders. So let me just leave you with this. You're going to hear a lot of testimony. There's been lobbyists that have been hired. You're getting tons of emails, all that kind of stuff. And they're telling you this bill is going to be a financial disaster to DART, and it's not. We have restored their 1% sales tax that they can charge everybody, and we've rebalanced the restrictions on their bonds. But I want you to leave you with this. DART, from 2010 to 2020, their revenues increased 54%. Their ridership only increased by 13%, a 40% delta. So just keep that in mind when you have multiple people come forward to you today to talk about the devastation of this bill. It's inaccurate. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't have filed this bill if DART would simply sit down with their member cities and treat them like customers, and they're not. So we're in a position now where we have to seek a legislative remedy. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve my right to close. Yeah.
Before you do, on the last bill, we froze the registration, and I'm doing it again on this bill because it got out of hand. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. If you haven't filed to testify, you have 10 minutes. 9 at 25 till I'm going to shut off the registration, okay? And we're going to cut it down to 3 minutes testimony per person. I mean, it doesn't count if you start asked questions by the people on the panel, and I'll limit them if they get too long, okay? All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Who wanted?
I'm done.
Mr.
Sir,
Patterson wanted to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just really quickly, Representative Shaheen, last session, you filed the same bill.
Yes, sir.
Roughly, correct?
Mhm.
And it came before this committee, correct?
That's right.
And the chairman of the committee at the time was Terry Canals,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And Chairman Canals at the time said, much like the last bill that we had, you know, why are we airing out everybody's dirty laundry? Y'all go back and fix this. And that didn't happen, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so that's why you're here today with this bill, is because that didn't happen. And so here we are again for the third session, working on the same issue.
Yes, sir, and Mr. Canals is a joint author.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions?
And Mr. Chairman, members, I apologize, but I'm chairing elections, and we actually have more witnesses than you do. So I normally stay, but I do have to run that committee, but I
Well,
will.
don't send them back over here.
They're a little bit more brief than yours are, but I promise, sir, I will be back to close.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, members, very much.
I don't think we have any witnesses then. Be here if you're going to insult them.
Okay. Chair calls Will Beetrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and
Yeah.
committee members. My name is Will Beetrell. I serve as the mayor of Town of Highland Park, and I support House Bill 3187. For more than 4 decades, DART's 13 member cities have made significant investments in their regional transit system. Since 2015, DART's total budget, including operating capital and debt service, has increased from $983 million to $1.7 billion, representing a twofold increase in 10 years. According to the Ernst & Young study, Highland Park was a net donor to DART by providing $6.3 million in sales tax contributions for a $1.9 million in expense allocation for the fiscal year 2023. That equates to a negative 70% return, negative 70%. A very micro look at the 1/4 penny request for general mobility would net Highland Park $1.7 million, which would be 4% of our budget. That's a significant number for a 100-year infrastructure that we have. Highland Park has no light rail infrastructure within its town boundaries and one bus route that accommodates approximately 60 riders per day at the cost of over $300 per rider. It's important to note that the figure approximately 60 riders per day is based on estimates. DART's open transit system limits its ability to accurately track ridership. A truly regional transit solution requires a regional funding mechanism, one that does not disproportionately burden a subset of member cities. Perhaps this helps explain why DART has not successfully added a new member city since inception. Contrary to claims made by DART and its advocates, the structural reforms necessary to ensure the agency's viability cannot be achieved through local efforts alone. We have tried. Therefore, just as legislative action was required in 1983 to authorize DART's creation, it's now appropriate for the legislator to consider a new model to enhance DART's accountability, direction, and status quo. In this context, I respectfully request your support for House Bill 3187.
Mr. Beetrell, I have a couple of quick questions. Have you all tried to get together and work out locally the problem?
Yes, sir.
All right. You've gotten nowhere or what?
We've gotten nowhere. DART continues to maintain their current status quo, and we'd already passed that. We already had the bill had already been submitted, so we didn't want to back off what the bill was saying. So we were kind of in a funny gray area at that time.
All right. So, Mr. Patterson, did you say this is the third time's a charm? We'll see what we can do here.
We hope so. Thank you.
All right. Any other other questions? Okay. Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you.
Appreciate it. Where are the people that? Which is Alderman? Jamie Allman.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jamie Adelman. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at DART, and I oppose HB 3187. In 1983, voters dedicated 1% of their sales tax to DART. which they reaffirmed in 2000 when an overwhelmingly positive vote to accelerate the build-out of the DART system. About 25% of DART sales tax revenue is pledged to bondholders to repay these investments. Our bond counsel believes this bill violates those covenants. The first time they know of that a statute would place a political subdivision in default of its obligations. Municipal agency default is unprecedented. Further, our general counsel has stated that the bill would break DART's contract with the voters who authorized allocating the full penny to the regional transportation system. I urge you to read his full memo in the binder packet that was provided to you earlier this evening. Our voters have approved the penny twice, nearly 2 decades apart. We would absolutely be breaking the contract if we didn't put this reallocation to a vote. Chapter 452 already has a mechanism for funding local transportation projects. Since 1989, DART has given more than $500 million to our cities through various mobility programs. Most recently, a one-time allocation of $234 million available thanks to DART's conservative budgeting during the pandemic. The Ernst & Young study did not take into account that $234 million or any of the other programs that we currently have with our cities. Under the existing statute, however, bondholders remain assured of their investment, and we continue to deliver on our promise to the voters. This bill would jeopardize those promises. As a public agency, DART is deeply familiar with the economic pressures facing our service area cities, including persistent inflation and rising infrastructure costs. DART's well-established and transparent financial practices help us maintain a fiscally conservative budget that keeps pace with those costs and allows us to invest in sustainable regional growth and our city's development goals. Cities' appointed board members drive all financial decisions. A supermajority of the board adopts financial standards annually to ensure every taxpayer dollar works most efficiently for our customers. By policy, DART's administrative costs have been at or below 10% of total operating costs for the last 20 years. Compared to similar agencies nationwide, our administrative costs are among the lowest. In addition to the standards, the board approves DART's budget and a 20-year financial plan each year. Our cities also have 30 days to review the budget, during which time DART meets with the city managers to solicit their feedback and answer questions. Over the past 10 years, there have been just 10 no votes on DART's annual budget. This year's budget actually decreased by 2.1% from last year under the leadership of the Budget Committee, chaired by Plano's board representative. In fact, Plano's representative has chaired the board or the Budget Committee for the last 10 years. Please be under no illusions. Beyond threatening our covenants with bondholders and voters, a 25% cut would devastate the agency.
Okay, your time's up, so if you could finish up, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I've got one statement left. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I respectfully ask the committee to allow us to continue working with our cities and NCT-COG on a long-term strategy for regional transit that can grow to meet North Texas's needs.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Nadine Lee.
Good evening, Chair Craddock and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Nadine Lee, and I'm the President and CEO of Dallas Area Rapid Transit. On behalf of DART, and based on our 10-to-1 board-approved legislative agenda, I am testifying in opposition to this bill. Taxpayers have voted on multiple occasions to tax themselves to invest billions of dollars in this critical transit system. This bill proposes to dismantle that contract with the voters. In the last 3 years, DART has invested over $110 million to improve security, cleanliness, and reliability system-wide. We have increased bus, light rail, and microtransit service in all 13 cities. And while we have dramatically improved service quality, we simultaneously reduced our bus fleet size by 20% through a bus network redesign. Because of these significant investments, customer satisfaction has improved by double digits from just 2 years ago, an accomplishment unheard of in the transit industry. We are outpacing national trends in restoring ridership, and weekend ridership already exceeds pre-pandemic levels. Defunding DART by $235 million in year one and 25% in perpetuity in perpetuity will reduce available revenue for transit investments by $7 billion over a 20-year period. In the first year alone, our operating revenues will drop by 34%. A 34% cut in operations would mean devastating cuts for the entire regional transit system at a time when we are on track to achieve the highest ridership in the history of DART in FY26. As someone with more than 30 years of transit experience in cities across the country, I know what happens when you starve a system like DART. Trains will run only every 30 to 60 minutes, making it impossible for employees to get to work, students to get to their classes, or seniors to make doctor's appointments on time. Bus and train repairs will fall behind, and the lack of available fleet will result in more trip cancellations, and delays will increase as infrastructure falls into a state of disrepair. Ridership will plummet as service quality declines, and that will create a downward spiral until the entire system collapses. I understand this bill intends to provide relief to certain cities based on a reported imbalance in spending versus sales tax collections in a single year. This report does not account for the prior 40 years of investments in these cities or projects like the nearly complete $2 billion Silver Line Regional Rail, which, by the way, serves both Plano and Carrollton, two of the cities seeking to defund DART. Even so, the DART board used its existing statutory authority to approve its own funding program to address these issues locally.
Okay, your time's up. If you'll just finish up.
Okay, I have one more statement.
Okay, that's great.
We appreciate the committee's efforts to address mobility issues across the state. I ask you to please let us continue this work at home, where we can involve all cities in developing a regional solution that sets North Texas up for success. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Mr. Patterson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The numbers that you referenced in your layout, was that related to the bill or the committee sub? The bill as filed or the amended version that Representative Shaheen laid out?
So I am unfamiliar with the committee sub. I've only just heard this proposal today, so I can't speak to the committee sub. I'm referring to the original bill.
Okay, thank you. And then Representative Shaheen's comments, I didn't ask this CFO. I was hoping that you would address it in your comments, but I mean, there is a long story about this bill before this committee, or at least being filed in the Texas House. Do you have anything to say for your organization on behalf of that?
Yes, absolutely. I understand that Representative Shaheen said that we did not produce the information that was requested. We did on 3 different occasions produce that information, 3 different ways. The first time we based our cost allocation that was requested on statutory requirements, following the language of the existing statute and how we would actually distribute the costs.
I'm sorry, what does that mean?
So
he asked for the break, and what year was this? Because he asked for the breakdown.
So this was September of
per city.
2021. We provided a document to the city of Plano that talked about the cost allocation for their city, the cost of the services. We followed the statutory language that talks about what the costs or what the investments should be based on a withdrawal election, because that's the language that we had to work from. We thought that if we did not use the statutory language, that we would call into question why we were developing a different methodology. The second time we did it, we worked. This was during the last legislative session. We provided a document to both the state legislature as well as the cities. That was actually a methodology for allocating enterprise-level costs. We had all of our city managers from our 13 service area cities participate in the development of that methodology. And I will note for the record that Plano was the only city that disagreed with that methodology. And so we were asked yet again to try to do another cost allocation. At that point, we talked to the city managers, particularly the city manager in Plano, who suggested that we hire an outside consultant and do an independent study, which we did. Representative Shaheen referenced the $1.5 million that we spent doing that study, not because we didn't have the data. And in fact, our CFO, our financial team, provided all the data, but because we were not allowed to participate in the development of the methodology because it was an explicit direction that the DART staff was not allowed to participate in developing the methodology. All we could do was provide data, kind of a one-way communication.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Speaker?
Mr. Little?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Just a general question. Do you think that DART needs to be a good financial deal for all of DART's constituent cities?
So, yes. What I will say to that is that in any given year, because a lot of times right now, for example, we're building the Silver Line, which is a big mega project, $2 billion worth of investment. So the investment is actually concentrated in the northern suburbs of our service area. Right now, if you're a Glen Heights or a City of Dallas, you're not getting the same level of investment that you might get if we were not building something. So as we were building out our light rail system and the commuter rail, which is what Silver Line is, we are making bigger investments in certain parts of our service area than others at any given time. And it just depends on what we have on the docket at the time.
Well, do you think that the constituent cities of DART should have an opportunity to revisit the arrangement if they no longer think it is of the same degree of benefit to those cities that it was previously? Or are they just stuck with it forever?
So I think that's a better question for the voters, because we have a contract with the voters who voted in both 1983 and 2000 to make these investments. The voters voted to tax themselves to build out this transit system, and right now there's nothing in the current bill language that suggests that we ask the voters their opinion.
Well, it's not a contract. You asked the voters something at one fixed point in time, and when was that exactly?
In 1983, when DART was formed, in 2000, when the voters allowed us to bond against our 1% in order to accelerate the delivery of these capital projects.
So 41 years ago?
2000,
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
so 25 years ago.
No, you said it was the voters voted in 1983.
In 1983, when DART was formed. In 2000, when the voters agreed to allow us to use the penny of our sales tax to bond against, to raise money so that we could actually build our system out faster.
Your chief financial officer testified that she wanted us to allow DART to continue carry out its long-term strategy. Did I hear that correct?
I believe she said something to that effect.
Okay. How long-term a strategy is it?
Well, the way DART plans all of our investments is over a 20-year period in our 20-year financial plan. And so we program out over a 20-year period what we think our revenues are going to be in 20 years, and also how much money we think we're going to be spending in any given year over that 20-year period. Currently, we have a strategic plan that lays out the priorities for our investments. We also have a capital improvement program, which is a 5-year look ahead at how our capital money will be spent. We also know that over a 20-year period, we have projections on how we might want to invest in the recapitalization and rehabilitation of our infrastructure. We have a program right now which is all about our system modernization, trying to maintain our assets to more than just a state of good repair, to make sure that they're operating well into the future. And so it is incredibly important for us to be able to deliver on that capital program.
The suggestion earlier in the testimony was that perhaps some of the constituent cities are viewing a year's cost-benefit analysis in isolation. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
I think.
When in the 20-year plan going forward, does DART estimate that this will be a good financial arrangement for Plano and Carrollton?
So I think that is a difficult question to answer, because at any given time we are spending great amounts of money. Like right now we're spending a lot of money in Carrollton, a lot of money in Plano. And the EY study that was used as the basis for this bill, again, is a snapshot in time, doesn't actually account for the Silver Line that's currently under construction. The methodology doesn't account for that.
What's the EY study you're referencing?
I'm sorry. So the cost allocation study that Representative Shaheen referenced, which cost us more than $1 million, that is the EY study.
And what was the outcome of the study, if you can just estimate it for the members of the panel?
So
summarize it.
The outcome of the study was looking at cost allocation of our expenses in fiscal year 2023 compared to the sales tax collections in each city in the fiscal year 2023. And every city's allocation compared to their sales tax collections was a little bit different, obviously, because there are big cities, there are small cities. And so there is a report. I don't remember if we included the report in your packet, but we can certainly provide it for you.
Were there winners and losers under the study?
So we call them donor and donee cities. So there are some cities whose cost allocations are higher than the sales tax collections within their city, and then there are other cities that are the opposite.
And just explain to the members of the committee, who are the donor cities and who are the donee cities?
I'm going to try to remember all the donor cities. So Plano, Richardson, Addison, Farmers Branch, Highland Park, University Park, and Carrollton.
And who are the donee cities?
It is, you're going to test me because I'm going to make sure I don't skip any.
I haven't seen the study, so I just want to make sure everybody knows.
You have seen the study?
No, ma'am, I
You have
haven't.
not, okay. So Dallas, Glen Heights, Cockrell Hill, Rowlett, Garland, and I'm missing one now, but I'm drawing a blank on which one Irving.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Rich Aneski.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Good evening.
My name is Rich Andreski. I'm President and CEO of Trinity Metro in Fort Worth, and I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 3187. You might be wondering why Fort Worth is here and why Trinity Metro is here, and I'll start by saying that we have a joint venture relationship with DART to provide rail service between downtown Dallas and downtown Fort Worth. That service has been running for nearly 30 years and moves millions of people, actually 50 million people in its existence. It's a significant part of our North Texas network. As we think about the future in North Texas and the growth in Fort Worth, I'm not here to wade into the discussion about the merits of the bill as it applies to the communities to the east, but I do want to bring to the committee's attention the perhaps unintended consequences of this bill and the effects it would have to Tarrant County and Fort Worth. So I'll start with, if I could paint the picture very briefly. I'm a daily rail commuter. I come in through the rail system into downtown Fort Worth every morning, and I witness all the time the people who are using these services. We have nurses headed to Parkland, students going to UNT Dallas, downtown Dallas employees commuting to work. These are not leisure trips, and TRE, Trinity Railway Express, is how they're getting back and forth. It's how the Tarrant County economy shows up in Dallas. And it's how Dallas's economy shows up in Fort Worth. But it's not just about the 9-to-5 grind. TRE also connects us culturally across cities and county lines. We have game trains on nights that take Mavericks and Stars fans into downtown Dallas at the American Airlines Center. And of course, the reverse is true as folks come from the Dallas area to take part in events in Fort Worth, such as when Paul McCartney played his only Texas show at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. But it's really not just about these small ideas, it's about the big international event that's coming in the World Cup. Frankly, it's a chance for Texas to shine and show what we do best. And the potential loss of funding poses a grave risk to this service and our ability to move people easily and freely around the region during that time. So to sum up, TRE is no longer a commuter line. It's a symbol of what regional cooperation can achieve. The DART bill matters because it strengthens or weakens that cooperation. And we can't afford to weaken it, not when the world is literally watching. So I would close by saying, let's invest in infrastructure that unites us and amplifies our strengths and keeps our metroplex growing. Thank you.
Does this legislation Is this going to impact you that much, do you think, one way or the other?
We
This-
are currently in a different subchapter. We have two concerns potentially as it would affect us. One is that this bill, we're not clear whether at some near point in the future when we reach the population threshold of the DART chapter, whether these bill provisions would apply to us. So that's a concern. We also have a concern in terms of our ability to raise revenue. We're a half-penny member currently. We're doing a lot with that half-penny sales tax. But as we look at the growth and the growth happening to the west, we do have some concerns about the long-term sustainability of our program.
Okay, can you tell me about your numbers? What were they 2 years ago and last year?
So are you, Mr. Chairman, are you asking about the Trinity Metro total ridership, or are you asking about the Trinity Railway Express line to Dallas?
That one, yeah.
The Dallas? Yes. So last year, we moved 1.272 million people on the TRE line. And the service has rebounded since COVID, but we're still below the pre-COVID peak.
And what about the other part?
The rest of the system?
Yeah.
We're seeing tremendous growth in the Fort Worth system. So in the Trinity Metro network, we're growing at 15 to 20% compounded annually over the last 4 years.
Okay.
Last year, we carried 7.8 million people.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cato? Charles Cato.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Charlie Cato, and I'm the Chief of Police for DART. I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 3187. Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for your steadfast support for law enforcement across our state. I've been a Texas peace officer since 1988, serving as the Chief of Police for the City of Mesquite and as the first Assistant Chief of Police for the City of Dallas in my career. Under the leadership of our CEO, Nadine Lee, DART has been transforming how public safety is delivered across our 13-city region. We're aggressively recruiting police and fair enforcement officers. We have added 100 transit security officers to enhance security on light rail vehicles and platforms. We're not just adding officers, we're also policing smarter, leveraging real-time intelligence, enhanced camera technology, and data-driven proactive patrol models to protect both our passengers and employees. Our community-oriented policing strategy embeds officers at key transit hubs, builds relationships with riders, and increases visibility where it matters most. We partner with dozens of law enforcement agencies across the region, enhancing our collective efforts to keep the public safe. We also recognize we cannot arrest our way out of every situation or problem. That is why we created dedicated homeless engagement teams to partner daily with outreach providers to connect people experiencing homelessness to services. This is public safety that works upstream. These efforts and more are driving real results. This year, we've reduced crime across DART properties by 16% compared to the same time last year, the second quarter of 2024. I'm proud that with this work and the work done across our agency, our customer satisfaction has risen from 58% to 72% in 2 years. All this progress is now at risk under House Bill 3187. 25% cut to DART sales tax revenue will mean fewer officers, will mean fewer patrols, and fewer resources to keep riders safe. Transit security is essential to rider confidence and to the economic engine that DART powers every day. We're not standing still, we're innovating, but we need the resources to continue that momentum. I respectfully urge you to oppose House Bill 3187 and to protect the safety of the communities we serve. Thank you again for your support.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for you coming this evening. Ellie Gazy.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'm Ellie, I'm a student at UT Dallas, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I was not paid, and frankly, I found that aspersion kind of offensive earlier. And I'd like to, I'm not going to mince words here.
Whoa, whoa. So can you tell us whether you're for or against?
Yes, I am strongly opposed to this. So here's the deal. This didn't start at the state legislature as they laid out. This started at Plano City Council. And Plano City Council had this study. But the problem is the study doesn't say what they want it to say. It doesn't actually make sense, because what they did is basically they calculated the amount of money that was spent providing services within each city. But that isn't an accurate representation of the value of transit to each city, because Plano's sort of at the end of the transit line. So there's plenty of services that go from Plano to Dallas, and the value of those services to Plano is that they bring people to Dallas. Most of that track is in Dallas, but it's still serving Plano residents. The money's not being spent in Plano, but that doesn't mean it's not of value to Plano. The whole point of the network is the network effect, and DART provides Plano residents convenient, fast, cheap, and traffic-free access to downtown Dallas, to the medical district, and to the airport. DART is also investing in Plano, as mentioned before, of the Silver Line, which, again, was not considered by this report. So the idea that DART doesn't care about Plano is just not true. It's just not true. And finally, transit, the whole point of this 1 cent is that it's an economic development 1 cent, which means it's not meant as like a piggy bank. You don't need to get the same amount of money out as you get in. And other uses of the 1 cent that Plano has compared to are like cities like Prosper, for example, using it for luring other corporations to the city. And that also just wouldn't be being spent in the city. It would be a tax break. That's not money being spent on the residents of the city. So if Plano wants to improve the economic development that could be brought to the city, they should work with DART. And cities like Richardson and Dallas have been very effective in doing this. They've built projects such as City Line in Richardson and Mockingbird Station in Dallas. And both of those have been very productive for the cities, very much increasing their tax revenue. And Plano has the same opportunity to do this at their stations. They just choose not to. That's not any other city's fault. And the other cities shouldn't be punished because of Plano's decisions to not fully utilize the system. And I will be happy to take any questions on this.
Are there any questions? No? Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Steve Babick.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Steve Babick. I'm the mayor in Carrollton. I am speaking in support of this bill. I have a few caveats that I would offer up for consideration, but otherwise I am in full support of the bill. First off, Carrollton is the geographic center of the Metroplex. We are one of the few cities in the Metroplex that's actually served by 2 transit agencies. We have DCTA to the north. We have Dallas, or the DART system to the south. We represent, as the geographic center, we have more railroad crossings in Carrollton than cities east of the, or west rather, of the Mississippi. I will tell you that from a fiduciary duty perspective, Carrollton takes that very seriously. Carrollton has strong fiscal management practices. We've reduced our tax rate for 11 straight years. We're AAA rated. And I can go, many of those are in your write-up. I'm not going to spend my time on that. But one of the areas that we actually have invested in heavily is our transit-oriented development. We have 3 DART stations, our Beltline, which is our historic square. We have Trinity Mill Station, which is a $1 billion development that's coming out of the ground as we speak, and DART is a partner on that. And we have our Frankfurt Station. The DCTA line connects with DART at the Trinity Mill Station. Will ultimately connect down at the historic downtown as well. We have tried to meet with DART representatives either through RTC or directly on many occasions over the last year. And I would probably be a little bit more complimentary of their efforts. I think that where we stand today is that we actually have made some progress. But I think one of the things that came up loud and clear during those discussions is the question was raised, would you be here at our table if it wasn't for the legislation? And the answer was no, from DART. That was the answer, okay? So the legislation has forced people to the table. The challenge that we have now is DART has passed a board resolution as of March 26th. Unilaterally, they got some input from us, and they heard some of our inputs, but there is still a large gap. So that's why we are here today. But also, what came out of the partnership discussions through RTC and directly is that it's going to require all this to be codified. I do want to point out a few things, though, in the report I sent you. First off, the EY report, it's Exhibit 1. It clearly shows that Carrollton is subsidizing by 28%. We have a $11 million premium that we're paying year after year at this point. The suburbs are $67 million in terms of those resolution cities that she mentioned. There's been no new city joined since 1983. By the way, when in 2000, the population was 5 million people. We're now at 8, and we're on our way to 15. I will tell you that as you look at that, Carrollton's tax that we paid in has grown 115% since the silver line was, the green line was introduced into Carrollton, and 25% just since pre-COVID levels. We're down 38% or 30% rather on ridership at this stage. Those are disturbing numbers. While our 115% tax contribution to DART has, since the silver line or the green line started, or 25% over the last 2 years, while we've contributed that excess sales tax, that's a 10% growth rate. We are held to 3.5% as a government entity. So I'll answer any questions from this point forward.
Right. Okay. So,
Mayor Babick, thanks for being here.
You bet.
Appreciate hearing from you. It's always good to see you.
You as well.
Thank you.
yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kylan Alley. You can't hear me back there? Kylan, I think that's how you pronounce it, Alley.
Paula Blackman.
What?
Paula Blackman.
Paula Blackman.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Craddock and honorable members of Transportation Committee. I am Paula Blackman, here in my personal capacity, but I also serve on the Dallas City Council that represents the Mockingbird Station area. I am hereby today expressing my strong opposition to House Bill 3187 and stand in support of DART, a critical partner in advancing mobility, economic opportunity, and growth in North Texas. HB 3187 undermines local governance and the will of the voters who have long supported DART through sales tax contributions. Decisions about public transportation funding and service should remain at the hands of the local government and the voters. DART's governance structure is a representative of the cities that fund and rely on the system. And Dallas has reiterated our support for this agency multiple times. DART serves 13 cities, as mentioned, and moves over 60 million passengers annually. It's regional lifeline, and DART is also the anchor of our region. Not only cities that it's not the only city that needs its services. The agency is a vital economic engine supporting job access, education, healthcare access, and working family, students, and seniors. But most importantly, DART contributes to the economic development of our region. In North Texas, we add 418 residents every single day, and this growth is showing no signs of slowing. With nearly every major industry represented in the Dallas region, the Texas miracle is alive and well back home. And we are frequently the center of the world stage when it comes to the sports, to hosting worldwide events, and we are excited to show our hospitality when we welcome FIFA in 2026 with 9 World Cup matches, the most at any city. Even with major investments in transportation infrastructure, we cannot build enough roads or expand enough highways to prepare or accommodate the exponential population growth that is underway. Mass transit is an economic imperative to the Dallas region, and it is a key component to the daily connectivity to our region. With recent investments like the Silver Line project that's been mentioned, DART is connecting our region's most populous suburbs, rich with corporate headquarters and residential neighborhoods alike, with the DFW airport that's our third busiest in the world and generates $38 billion of economic output in the Dallas region alone. While things are certainly not perfect, DART has come to the table to address concerns via a 5% funding resolution that gives money back to member cities who claim they need it most. There's always room for improvement, but HB 3187 is not the answer. It's a blunt instrument that jeopardizes decades of progress. I respectfully urge this committee to oppose HB 3187 and allow collaborative work to continue back home. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You misspelled the word city in your registration. Would you like us to correct that?
Please. I went to Tech too, so yeah, please do so.
I
had to do it.
I'll tell them that when I see them.
Yes, you know, you get fat fingers going, and then
Right.
you get fat. You have to be
Are
fast.
is there any questions? Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Joe Corcoran. Bless you.
All right. Good evening, esteemed members of the State House Transportation Committee. My name is Joe Corcoran, and I've been a city councilman in Richardson for 4 years. I am here on behalf of the entire Richardson City Council. We are against HB 3187. Richardson has invested heavily in DART over the past few decades. DART has 4 stations located in Richardson, with a 5th on the way thanks to the new Silver Line development. We're also home to the busiest bus routes in the system, the 232 and the 883, which are used heavily by UTD students at all hours of the day. We have invested substantially in transit-oriented developments around our DART stations, and it's been quite profitable to us. We have always had a good working relationship with DART, but especially so since Nadine Lee became their CEO and our former mayor, Gary Slagle, became the chairman of their board of directors. We find their plans to increase ridership and improve safety and cleanliness to be satisfactory, and we're pleased with the progress they're making. The idea that we would set that progress back by implementing a 25% reduction in the sales tax contribution is very upsetting, given that so many of our past investments and future plans were made with the understanding that we'd have a well-funded DART system. Put simply, this bill hurts Richardson. Back in October, Plano invited member cities to a last-minute meeting at one of their libraries. At that meeting, they gave us 1 month to come to an agreement and said if we didn't, they would be forced to take this matter to the state legislature. Giving 13 member cities 1 month to come to an agreement is not a good faith proposition. It seems to me that Plano has always intended to take this to y'all and never intended to work out an agreement. If Plano wants to pull out of DART, fine, put it to the voters and see what happens. The voters in all member cities overwhelmingly supported DART the last time a vote was taken. Plano has always been a phenomenal friend to Richardson, but on this issue, we are diametrically opposed. However, this is a local disagreement that can be settled amongst friends. We are encouraged by DART's recent proposal to review and revise the EY study allocation methodology, as well as their commitment to restructuring board representation and redirect the equivalent of 5% of their sales tax revenue to a general mobility program. So I ask that you vote this resolution down, respect the wishes of the voters, and give us time to negotiate this matter locally with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think the legislature's tried to give it to you locally for after 2 or 3 sessions. So I think the pressure is pretty high that the legislature to do something this time.
I can appreciate that.
Okay.
Sure.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Brad Lamorsi. I don't know if I got that, if I did.
Pretty
very well.
close. Brad Lamorgis.
Well, close one's counting everything but horseshoes.
Well, I've been called worse, Mr. Chair, so.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I am Brad Lamorges. I am testifying in favor of this bill. I am on the City Council for the City of Irving, also a member of the Regional Transportation Council. Our mayor has sent you a letter. He was dealing with a family emergency, so he probably says it a lot better than I can, but I'll get into it. Irving has been a member of the DART system since inception. I think passing this model today in this legislature would be very difficult. You may hear that there's a cap. There's no cap on our revenues that we've continued to contribute. In 2013, since 2013, we're at about 60% of the ridership in the city of Irving, but we've doubled our contribution to DART. And also, despite hearing the fact that we're a donee city, it sure doesn't feel like it to us. I think we're counted under that study because we have a part of the TRE, which is another rail line between Dallas and Fort Worth. There's only 2 DART cities in that. I also did note after we passed a resolution, the initial numbers that we got higher as to what supposedly Irving receives from DART. I am a fan of transit. Our council has been unanimous. Our residents want transit. They're not getting it. The stops to the doctor, the seniors who need it, the people who are in the most need of transit are not getting it on our city. So much so that we would like a percentage of our contribution back to contribute 6 or 7 million towards a micro transit across town. Would serve our residents better, would serve them in a timely manner. Our surveys we conducted for DART, it's our absolute worst rated service by far. Our residents are frustrated. My fellow council member Kyle Taylor, who's head of our local food pantry, receives DART passes. He says he can't give them away because people who need the service will not use it. It's not working in Irving. We have more people who work in Las Colinas during the day than downtown Dallas, and we just don't see the level of service. We think we can spend that money better on transit. We think we can be more efficient with it, hence the reasoning for this bill. This is roughly what our police and fire together. It's a quarter of our budget, our most expensive service that we just don't see the impact from. And so we would ask, and again, the governance, there's separate bills filed on that, but you have 8 governing board members from the city of Dallas, 7 from the other cities. And that's been a big issue. And you're not going to get any movement. We've not had movement. And our mayor, who's been a DART board member for many years, has tried. So in conclusion, while DART has been a longstanding part of our transportation infrastructure, there are issues that need to be addressed. The current system does not adequately serve our residents, and the financial burden on our city is substantial at $108 million. That's a lot of money, and we just don't see that level of service. I urge the committee to consider these alternate solutions that could better meet the needs of Irving residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Just wanted to say it's good to see you, Brad. You're going to be late to court for sure tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
John Martinez. I thought he already said, oh, that was on the list.
We're
You're
almost
back.
going home.
You're
John
back.
Martinez with the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association. We're a statewide organization. That's why I was here for Houston and Dallas. I've been a resident of Highland Park, University Park, and now I'm in the southern sector of Dallas. This is important because, not because I ride the DART bus, but because sometimes it's a service that I do need and that our workers need. And sometimes that's what we need to think about. On behalf of the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association, I'd like to express our strong opposition to House Bill 3187. This legislation seriously threatens the progress made in regional public transportation, economic development, and equity and access to opportunities across North Texas. It conflicts with the RHCA strategic plan, emphasizing advocacy, equitable access, and sustainable development for Texas, small businesses, owners, and directly contradicts the objectives that we RCA lives by, disproportionately harming workers and communities that rely on affordable, accessible public transportation, reducing mobility options that connect our members to training, job sites, and project opportunities. As you well know, where Texas is suffering from workforce issues and that training. Weakening the infrastructure backbone that supports construction and small business development across the region. It's not good for any of us. A united infrastructure that we need now, but also for the near future. The population is growing. We need the infrastructure. Right now, it's not where we want it to be, but it's getting there. You heard the opposition say today that we're making progress. And I would tell you, I have been Nadine Lee's harshest critic on some areas, and she told me to give her time. I gave her time. If you see the surveys of saying to the people that are writing, everything is moving in the right direction. Even one of the speakers who was here in opposition said, it is making progress. I will end with saying this. I am not one of those daily riders. But when my wife was sick and couldn't pick me up to the airport, I was so glad that in the middle of the night, I was able to get off the plane and get on a DART bus, train, and then on a DART bus to get to my house, and then my wife didn't have to leave the house. I was happy that when my son couldn't get his driver's license, he was still able to go to school because he was able to ride the DART bus. Those are the things that we have. It's like a seatbelt. I don't use the seatbelt for a car wreck every day, but I'm damn sure glad that it's there in case when I do need it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
You registered against the bill, that's correct?
Yes, in opposition.
Right, right. Is there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez, I just want to thank you for your comments because I don't think any of us here in the legislature have to rely on the bus to get anywhere. And I'm just glad that you're speaking on behalf of those people who do and your experience with the bus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, anyone else? Thank you very much for coming. Is it Munns? John Munns.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name's John Munns, and I'm the mayor of Plano, and I am for this bill, 3187. My city has a 60% subsidy based on the Ernst & Young study. Plano is the second largest contributor to DART behind Dallas. In 2023 alone, Plano contributed $109 million to DART, and our taxpayers received less than 50 cents on the dollar of that investment. This is an inefficient, indefensible use of the tax dollars that my taxpayers committed to benefit transit in our city. The General Mobility Program is not a new concept. As we heard a little earlier, Houston Metro implemented a 25% general mobility program years ago, which is what we're talking about in this bill. The city can use those funds to better respond to our citizens' needs. So the DART system has empty buses, empty transit stations, and little demand for service in our community. In the eyes of our city, there is a lack of accountability and, at worst, prime example of government waste. DART's marketing department has 78 full-time employees and still cannot entice people to use their system. DART revenue has increased by $300 million since 2019, and yet ridership is still low. DART is projected to have more than $4 billion in debt by the end of this year. The bill seeks to put limits on future debt issuances. The committee substitute, however, does not impact current bondholders. Do you know how many cities have joined DART since 1983? 0. And do you know how many cities want to join DART today? 0. Rather than seeking solutions, DART has consistently focused on one strategy, and that's delay. It took us more than 4 years and 2 legislative sessions, now 3, to finally compel them to produce that value study. Plano's committed to transit, but transportation solutions need to be fiscally responsible and accountable to the needs of the taxpayers. We tried to work this out at home, and however, rather than a solution-focused partner, we're dealing with a runaway agency. There's been a complete breakdown in trust in this agency. The bottom line is, it is in DART's interest to maintain our inequity and continue their budget philosophy of spending every dollar. Structural change to this outdated, inefficient, 42-year-old model cannot wait any longer. We need your help. Thank you.
I have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
How long's the length of your contract? Or how long are you?
We, I think the contract on 20, there's no contract, but on the, on what?
Wait, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't discuss.
How long is our contract?
Well, or how long are you in?
We can, I think in 26, we have the ability to withdraw.
Okay, so you're not far away.
We're not, but that's not our intent.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Speaker.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock. Mayor Munns, you said that withdrawing isn't your intent, and what it sounds like to me is that Plano doesn't wish to completely withdraw from DART. It just wants to right-size it. I mean, am I putting words in your mouth, or is that correct?
No, I've actually said that many times, is we really want to right-size a 42-year-old model that really hasn't changed in those 42 years. So that's exactly correct.
Okay. So we've heard some testimony that there have been attempts to address this issue in previous legislatures. Give us a sense of what the discussions with DART have been when you're not here in legislative session. Are there negotiations that are ongoing to reduce Plano's commitment, or is it just nothing? How does
I mean, because of the value study that Ernst & Young provided, and it showed the inequity of $65 million as donating to DART and $45 million of value to the city of Plano. We asked for a sit down at that point, and we really didn't hear from them for months. And then they really kind of questioned the value of the study and the validity of the study. And so we have had meetings over the last year about how can we improve that. And one of the things that they have come up with is really just a very temporary fix of rebating some money back to us, but then that would end in a short period. And what we're looking for is something that would be more structured over the long term in statute that we could rely on.
It seems like some of what we're hearing today are nice platitudes about how there's a long-term strategy and that they want to work with you, they want to communicate with you to resolve the problem locally, but it doesn't seem like that has really resulted in much fruit. Am I mistaken about that?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that, well, let's just call it what it is. Plano wants to keep more of its sales tax money than it's able to right now, right?
Right, correct.
And what are you going to do with that if you're allowed to do it?
Well, Plano is the 9th largest city in Texas, and we've been around, though, for probably, 150 years, but for the last 45 years, that's when the growth occurred. And we're committed to infrastructure, and that infrastructure is a priority of ours, and we want to take care of our city for the next 40 or 50 years. So those type of mobility projects are important to us, and we want to continue to do those.
And Plano has students that go to UTD and other places
We're
like
right
that,
on the border,
right? And you want them to be able to go to UTD and use public transit to do that, right?
UTD does. They utilize the DART buses probably more than anyone, yeah.
Sounds
But
like
it's not the same
Yeah.
in our community in Plano.
sounds like you just want this to be fair. Is
Right.
that
That's exactly correct.
okay? Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What do we think? No, the next one is Omar, is it Navarez? We should have asked you.
Good evening, late evening. I changed my words on my speech. Chairman Craddock, Vice Chair Perez, and the members of the committee. My name is Omar Narvaez, and I am a Dallas City Council member representing District 6, and I'm also the Chair of Transportation for the City of Dallas for the last 4 years. In accordance to our city's legislative program, which was approved, speaking in opposition to the bill, which was
Okay.
I was about to say, which was voted unanimously by our city council, all 15 members. I'm here to testify in opposition of House Bill 3187 on behalf of myself and the Dallas City Council. This bill is a state solution to a local problem. It would undermine the work being done back home to reach an agreement that works for all member cities. As written, HB 3187 will negatively affect DART's financial stability by decreasing the sales and use tax revenue it uses to provide services. A question was recently posed in the Dallas Morning News article by James Armstrong, a pastor in my district. Is the sum of DART greater than its parts? I believe it is. DART is a significant driver of economic development across our region, provides over 50 million rides a year, has invested in new rail lines throughout the entire region. And further, ridership is now back to its levels before the pandemic. And this is an economic impact upon its opening at the end of this coming year. When cities joined DART, they did so knowing they may not be one-to-one returns. The voters approved it anyway in 13 cities. The creation of the mandatory general mobility program, as outlined in HB 3187, would result in DART receiving significantly less funding from its member cities, which could be devastating for the agency and for transportation in this region. And on an economic development scale, especially when the world is watching the city of Dallas with the FIFA World Cup next year, where we are going to host 9 matches, the most of any city in the entire World Cup. But this has economic, it could really hurt us economically throughout the entire region, all of DFW, not just Dallas, because the matches aren't being played in Dallas. They're being played in Arlington and across the rest of it, the rest of our region. I just want to wrap up by saying that the mayors of Plano, Dallas, and Fort Worth sent a letter to the Regional Transportation Council, which I'm also a member of. And they are the ones who requested, those 3 mayors, they requested for a study to be done on all of transit. And that's called Transit 2.0. It's almost complete. It will be completed in the next 4 to 6, maybe 8 weeks. And it has in it the plan on how to do exactly what our member cities that are disgruntled want to be done, and Dallas is ready. We are ready for these changes because we all have the same common energy about this. So I will stop there, and if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Narvaez? Thank you very much for being here. The chair calls Gary Slagle. Mr. Slagle, please state your name, who you represent, and whether you're on for or against the bill.
Thank you very much. My name is Gary Slagle, and I am chairman of the board of DART. That's the organization we've been talking about today. And I am opposed to this legislation against House Bill 3187. And let me just say, it's interesting that, you know, not only am I the chairman of the board of DART now, and I represent 4 of the cities that are a part of DART, I also was former mayor of Richardson for 18 years. And during that time, we opened DART, and we have built we've built a transit-oriented development strategy around the city based on DART. So we've been quite dependent on DART for many, many years. So now I'm on the DART side of this, and what does all that mean? I was here 2 years ago in the last session, and what we were asked to do is to come up with a measurement around which we could tell the cities how much money they're putting into DART and what are they getting out of it. We did that, and we promised we would do it, and we did it, and it was not acceptable. So we contracted with Ernst & Young, and we paid for that Ernst & Young study, but we asked them to work with the cities to come up with the formula, which is what they did. And what was left out of that was any benefit from our economic development work in terms of property tax base increases to the cities. That was not there. The silver line was not there. It was one snapshot in time for 2023. Now, things are going to change for Plano, for Carrollton, for Farmer, for Richardson, for Addison, all the cities along the north part of this service will end up being impacted in a positive way by this silver line. Having said that, though, we've heard a lot about, we haven't been out and talked to anyone. The truth of it is, we had that first meeting in October, which was described by one of our council members. And since October, myself, Nadine Lee, and one of our other board members, Mark Enoch, the three of us went to each of the cities within DART 3 times over that period to understand what issues needed to be addressed. We had just completed a strategic plan. We wanted to bring that to light and make sure everybody understood that. So what we did is we've come up with several things. We learned about services that cities would like, more microservices and connector services. We also voted on a supermajority to allow the cities, or to allow the members rather, or DART, to require that we had a supermajority to add service or reduce service so that one city, one major city could not decide on what we look like. And the final item is we did create a $43 million mobility program for the 7 cities that were considered donors. And that gives Plano exactly the number of dollars they would get out of this 25% bill. We've done all those things. Those are before us. They've just not wanted to do anything with that. And it's a long-term plan. It's not just a short plan. So I would like to thank you and ask if you have any questions. I would like to make one comment because Speaker Craddock was not here, but I wanted to tell you that Bill Keffler and I are looking for your help because we've been working on this for a long time in our city, so thank you.
He worked my first campaign when I ran for the legislature.
I know he did, and he's a great man. He sent me a message a minute ago saying, how are you doing with the speaker? And I said, well, we don't know yet. So, anyway, I'll take any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. Gary, tell him hi from me.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Wingett? Wingett.
You got it right the second time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and committee members. My name is Jeff Wingett, and I serve as Mayor Pro Tem and Acting Mayor in the City of Rowlett. And I'm testifying on behalf of the City of Rowlett. We are opposed to HB 3187. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. I'm here to express our opposition that is shared by the entire Rowlett City Council, who represent our almost 70,000 residents. DART has been a cornerstone of regional infrastructure in North Texas, providing essential train, bus, and shuttle services that connect Rowlett to multiple other cities, including Dallas, Irving, and Fort Worth, over 50 miles away. This connectivity is not merely a convenience. It is a lifeline for many of our residents who rely on DART daily to commute
access to essential services, and for their overall quality of life. In fact, like many of our residents, DART is one of the key reasons that my family and I decided to call Rowlett home. As you know, HB 3187 proposes to reduce DART's voter-approved sales tax revenues by 25%, a move that would have devastating impacts on the DART service area, quality, and consequently on Rowlett. However, this is a proposal that Rowlett previously considered. In fact, our City Council passed a resolution to that effect, which might be why some of the materials that have been circulated by those who support this bill include Rowlett as a supporter as well. But I stand before you today to set the record straight and to paint Rowlett as an example that other municipalities who support this legislation can emulate. That's because after several in-depth conversations with DART's leadership, and specifically our board representative and CEO Nadine Lee, we were able to work together to identify, discuss, and solve many of the concerns that Rowlett shared that demonstrated a good faith effort by DART and Rowlett leadership to find solutions. This is an effort I've seen DART put forth with each member city. Without going into detail on the specifics of the overall system enhancements, it's safe to say that DART was already hard at work to enhance the rider experience throughout the light rail system, one of Rowlett's key areas of focus, by focusing on cleanliness, providing a safe and secure transit environment, and supporting the economic opportunities taking place in Rowlett's downtown that all riders can enjoy, including those who are outside of Rowlett. I would propose that if cities could clearly articulate their frustrations with DART other than it being a cause of a budget deficit, DART is ready and willing to work on solutions that allow it to remain a provider of critical services in the region, as well as providing all the tertiary benefits that all North Texas residents enjoy, such as lower traffic volume, reduced infrastructure costs, and an enhanced opportunity for economic development in our communities. This is the route that Rowlett chose to take, and the end result was a new resolution by our City Council, rescinding the prior one and expressing a posture of full support for DART, including the full funding by its member cities. I also expressed this in a letter to Chairman Craddock dated April 9th, 2025. In closing, while the idea of returning funds to cities might seem appealing, the long-term consequences for our North Texas transit system are dire. I even go so far to say that this would be the beginning of the end for the DART system. Committee members, I urge you to consider the broader implications of HB 3187 and to recognize the impact that it would have on the social fabric of our region. Let's make it so that future Rowlett residents like I was in 2014 won't have to think twice about calling Rowlett home. Thank you. And I'm available for questions, of course.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Daniel, is it Jahalom?
It's Daniel Yahalom, but don't worry, I've gotten way, way worse.
I'm glad I'm kind of in the middle or maybe or something. Go ahead. Tell us your name and who you represent.
Of course.
And whether you're for, against, or neutral.
Yes, of course. My name is Daniel Yahalom. I'm here to oppose this legislation, and I'm here to represent myself. I was a Dallas resident for many, many years, or Dallas area resident for many years before I moved here for law school. And as a law student, we're constantly taught to view disputes like this from both sides. And so I was trying to get into the perspective of Plano et al. And try to understand them and their argument that they're just not getting what they're paying for out of this bill. And you know what? I kind of get it. Let's look at Plano, for example. In 2021, I think it was, decades ahead of schedule, they've revised their comprehensive plan and to move from a much more transit-oriented approach to a much more car-centric one. And that is within their right. And it's fair to say that if you make this kind of change, you'll get less value out of what you're paying for DART. And so I understand their need and desire to renegotiate that arrangement. And again, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that DART did not engage in those negotiations in good faith. What remedies could they pursue next? They could wait until next year and withdraw, but they've decided not to do that. They could try to go their own way, but they've decided not to do that. And so instead, they bring us legislation that cuts every member city's funding by 25%, whether they want to or not. And this is part of my issue with this legislation, right? Because when proponents of this bill burn the house down, they tend to forget there are also other people burning. For example, it would force DART to violate its bond agreement with shareholders and betray their trust. This would also potentially violate the state's very constitution and bring us into a very costly case that could go up to the Texas Supreme Court. But to me, much more importantly, it would force cities like Rowlett, like Dallas, like Richardson, who is one of those donor cities that pays more than they get back, to change their own arrangement with DART. And that is what I find particularly offensive about this legislation. The right of two equal, responsible parties to enter into an agreement without undue intervention is one of America's founding principles. It is the one thing that binds us together across political ideologies or time. It is what the founding fathers called life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is what Abraham Lincoln called the right to pursue one's calling. And it was today in Texas we call freedom of contract and freedom of enterprise. This bill asks us to throw a history and tradition that is 250 years old and cast it aside. And I have to ask, for what? Slightly better sidewalks? I know each and every single one of you is better than this. And please, I ask you to prove me right. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Mr. Little?
Thank you, Speaker. So, Daniel, if you're running a city and you have a choice, you'd like to right-size your participation in DART, but you're denied that opportunity, why would you not just leave it all together next year when you can?
And again, this is my argument here. If this is truly Plano's concern or the concern of any other member city who has this kind of intervention, I personally would be opposed to it. I would personally vote against it in such a withdrawal referendum. But I think it is the right approach to pursue this. Currently under the agreement with DART, starting in 2026, they can pursue a withdrawal referendum. And if the city of Plano strongly believes that this is the issue they have with DART, again, I would not vote in favor of such a referendum, but I do think it is the right approach for them to at least initiate one.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Of course.
David Yacobian?
That's
Did y'all all go to school together and did you figure this out with the names you've got?
Well, thank you, Speaker Craddock, Vice Chair Perez, and committee members. I'm David Yacobian. I'm here to speak against HB 3187 and represent Dallas Area Transit Alliance, or DATA, a grassroots group of transit riders who use Dallas Area Rapid Transit, DART, to get around town and live their lives. I am here representing many who could not drive and who could not make it to Austin to testify. And on their behalf, I respectfully urge you to vote no against this legislation. DART saves me, a little bit about myself, DART saves me a lot of money, avoiding parking costs, saving gas money, and saving myself anxiety and frustration for sitting in traffic for an hour. It helps me be productive. Instead of concentrating on driving, sitting in traffic, I can sit in a train, read a book, catch up on calls and emails, and be more productive during my commute. Now, HB 3187 circumvents the will of the voters. DART is funded by a voter-approved tax, and voters continue to approve this allocation, recognizing the countless benefits to DART services. Last week's hearing delay, there was 115 comments in opposition to this bill. There was only one in support. The principal perpetrator of this bill is Plano City Council. They have not come up with this based on voter input. They have not provided any proposition to their voters. This is a rogue city council attempting to make you rip away transit from their own constituents and to many more outside their own city. I'm confused, we're confused why Plano City Council wants to cut DART right when they're about to get a brand new rail line connecting them directly to DFW International Airport. No doubt a major benefit to their city economy, helping them with their funding problems and to their benefit to their constituents. This sets a bad precedent, throwing a local issue to the state and making you the bad guys for it. Respectfully, we don't need Houston or Midland dictating how DFW transportation functions or vice versa. Now, something as already been referred to, I want to keep going, is DFW will be hosting the FIFA World Cup in 2026. And DART is critical to our transportation plans for hosting such a large, massive event. Hundreds of thousands of tourists will be needing to use DART's bus bridges to attend games and their rail system to get various events hosted in downtown Dallas and Fair Park. With these severe service cuts that would be imposed by HB 3187, we urge that the Transportation Committee to consider the impacts that would have on FIFA event. You're familiar with Mr. Michael Morris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Michael Morris is the Transportation Director of our Regional Transportation Council, our RTC. He often
I'm sorry,
talks.
but you're going to need to wind it down.
I apologize. I am wrapping up. Yes, sir. Listen, so the RTC, our region received $500 million transportation grant from FIFA to pay for this. Okay, if we don't meet our obligations, we lose out on that money, and the World Cup brings $5 billion with a B, $billion at least in economic activity. You, the state, would miss out on a minimum of $313 million in sales tax revenue, but likely a lot more. Now, remember, I'm wrapping up. I apologize.
This is the end right here.
Okay. I do apologize.
That's
but,
right. Thank you for coming, but we're trying to stay on schedule here.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Did
Thank you.
anyone have questions?
I don't know. Does anybody have any questions? I don't
Okay.
think so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you. Sonia Brown.
Good evening, Chair Craddock,
All right.
Vice Chair Perez, and esteemed members of the House Transportation Committee. My name is Sonia A. Brown, and I have the honor of serving as the mayor of Glen Heights, Texas, the southernmost member city of DART. It has been a true pleasure working in partnership with Nadine Lee, the president and CEO of DART. I must say that my experience is obviously antithetical to some of my other member cities, because her leadership and commitment to regional mobility has been invaluable.
Can I stop you? Are you for or against?
That's my next paragraph.
Okay. Go ahead.
She's been the president and CEO for 4 years. I've been mayor for 3 years, and I can say it's been truly an honor to work with her. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to express my strong opposition to House Bill 3187. I do so not only in my capacity as mayor, but also on behalf of our entire city council, which voted unanimously to pass a resolution in support of fully funding DART. At its core, HB 3187 is a bill that undermines the very principles of local governance. It strips municipalities and regional transit authorities of the ability to make critical transportation decisions that directly affect our residents. City leaders like me know our people, our challenges, and our opportunities. We must retain the authority to plan, fund, and implement transit systems that reflect our unique needs and priorities. With more than 1,100 homes coming online in Glen Heights in the next few years, public transit is not a luxury. It is an essential component of our infrastructure. Systems like DART are arteries of our region. They carry workers to jobs, students to school, and seniors to their medical appointments. Every day, the residents of Glen Heights and surrounding cities rely on these services. If HB 3187 becomes law, that access is threatened. The bill limits our ability to grow and sustain these lifelines. Let me be clear. This is not a transportation issue. This is an economic issue. Public transit fuels development, attracts employers, and supports small businesses. It allows our workforce to move efficiently across our region. By restricting local control and investment in transit, HB 3187 places a chokehold on our economic mobility and regional competitiveness. It's also an issue of balance, fairness, and justice. This bill would disproportionately harm low-income families, historically marginalized communities, and residents with disabilities. These are the very people who most depend on public transit. It cuts the services or barriers to expansion, and it will hit them the hardest. In doing so, we risk deepening disparities that our public policy should be working to eliminate. Losing local control will result in reduced services, especially those services like our coveted GoLink service, or halted expansion in neighborhoods that need it the most. Moreover, public transportation helps reduce traffic congestion and it improves air quality. These benefits affect every Texan. Undermining transit access is not only short-sighted, it's environmentally irresponsible. Let us not forget that HB 3187 creates unfunded challenges. It imposes limits without providing solutions. This bill would destabilize long-term planning efforts when our regions need flexibility and certainty the most. In closing, I want to say this. In times of economic uncertainty, we must maintain the certainty of viable transportation for our residents to get to work, to school, and to the doctor's office. Accessible public transit is a critical part of that certainty. And I also want to let you know that HB 3187 does not have the support of the majority of its member cities. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for coming. Yeah. Randall Bryant.
Good evening, Chair Craddock, members of the committee. My name is Randall Bryant. I'm a board member of DART appointed by the City of Dallas. I appreciate the opportunity to voice my concerns and strong opposition to HB 3187. You've heard testimony today on both sides of this bill from individuals that have decades of transportation experience and service. I, however, have only served on the DART board for 1 year and 2 months. And while my tenure in transportation industry is comparably short, my ability to objectively review the merits of this bill is also not subjectively clouded by a storied history that some present before you today. So I first ask you to consider this bill just as I have, with a sole focus on today. Setting aside any biased opinions of when DART has previously appeared before this committee, for as we know, the composition of this committee, as well as our DART board leadership and staff has all changed. And with that approach of focusing on today, I can tell you with great certainty, as a member also of the DART mediation team, that has spent countless hours over the past few months developing a reasonable and local compromise. Our board has, in fact, delivered a detailed set of pledges through a board-approved resolution that incorporates a vast majority of the budgetary, service, and operational items requested by the exact members that are pushing for this bill. Our resolution provides short-term monetary relief to the cities that have been labeled as donor cities, according to the recent yet controversial EY report, in a fair distribution equating to the near exact amount requested by the City of Plano in their December 13th, 2024 letter. But our resolution also provides a perpetual structure that guarantees if any city identified as a donor city in the future through a cost allocation analysis shall be granted proportional relief as well. And that is exactly what the EY report should do for us. Be utilized as a tool to help inform our leadership of where improvement is needed, not as a weapon on why we should derail our agency. It doesn't take much convincing by me to you this evening to get you to understand that any amount of reduction in our annual sales tax revenue will obviously decrease the level of services we provide, the jobs we employ, the economic impact we create, nor the connectivity we deliver. But do you believe that the DART has actually but do you believe that DART has actually developed a sustainable plan that acknowledges it earnestly hears the concerns of a minority group of member cities? And do you believe that that plan addresses those concerns while still allowing us the opportunity to best serve the interests of our riders? If you believe that, then there is no need for this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any questions? Not. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brandon Bullock.
Hello, I'm Brandon. I live in Dallas, and I'm here to talk about why I oppose House Bill 3187. Thank you to everyone on the committee and Chairman Craddock for having the hearing and being up with us here at midnight. Reason that I'm against this bill is because I really like DART. I live right in front of a station in Dallas, and it makes it way easier to access Dallas and the whole Metroplex without having to worry about paying for parking or getting stuck in traffic on I-35 or 75. This bill will force a lot of people like me to take trips on the roads, our very congested roads, when otherwise we wouldn't be adding to traffic. It doesn't make DART better or give cities their own transit. It just weakens our current transit and doesn't propose any alternative solution for member cities. The mayor said he doesn't want Plano to withdraw from DART, but frankly, there's no logical endpoint to that. If you want to stay in DART, you need a DART that functions and works, which is why cutting off DART sales tax income by 25%, which is what this bill would do even after revisions were made, would not just be a policy tweak or a compromise or a change to a structure. It would put DART into a slow death spiral. It is not an exaggeration or hyperbole when we are talking about this to say how that would hurt DART. Like a previous person referred to, Michael Morris, Transportation Director of North Central Texas Council of Governments, says that this legislation would jeopardize the federally required mobility plan. DART themselves have already talked about how devastating a 25% cut would be and what is at risk. The TRE that connects Dallas to Fort Worth would be gone, completely gone. The service would be eliminated. It will compromise the implementation of the Silver Line, which connects DFW Airport to Plano directly and brings more value to Plano from DART, which will increase ridership in Plano and give them more value. The answer for these member cities is to improve DART and help member cities grow ridership to get more value, not just cut the service. Doing this would make it harder for working class people who don't own a car to get around to go to work, school, or the doctors. This bill will really hurt people. That's why you're going to see a lot of regular people here today testifying against this, who were here at midnight. When a lot of us have to be at work, in just a few hours in Dallas, 3 hours away. But we're here testifying for this. You're not going to see any regular people testifying in support of this bill. It's all people professionally connected to it. That tells you something about what's going on here. That's why we have a whole organization that we put together just as people, the Dallas Area Transit Alliance, where we've been talking to voters, having events, and I'm telling you, I've canvassed both East and West Plano. If you think that Plano voters are down with what the city council and what the mayor is doing, you should put it to the vote. Put it on the ballot. I guarantee you it's not going to happen because the voters are not down with what's about to happen and what the city council is doing. We have to make transit practical and quality for people to use it, and this bill would harm service and reduce ridership. I've lived in this metro area my whole life. I've watched our Metroplex explode into the 4th biggest Metroplex in the country. Our highways are ginormous. There's apartments being built everywhere. There is no way that we can continue this level of economic development without a quality public transportation system.
Mr. Bullock, you've run out of time.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming. All right. Are there any questions before you go? All right. Thank you. Mark Broadhurst.
All right. Try to keep this short. Good evening, everybody. Chair Craddock, My name is Mark Broadhurst. I'm here with Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1338. I am strongly against this bill. I'm also a lifelong resident of North Texas. I'm also an employee of Dallas Area Rapid Transit, close to 18 years now. So DART is an organization that employs nearly 2,300 faithful, hardworking employees, my coworkers. I'm here to advocate for those employees. And the DFW region has approximately 8.4 million residents and growing, and DART provides service to these people. This includes elderly people who rely on DART. That's someone's mother, that's someone's grandfather, that might be one of your friends. Some people are unable to drive themselves to their daily activities, including the doctor, to receive critical medical care that could be potentially life-saving. I'm here to advocate for those people as well. This includes low-income residents. Some people, unfortunately, they are unable to afford a vehicle. So they are taxpayers, so therefore they ride mass transit. DART helps to relieve the burden of financial hardship for those taxpayers. I'm here to advocate for those people. This includes people who rely on DART to arrive at work on time, contributing to our successful economy. And mind you, North Texas has one of the most successful economies in the country. So without the stress of the cost of a reliable vehicle and the cost to maintain or register said vehicle, people, they can take that stress out of that little bit of stress out of their daily life. And let's not forget our young people that use transit to go to school to get their education. I'm here to advocate for these people. This includes residents who choose transit over traffic congestion, attempting to reduce the number of cars on the road and reduce the carbon footprint here in North Texas. I'm here to advocate for those people. HB 3187 will erase the progress of the residents of North Texas over the last 40+ years. And mind you, I'd like to revisit a statement that was made earlier about our antiquated system, our 42-year-old system. That antiquated system got us through the worst pandemic in human history. So must be doing something right. This bill will contribute to the loss of the jobs of some of my coworkers. It will stall, if not set back the economy, countless years. It will leave taxpayers in financial ruin. It will leave our senior citizens helpless. I'm here to advocate for full service mass transit in North Texas. This bill would be extremely detrimental to the people, economy, and infrastructure of the entire DFW region. I ask that you vote no on HB 3187. Thank you.
Bless you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Speaker Craddock, committee. My name is Hexel Colorado. I am speaking for myself as a lifelong North Texas resident and Dallas native, testifying in opposition to this bill. The sponsors of this bill may have told you that they are trying to make right this inability to work with DART and find a local resolution. What they're not telling you is that cities like Rowlett at one point had passed a resolution calling for a full for cut to funding. And then after this independent study, they did a full reversal. Now they have a unanimous council supporting DART. They'll say that the sponsors of this bill will say that DART is 19% lower ridership compared to pre-pandemic. What they won't tell you is that according to a national survey, 26%, 1 in 4 paid workdays in the United States were remote. That means percentage-wise, DART earned back more riders than offices brought back more workers. What the sponsors of this bill are not telling you is that more people are riding on the weekends. There are more people riding on Sundays and Saturdays than before the pandemic. DART is more relevant and more necessary now than it's ever been, and these figures that I'm pointing out are not just numbers. Up until 3 years ago, like any good Texas boy, I drove everywhere. And then 3 years ago, I got rid of my car, not for altruistic reasons. I wasn't trying to make a statement. I was just trying to pay off my credit card bills, and this was the only way I can get out of paying for car insurance. And 3 years ago, when I drove everywhere, I didn't know anyone who took transit. I didn't know anyone who took the bus or the train to go to work. And then now, 3 years later, all of my friends are people who take the train to ride the bus. Everyone I date are people who take the train or ride the bus. This past Sunday, I took the Green Line train to Carrollton for Easter service, the same city where I was baptized. 2 weeks ago, I went to Plano back-to-back, one night by train for a date night, the other night by bus to Legacy West for a networking event, the same city where I had my first corporate job. Earlier this month, actually just last week, I went to Irving by train and through microtransit, a service that an Irving representative here claimed they don't have. And this is the same city that when I was 18, I took the TRE in a bus for my first internship. So it breaks my heart to see that these cities are pretending that cooperation doesn't work when there are several of their colleague cities making it work. It breaks my heart that these cities who have an important part in my life are trying to destroy this thing that keeps us connected. So I urge you, please vote against this bill. Do not let it get out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harrison Blair.
Chair, committee, morning.
Morning.
I missed a lot of flights to be here, and if it was a train, I would have missed that too to make sure I tell you I oppose 3187.
Would
Now,
you
I'm
tell
going
me
to get
your
it.
name?
My name is Harrison Blair, name you
Okay.
called when I came up. And I'll tell you quickly, I'll try to do this in the shortest amount of time
Okay.
possible.
Who do you represent?
I represent me.
Okay, that's
And
good.
I ride DART. I don't get paid by DART. I pay DART $192 every month so I can get where I'm going. And when I'm riding DART and I'm talking to other residents, Chair Craddock, I find out that in conversation, they don't know about this legislation and they don't know, frankly, why the state is trying to take our DART from us. I like to go check on my grandmother. I like to check on my family. I like to go pick up my nieces and nephews. And I like to get some work done so I don't have to drive. And when I talk to regular residents in Plano and Irving at their station, when I take the blue line, when I'm on the orange, when I'm surfing down the red, I'm talking to regular everyday residents, and I can guarantee you this is not what they want. If you love the Texas Miracle and you think Texas is a great place to do business, a great place to raise a family, then this is not the bill that will actually help us do that. And I can guarantee you most residents feel the same way I do. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Here, but hold on, we've got to have,
He's registered on behalf of the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce.
you're registered on behalf of the Black Chamber of Commerce.
That's where I work, but I'm also registered. If you look on there, I also registered as an individual because I just ride DART.
He is registered as testifying for himself as the president and CEO of the Dallas
And
Black
Rep,
Chamber of Commerce.
that may mean the form was a little confusing. I just gave you all my details, but I
Okay.
represent me.
What do we need to do to fix it?
Okay, so does he not want to represent the Chamber of Commerce?
Do you not want to represent the Chamber of Commerce?
You can
just
put them
yourself?
down too, and all 900 of our members.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Kayan?
Kayan Lee.
Hello, Speaker, members of the committee. My name is Con Lee. I am representing myself in opposition to this bill. I believe that public transportation is a vital element in the DFW region. Without it, people will not be able to get to their jobs, to their doctors, and see their friends and family. Senior citizens will lose their paratransit services that helps them shop for groceries and even go out to vote in the polls. That's free during Election Day. This bill would reduce DART's budget to an extent where drastic service reductions will be necessary, which will cause serious harm to everyone in the region, with increased pollution, traffic, and inaccessibility. My own family would be affected. We use DART to go to events, to the fair, the annual state fair. We go downtown, we have fun. We don't have to worry about parking. We don't have to worry about driving. I also use DART to go to meetings, go to job sites in Dallas. It allows me to avoid I-35 traffic altogether. It's a great system. And I would also wish to talk about my own personal history and relationship with DART. I've been working in the public transportation contracting industry for 15 years. It's my passion. I love seeing my work directly benefit my community and being able to show my children how I was able to change the landscape of the place we call home for the better. I moved to the DFW area as an employee of a Fortune 500 construction company that saw an opportunity with DART and decided to build their public transportation subsidiary headquarters here in DFW. I fell in love with the area, specifically Carrollton, and decided to part ways with this organization and found work with a locally owned small company that employs 50 to 100 project engineers, project managers, and electricians, depending on the amount of backlog that we have. You could say that, and they also have numerous projects with public transportation. You could say that without DART, I would not be in Texas today, contributing to the economy and being a member of the community. I'm just one example, but there are thousands like me. I requested my employer to provide a letter, this letter, explaining what DART means to them and the opportunities that the organization has given to small businesses in the region. And by defunding this organization by 25% would cause immeasurable harm to everyone. I have distributed that letter to the committee for the record. And there are other companies that saw opportunities with public transit in the area and decided to take route from Fort Worth to Plano, not just the DART member cities. Harming DART will harm these companies, the people who work for these companies, and the people who work to support their operations, vendors, subcontractors, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Are you going to leave us a copy of the letter?
I distributed it before the committee
Okay,
hearing.
great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Have questions? All right. Mark Enoch? Enoch?
Chair Craddock, thank you.
You can't use the sign.
I'm sorry?
You can't use the sign. You may not use the sign.
Very well, it's in your packet.
Okay.
So it's assembly, and the rule would be the same. If it's a blow-up of something in your packet, we could not use it.
Right.
I saw someone else hold some document up here earlier in an earlier hearing. I'll certainly
Well,
obey
I
the chair.
think that was, I remember, I think that was different. Well, that was a map that the members had copies of.
And this is something you have copies of too, but that's okay.
Well, you can't use the sign.
I understand.
All right.
It's a balance sheet, but I won't. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Written it 3 times. I'm Mark Enoch. I'm a member of the board. I stand in opposition to this bill. I'm also a former mayor of the city of Rowlett. For 27 years, I've been on this board. I've represented 4 different cities on this board. I am concerned because this is the gravest threat that the regional transit system in North Texas has had in my 27 years, and it is not deserved. I heard Representative Shaheen say that this is the third time this bill has been before you, and somehow DART has acted wrongly and hid from you vital information that you needed and you asked for in the previous two sessions. The first session, 4 years ago, the bill had to do with disaggregation. Show us the value of DART given to our cities. Well, there are questions about how you do that. There's a rail line that connects Plano to Richardson to Dallas. Is the value of the rail line simply the concrete and steel inside of Plano? Or does it include the connectivity to the rest of the rail? There are other questions that we had. We gave them 2 reports. They were not satisfactory to Plano. 2 years ago, we came here, the bill was the same thing. Disaggregate, give us a report disaggregation with audit. We did it again. They didn't like it. This time we decided we'll hire E&Y to do it, so our fingerprints are not on it at all. This was a made as directed report by the cities and primarily Plano. And what E&Y found in the value of DART, for example, and I can't show it to you, it's in your packet. You asked Representative Little, when would it be a good financial deal to the city of Carrollton? Carrollton came up and told you they were a donor city by $11 million. In the past 10 years, they have committed $398 million, paid $398 million in. In that same time period, DART and the citizens of the region have put $460 million into the city of Carrollton, not counting operations. Those previous bills were not this bill. This bill takes away 25%, it says, but of our operating capital, it's 34%. We cannot survive this. Moreover, it does affect our bond covenants, because what this bill will do, even in the amended portion, is encumber 25% of the 1 penny that we promised the bondholders would be security for repayment. The bond also promises that if a city withdraws, their full penny is available for repayment on terms of that bond. The new bill, however written, says, you know what, we have a choice of a half a penny out. We can pay it off on a different term. 2 violations of bond covenants which affect all of the bonds. If any Texas city has a bond out there and the legislature can come in and impair the contracts, we're all in trouble. There is a contract with the voters, Representative Little. It's in a Supreme Court case. I'll be glad to share it with you. The voters, you in 452 decided that individual voters had to vote to impose the tax or levy bonds on that tax. We followed 452, and the citizens voted not only those 2 times, but also on pullout elections. City of Plano, Irving, and Carrollton have had 2 pullout elections where the city council wanted to pull out of DART, and the citizens disagreed by 77%. This time, those same cities are coming to you, not saying we want to have a citizen election. They're saying we want to avoid this citizen election. We don't want the citizens to vote. We want you to help the councils solve budgeting problems by avoiding going to the citizens. That's what we object to, among other things.
Okay, thank you. Your time's up, and I appreciate
Very well.
it. In fact, I appreciate you showing us that. Are there any questions? Yes, sir. Mr. Little?
Mr. Enoch?
Yes, sir.
Do you need all 78 employees in the marketing department of DART?
I can't be specific about that, but yes.
You're on the
because-
board. Why can't you be specific about it?
Because we have been requested by our cities to increase marketing campaigns in each of those cities. Because specifically in Plano and Carrollton, they have asked us to do more outreach to companies and apartment complexes that have been built near their system because of the light rail that we provided. It's been at the request of the cities. Board chair for the last 10 years, or budget chair, has been a Plano representative. They've been in charge of the 20-year financial plan. They've been in charge, they've sat at the table. The city of Plano has had 30 days for the last 10 years on each budget to comment on the budgets. These budgets are not fat. If we have it, it's because the Plano representatives voted for those same people.
Yeah. How many conversations have you had with Plano or Carrollton about trying to negotiate any of this over the last 6 years?
Dozens. In fact, the last ones, they refused to come back. We were suggested at RTC that we continue the mediation, and they refused, both at the meeting and later in a formal letter from the mayor of Plano. We offered, we wanted to, RTC wanted us to continue meeting. They walked away. It was my way or the highway. They are so confident that this bill will pass, they walked away from local resolution.
What was your last offer?
The last offer is the resolution as we have, which is in the 5% versus 25%, let me explain that. 5% of our sales tax over the next years is about $45 million, which gives back all that the donor cities have requested, which is equivalent to the 25% that Plano requested. $42 million back. That's not the first time DART's done that. We've had a history in the past, without legislation facing us, of sharing and distributing dollars back to the cities for transportation. We did it when we didn't have light rail in time, the LAP funds. We did it with TRIP funds. We did it with PTI. There's $500 million over the years that DART, without threat of legislation, shared back to the cities because it was a fair thing to do and we thought it was the right thing to do for our cities. The DART board has never been my way or the highway. We sit and talk. It's the people who want this bill that were the my way and the highway folks in this room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Enoch, are you suggesting that if the legislature were to enact HB 3187, that this would somehow trigger the participating cities to be in default of their bond agreements?
It absolutely will.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I hadn't asked in a while.
I know. That's why we move so fast.
I've been watching from the television.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry for a 1-minute question and answer.
I had 5 minutes before, and I've been saving. First off, can I clarify what Representative Gomez said? What did you ask? I did not hear you.
Representative Curry, I asked if somehow the legislature enacting this bill 3187, we would trigger participating cities to be in default of their bond agreements.
Okay, and he answered,
In the
absolutely
affirmative.
answered yes on that.
Yes, sir.
How do you know that in the affirmative?
I'm a lawyer. I can read. I know what promises are. That's how I know it.
Oh, you want to go there?
I'll be happy to. No, I don't mean to be smart. That's not a cagey. The bond covenants promise a security of 1 penny. If you went to your bank and you promised security of something and then you encumbered part of that security, the bank would not be happy with
So it
you.
would be DART, it would be DART that would be in default?
But under 452, all the cities are responsible for the encumbrances that have been incurred by DART, of course. So the actual answer to the question is DART would be liable and the cities would be liable up to their percentage under 452
Okay.
for those bond covenants, the bonds, yes.
So my question to you is, and I've been waiting on somebody to come up. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you staying. So I'm not trying to make this contentious. I'm trying to understand a little more about this, and I've been waiting
Glad to do it.
ask a few of these questions.
Sure.
What I really want to know is what does it hurt to do this? Why does it hurt? People are testifying all over the place that I love DART, and believe me, I've been around DART. I've done a lot of business in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I've been on DART several times myself over the years. What I don't quite understand is this is not something that would eliminate DART. This doesn't shut down DART. This doesn't shut down the ability for DART to run. It doesn't shut down your ability to create revenue from DART. So why would this hurt you?
So it's not 25%.
Talk to the microphone if you
yes,
don't mind.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It is not a 25% cut. It's a 34% cut because we first have to pay our debt service. If you subtract the debt service from our revenues, the taxes, that's about $680 million left over, of which now the 25% comes off. That's a 34% cut. I don't know of any company, I don't know of any state agency, I don't know of a charitable organization that could survive with a 34% cut in revenues in 1 year. And those are all of our revenues. Unlike the cities, they have sales tax, they have ad valorem, they have the full penny, by the way, sales tax, ad valorem taxes, hotel taxes, license fees. We have sales tax. So it's basically all of our revenue cut by $222 million next year. Now, I can't give you the specifics, but I can tell you our buses won't run as often. And if our buses don't run as often, we don't get as many riders. If our trains aren't repaired, they fall apart, we can't keep people riding. We lose confidence, we go downhill. We get bond calls, we pay more in
Okay,
interest.
you don't have to yell at me.
I don't mean to. I'm sorry, sir. I
I can hear you.
I'm sorry. And if the bond rating agencies change it because you all have changed the security, and we go from AA to BBB, that's 75 basis points on $4 billion in debt. Those are the ways that DART is devastated by this bill, which has never been requested before. The request before was a disaggregation report, and we provided that.
Are you planning on issuing more debt?
Depends on the project. We have, as you know, we have the Silver Line going on right now. We have a very favorable federal guaranteed debt. It's about 2.5%. There's still money to be let. We also rotate commercial paper because sometimes it's cheaper to do that, and sometimes we'll turn that into longer-term debt. So the actual answer is we have plans over the next few years to do that, but it has nothing to do with this legislation. It has everything to do with implementing our plans that Plano and its 2 representatives on the board have consistently voted for.
Do you feel like that y'all have been as transparent as you possibly could have been?
Absolutely. We have, every one of our budgets is sent to the city managers 30 days before we can vote to approve it. Secondly, the DART board chair or budget chair, thank you, has been a Plano representative. Plano has 2 members. At any time, Plano could have made a motion and had a second automatic to do such things as, let's increase GoLink in Plano. Let's do this. Let's put $25 million aside to pay Plano. That motion was never, to my knowledge, ever made. So they've had power and control over the budget and the chair of the agency for 10 years straight. How can we not be transparent when they're running the meetings at DART and when DART shares our budget with the cities every year?
And you're from Dallas, is that correct?
I'm from Rowlett.
Rowlett, okay. And so you're one of the board members that's not a Dallas board member, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm just clarifying some of these
Yes, sir.
things so to
Sure.
make sure that we're talking on the same level.
Sure.
And so are you paid board member? Are y'all paid?
Oh, yes, sir. $50 a month.
So you make less than we do.
I wasn't going to brag, but, well,
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your testimony.
Any other questions?
Worth bragging about.
Sure appreciate your attention. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Patrick Kennedy.
Oops. Mr. Speaker, let me get to the top here. Honorable members of the committee, my name is Patrick Kennedy. I'm on the Board of Directors from the City of Dallas. I'm here to oppose HB 3187. I'm going to tell you a couple stories about how I joined the board. I joined the board 8 years ago arguing to the Dallas City Council that they should oppose a large capital project. It was the Silver Line from DFW to Plano. I felt it was fiscally irresponsible and that we should be investing instead in operations over more debt service. I lost that vote. It was 11-4. I did not account at the time for the project being a promise to the suburban member cities and the reason they voted to join DART. Me and the other City of Dallas board members who opposed have been steadfast supporters of the regional project ever since. Now that we are delivering it later this year, and it has not been calculated in the EY study yet, even though it's an expensive project, some members are now complaining about a lack of service. I want more service too. We can't deliver with less resources. My first committee assignment, however, then chair from Plano appointed me to an ad hoc governance committee chaired by the other Plano member to oppose a proposal by a Dallas City Council member, the one that appointed me, to claw back sales tax for transit to plug a hole in their pension fund. We opposed it unanimously. I opposed it because I support transit. I suppose they opposed it because it wasn't to plug their budget hole. Our cities have rising costs, but not enough growth. And when we grow, we will need adequate transportation choices. Our member cities' budget issues are due to local anti-growth politics, preventing the organic growth of tax base in order to cover liabilities and the life cycle costs of their infrastructure. As chair of Development Committee, I and the board are committed to leveraging DART to grow the local tax base. The mayor from Carrollton was showing the success of some of our investments. We spent $200 million building the Green Line through there, another $200+ million now building the Silver Line. And we're seeing several market rate projects have moved in, and we're not done. If we had maps, which are in section 5 of your book, you can see that it's still only about half built out. It's essentially a young system with young infrastructure, and it takes time for the land use to grow and adapt to that infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of riders depend on DART every day. This bill will cripple the North Texas economy. As you can see today, the suburban members are split. Those with resolutions represent only 29% of our service area population. This is not a city of Dallas versus suburb issue. The local resolution will hurt for a few years, but is our best attempt to alleviate concerns of some without permanently crippling the agency. That's one local remedy. The other is a pull-out election in 2026. Either are better options than this bill, which I believe is an affront to civic leaders and great Texans like Mr. Walt Heumann, all of the citizens who phone banked and block walked, all the voters and the business community that turned out to create DART. Please oppose HB 3187. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't have the microphone. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen?
Katrina.
Kitch, Heine King?
Katrina.
Hello, good day. I'm Katrina Heineking. I'm Senior Vice President of Operations for TransDev, and I'm representing TransDev. I'm speaking opposing HB 3187. Thank you for your time today and yesterday. No. TransDev is the largest private provider of public transportation mobility in the United States. We're actually a global company. We're in 19 different countries and have about 400 properties or locations across the U.S. With about 32,000 U.S. employees. This includes some strong roots in the state of Texas. We do some operations in Houston for Metro, airport shuttle service in Houston, Fort Bend, Texas State, and we also operate the paratransit and the microtransit services for DART. In this capacity, representing a large business serving Texas, I wanted to come here today to register our strong opposition to 3187. Millions of people, as you've heard, use DART annually. TransDev interacts with thousands of senior citizens and people with disabilities each and every day through the paratransit program that we operate. And I know without DART in their area, they would lose access to really sometimes life-sustaining services such as dialysis and medical appointments and employment. For example, there'd be adult daycare centers that would no longer at all even be in the service area. So a lot of our vulnerable riders that go to these types of agencies to enrich their quality of life would be really, truly impacted. And that includes some of TransDev's own employees who personally use DART. There's a DART bus stop right outside of our facility where the service would be effective in hampering their ability to report to work. I think a cut in funding to DART would have huge financial consequences to businesses and the economy of the region, as you've heard. So we strongly urge the committee to say no to House Bill 3187. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Jay Langhurst.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock and Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Jay Langhurst. I'm representing myself. I'm opposing HB 3187. I will try to make this short because it's very early in the morning. And the gift of time is something we can all receive. I hope it's also something that you can give to the riders of DART. Because even with the 5% cut, which DART has already agreed to, for example, my commute is increasing by 50% because my second bus is being canceled, right? So as opposed to representations, which we've already heard in the layout of the bill, that there would be no harm to DART or there'd be no disruption. Disruption has already begun. So I use DART to get to work. I use it because it is less stressful, because it's easier, it's more convenient. It allows me to have a flexible schedule. I can go to a show after work. I can do the types of things that people who might need to feed the meter or might need to fight traffic don't do, and I don't see all my coworkers doing those things. So I think it does contribute in a unique way, in a beneficial way, that if we don't have this service, and with a 25% cut, I don't know that we will have this service, would be a problem. I do think this would be better left to the cities to resolve. And I think when you take 30% of the population, which is the representation of those cities that are complaining about this, and you force this onto the board, those board is going to have to continue on. You can't handhold them for the rest of time, right? So I think they do need to resolve this. I understand there are pressures. They need to work out things themselves. It's not an easy process, as I've seen, but I think trying to make this short-term dramatic move could also harm their ability to lead going forward, which they will need to do in 2030 when they take over as population increases and changes happen. So I think in summary, I understand it's a difficult problem. I understand you don't have an easy job and it's late at night and early in the morning, but I hope you can find a way through this without harming the region. Thank you.
Any question? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to just take a guess at this. Shy, ham, game, shram.
Good morning. Thank you to Chairman Craddock and the Transportation Committee. My name is Shamsundar Ganeshram, and I am representing myself as a member of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance, which we are not affiliated with any external alliances or unions. I'd also like to state that no other...
Would you just pull the microphone down a little bit?
Sorry.
Great.
I would also like to state that no other person testifying against the bill tonight is not paid, and that I found the prior remark to be rude, as it was false.
Okay.
I'm an 8th grader in Frisco, Texas, zip code 75035. I am speaking in opposition to House Bill 3187. I'm a DART rider myself using bus routes 239 to 254, which is one route set to be eliminated, and light rail lines red, orange, and green from Plano and Carrollton. I am here not only because I care about DART, but also because I have a friend who is visually impaired, and due to that, he deeply relies on DART service. He unfortunately couldn't make it to Austin today. The passing of the bill would result in the worsening of not only his life, but many others like him who are disabled and rely on DART service. This bill would result in many disruptions to transportation in general in the region. The 25% budget cut on DART, which this bill targets, would result in longer wait times between bus and rail, 18 bus routes discontinued, and most likely the Trinity Railway Express, the commuter line owned by DART and Trinity Metro that travels between Fort Worth and Dallas, being discontinued. Security as a result of this, over 150,000 people per day, which is still a growing statistic according to DART scorecard, will experience many issues with traveling in the region with public transportation. This would also result in security cuts and more than likely additional issues to come. Furthermore, on security cuts, they are a major concern for especially me and many others, as we need DART to stay safe. And in order for that, we need police and security to be highly present. I would also like to go over a few arguments that were made in support of this bill. One argument is that DART isn't cooperative with the member cities. However, as Rowlett showed, they initially supported the 25% budget cuts. Afterwards, DART showed statistics of how much Rowlett benefited off of DART, especially economically, and also worked together with Rowlett, addressing each concern. This caused them to repeal their original resolution, and they instead supported full funding. Second is that the stations, trains, and buses are empty. However, that is simply not true, especially as a DART rider myself. I see many people waiting at stations for the trains and also at transfer centers to catch the bus. And even at the stations and the transfer centers that are said to have lower ridership, quote unquote. Even on the buses, they're also very well filled, and also on the trains. Another is that another jumping back to Rowlett is that it's proved to be a local issue. Respectfully, cities like Lubbock and Houston and Austin shouldn't have the fate on Dallas's shouldn't decide the fate on Dallas's transit system and vice versa. Lastly is that cities aren't benefiting from DART, but jumping back to Rowlett's case, that has also been proven wrong, showing that member cities are in fact benefiting from DART in many ways. Please oppose House Bill 3187. Thank you.
Thank you, and you did a great job in your time.
Thank you. I also have
What? Oh. Mr. Patterson has a question. If you get back behind the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the dad of an 8th grader, I just want to say you did a great job, and your family's got to be super proud of you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have to speak, but I just want to just tell you how inspired I am by your passion, and thank you for staying here so late with us to give your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll get to bed.
Mr. Craddock, I do have one question.
Get behind the microphone. You got to get behind the microphone.
I was not expecting to stay here this late. And,
Well, we weren't either, so...
Yeah. This may be the first time you ever hear this question, but I'm requesting a school note to excuse my absence.
We'll get that done right away. Go right over there and she'll get that done.
Motion to issue school note.
I have one question. Why didn't you sit in a chair? Why were you sitting on the floor?
On the floor?
Weren't you sitting?
He was trying to walk out.
No, I was over there.
Oh, I see. Okay. You bet. We'll do the note.
I truly appreciate it.
Your school note.
All right. Thank you very much. Gabriel Hosser. Gabriel Hosser. She hadn't got anything to write.
Gabriel.
I call-
It's okay, she's got the registration. Gabriel Hosser. Try it one more time.
Gabriel Hosser. Okay, that's it.
Walter Human.
Walter Human.
It's a hard act to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chair and committee members, thank you so much for your public service from before 8 o'clock this morning until about 1 o'clock in the evening. That is impressive. My name is Walt Human. I'm a Dallas business executive, community volunteer, and I'm a lifelong resident of Dallas. I founded and served as chair of the Transportation Task Force, which was composed of volunteers, and we helped conduct a successful campaign that created DART in 1983. I urge you to defeat the bill 3187 for one primary reason. It violates the covenant that we made with the people, and secondly, it adversely affects the bonds that they have. Citizens voted to create the first regional multimodal transportation system in the South and the Southwest. If you approve this bill, everything that we've worked so hard for will be lost. And no business, in my judgment, or nonprofit can sustain a 25% hit in its revenue. So the Transportation Task Force sought to collect information on the kind of transportation system, a regional system that the citizens wanted and what they were willing to pay for that. And we used 4 sources: individual cities like mayors, business people, and grassroots people in each of the suburbs. And that included Mayor Florence Shapiro and David McCall of Plano, Mayor Hausman in University Park, Liddy Taylor, Mayor of Carrollton, and many others. We recruited a diverse group of employers and employees to get the employee perspective on what you wanted in a transportation system. And then we engaged a technical resource group of the AIA and the professional engineers to help opine and stimulate thought. And finally, and most important, we held a large number of community meetings throughout the entire area, finding what they wanted in the system and what they were willing to pay for it. We heard from everyone, and basically, many people wanted a world-class transit system. Others said, we want to combat highway gridlock. Others sought jobs because they didn't have a car, and they needed an effective means to move around. And one of the most poignant visits we ever had was an evening that I met with a large number of disabled citizens, pleading for a means other than the back of a pickup truck to travel to employment, medical services, and friends. All needed public transportation. I've been honored by the title the Father of DART, but in fact we had 1,000 moms and dads of this DART program. They all helped join together to get that input and tried to feed back to the interim board that selected the transit plan and how much you would pay for it. This is a key. Never once was there any mention by member cities and its citizens asking for a quid pro quo for the money that they are providing as a subsidy. Of course, member cities would want adequate transportation and transit assets, but here's the key. The prime objective, we were working together to build a dream that basically supported regional transit to create a viable long-term alternative to growing, costly highway congestion, dedicated to the region and not to the individual cities. Finally, on August 13th, we got the great news from the polls, landslide victory for regional public transportation in the South and Southwest. And I just want to key on a few voting statistics. Highland Park, 77% voted. University Park, 76%. Plano, 72%. Richardson, 71%. Addison, 70%. Carrollton, 69%. Garland, 65%. That's not just squeaking by. That is a strong endorsement. So in summary, I encourage you, please defeat 3187. Why? It violates the covenants that we had with the voters and the bondholders. Well, what do you say to the people if you do approve this, that we're going to be spending that 25% that we all float? And I'm reading here from the bill itself. And what this money is going to be used for is trails, highways, sidewalks, local and arterial streets, installing street lights, traffic control, and drainage. That is not a regional transportation system. And so, in summary, DART is 40 years old. It's run a clean operation and has won national awards. Its rail system is nearly built out, but the next 40 years will be pivotal and impose increased capital and operating costs. Federal funding is not going to pay us out in the future. So basically, DART's current debt has got to be serviced. Finally, this is a pivotal time for DART and for this community in this area. Please let the DART board and the individual cities work this out. In my experience in business and in community affairs, there's always a win-win solution if you dig deep enough. Always a win-win solution. Otherwise, if DART finances will be so impeded that the residents won't have a viable regional transportation system in the future, and equally bad, the promises that we made will be undercut and undermined. Please don't dismantle DART. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you
Glad
for
to
what
answer
you've
any
done.
questions, sir.
Thank you for what you've done for your community.
Thank you.
Courtney Hunter.
Good evening.
Evening.
Or morning, I guess I should say. My name is Courtney Hunter. I am representing myself in opposition to this bill. I just want to take a second to say thank you all so much for displaying all of this patience today. And also thank you to all of at least 30 other data members watching online who have been watching online this whole time. Like I said, my name is Courtney Hunter. I'm a Dallas resident. I live in downtown, and I'm one of the many Dallasites that live without a car. That might be surprising, but I was born in Dallas, and I've lived in DFW my whole life. I'm Texan through and through, I promise. So since November of 2000, we have lost at least one person each day on Texas roads, resulting in more than 87,000 deaths. As I'm sure y'all are very aware, every single number represents someone's whole world. My dad was one of them. We were your typical suburban Christian family living on the cul-de-sac. When we lost him, all of that went away. Everything fell apart, and I was 12. I think that's probably where my disillusionment began. Young people are growing more and more convinced that cars don't really offer the freedom that they promised. Automobiles are actually the most dangerous form of transportation and the least sustainable. Car culture has driven people further apart, killing our access to close-knit community. In fact, a survey from the National Association of Realtors found that 92% of Gen Z respondents are willing to spend more on housing in walkable neighborhoods, and 85% of millennials would say the same. But you don't need me to give you the statistics. There are plenty of other people in this room who are much more equipped to give you the data. I'm here because I live to love God and love people, and this bill would ultimately hurt me and my neighbors. Many DART users choose public transportation because we want to be good stewards of our finances, our health, our time, and our environment. However, many users have no alternative option for transportation, including many of us that have been diagnosed with a disability. God called his people to specifically care for the least of these, the poor, the sick, the sojourner, the fatherless, the widow, and he explicitly warned those who oppress them. This bill would disproportionately harm the most vulnerable in our community and leave many without access to jobs or health care. Texas has the resources. In the Texas Triangle, we have 4 of the largest cities in the U.S. If we invest in sustainable transportation freedom in and between these cities, we can protect our suburban and rural communities while being the top choice for young professionals to settle down and call home for good.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your words. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I also am not paid, by the way. I took PTO for this.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Donnie Jolly. This is the last one. Is this it?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Donnie Jolly, and I oppose this bill. I'm the president and business agent in Local 1338. I'm speaking on behalf of the union members that I represent at DART and also DART employees. I urge you to oppose HB 3187. Its passage would have devastating consequences for DART, Dallas, and surrounding communities. DART is the largest transit agency in Texas, serving 13 cities, over 55 million passengers annually. If this bill goes forward, it will lead to severe job losses, service cuts, negatively affecting livelihoods, and accessibility of public transportation. DART estimates that nearly 1,000 employees will be affected by this bill, 3187, if it passes. The economic repercussions and these cuts will extend far beyond our city, but surrounding cities as well. Transit creates opportunities. Every $1 invested in public transportation generates $5 in economic returns. As you know, Dallas is gearing up for the 2026 World Cup, which projects over $2 to $7.5 billion. Over 3,000 jobs will be created. Not only that, but the estimated 3.4 million people will attend this event. The spotlight will be on North Texas, and our transit system will be essential in ensuring the success of this global event. Discussions are already underway with agencies statewide to coordinate transportation efforts. Dallas is a thriving, growing city ranking 9th in the U.S., and our transit system infrastructure has been key part of this success over 40 years. This bill threatens to derail progress, weaken our economy, and disrupt lives of citizens who openly make transit their daily need on a day-to-day basis. When we cut service, we cut transit revenues, which only leads to more cuts. No one wins if this legislation passes. Voters authorized DART funding, and we urge you to respect the will of the people and stand with us opposing this bill. Dallas deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wait, now, is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Jolly, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your commitment to your community and to your members.
Thank you. I
Appreciate your
appreciate it.
testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You want to say something? I thought somebody else had their. Okay. I'm not going to ask if there's anybody else.
Okay, Representative Shaheen to close.
Chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to close. No?
I bet you guys want the
Yes
short
or
version of
no?
my closing.
You don't have to.
Thank you for your time tonight. I know it's late. I know, quite frankly, I think some of you don't feel that well. Let me just respond to a couple of items, and then I'll close. There's been some mentions that Plano could simply address this through their board representation and all of that. Let's make sure we understand. Plano has 1.5 board members out of a 13 member board. I think we know how that goes. The offers to address the financial imbalances and the massive payments that these cities are paying, that was a temporary fix. It doesn't fix this solution long term. It was a temporary offer. And then there was commentary made about the parties trying to work over the last several months to try to address this issue. These cities have been trying to work something with DART for the past 6 years to no avail. Let me just say this. A lot of the people that you heard from tonight that represented DART, they met with me and Terry Canales 6 years ago, 4 years ago, made promises to us, and they didn't come through with those promises. And that's why we need this bill. I'll wrap up with this. I told you that I filed a piece of legislation, the 87th legislature, to force DART to come up with this study. Again, just asking what the expenditures were per city. And one of their board members came and testified against the bill. And in that meeting, he looked the committee chairman in the face and he said, I have a commitment to you that we're going to deliver this study to show the cities what the imbalance is. And they obviously broke that promise. Well, that same board member came the next session and testified for my piece of legislation. So that, members, I know it's late. I close and am available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members.
Just a minute. You know what? If y'all wait just a minute, you know, if you'll come up here, we've got something for you. We're going to give him a flag flown over the Capitol. No, we want him. We're not you. Is it ready?
It's not here yet, but she's coming down with it right now.
So, we're going to give you your note, okay? But the committee's got, we had a flag flown over the Capitol a while ago for you, and we're going to authorize it, sign it and certify that it was flown over the Capitol in your name and your honor, and we're going to give you that in just a minute if they're on the way bringing it up here. You can take that home with you. I hope you come back to representative someday. It'd be great for the, I don't think I'll still be here, although I've been here a long time, so.
You might be.
Yeah.
He still might be, trust me.
Anyway, thank you for coming, and I know it was a hard trip, but we appreciate you coming. And if you wait just a minute, they'll bring it for you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have to adjourn. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
What do I need to do?
Right there.
Is there any business left? Here, Chair, here's none. That concludes our business for today. If there's no objection, the committee will stand adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. The chair hears no objection. We're adjourned. Thank you.